Big city. The intersection, cars waiting for the light to turn green. In the background, skyscrapers. A big car is driving through a big city. People are walking by. In the background are tall buildings. A dog is sitting in the car. The dog is wearing green glasses and a black coat with white hieroglyphics. There is a red ring in his ear. A girl in a red dress is driving a car. A dog is looking out the window from a neighboring car. The dog has green glasses. The girl is looking at the road and not paying attention to the dog. The girl is very focused. The dog is leaning out the window and howling. She is trying to get the attention of the girl from the neighboring car. The dog sticks out of the window, takes off his glasses, and tries to get the girl's attention with his whole look. The girl looks at the dog. She sees the dog with glasses saying something. The car in which the dog is sitting sharply increases speed. The dog's fur stands up in a puff of wind. The girl looks at the car, which is driving away very fast. The girl looks after the car that is leaving. She is very surprised to see and hear a talking dog. The dog is indignant because the driver is speeding up. The dog wants to keep flirting with the girl. The dog's nose gets hit by the driver's fist. The driver doesn't like the fact that the dog is talking to the girl. The guy behind the wheel gags the dog. He resents the fact that the dog is talking to a stranger. The driver of the car is scared and angry. He doesn't like the fact that his dog is talking to a stranger. A pale green-colored van is driving through the city. In the background are buildings, stores, and people walking by. The dog is sitting on a stack of books. In her paws, she holds a cell phone and stares intently into it. Behind the wheel of a car sits a guy. He is deep in thought and scratching his ear. In the dark night sky brightly shines the month. It's a big city, night. The street is brightly lit. Store signs and advertisements are burning all around. The van stops. A guy and a dog get out of the van. The guy is holding the dog on a leash. People walk by. Guy and dog pass a long-legged girl in a short skirt. In the background stand people. The dog walks next to the owner. She wags her tail cheerfully and smiles. The dog likes the city. A guy and a dog on a leash are walking along a brightly lit street of a night city. There are a lot of people on the street. The dog smells an odor. It likes the smell. The dog is drooling. The dog is wearing a red spiked collar. There's a plate of rice and meat on the table. Next to it is a plate of vegetables and a cup of coffee. The food is very colorful and beautiful. On a white oval dish lies a roasted pigeon. It has a beautiful and appetizing crust. The pigeon is decorated with greens. A dog flies at the smell. The dog is drooling. She likes the smells and wants to eat everything. On a white square plate there are stewed vegetables. There is an appetizing smell coming from the vegetables. The vegetables are decorated with chopped herbs. The dog sticks his tongue out. She is eager to taste everything her nose can smell. The guy is trying his best to keep the leash on the dog tearing at the smell. There are people and a variety of food around. On a white napkin lies an appetizing hamburger, a sesame seed bun, a patty, and a leaf of crisp lettuce. The dog sits in front of the hamburger. She is disappointed. There are many appetizing smells around. The owner is standing next to it. The dog tells the owner that he's not satisfied with the offered dinner. The dog is very displeased. The boy is scratching his ear thoughtfully. He thinks about the fact that he is surrounded by a lot of appetizing food. The boy smells the odors and thinks about the food. The dog makes it clear with his whole appearance that he is not satisfied with the hamburger offered to him. Her nose is disturbed by the odors wafting around her. The dog is very indignant. She does not want to eat the hamburger. The dog threatens its owner and bares its teeth. Night city, a tall house. Several windows in the house are lit up. Dark overcast sky. In the sky circling birds. A guy with a dog on a leash is walking through the city. The guy is munching on a hamburger. He's very pensive. The dog doesn't want to go anywhere. Old, rundown walls in the background. The guy and the dog are walking through a poor neighborhood in the city. There are trash cans and peeling walls all around. The dog walks doomedly by his side. There is a lantern hanging on the wall. It burns dimly. His feet are in old, tattered sneakers. The sneakers have a bright green circle on the side. A poor neighborhood in the nighttime city. Dark sky, clouds, shabby walls. A guy and a dog on a leash wandering through the city at night. Poverty and desolation all around. Garbage cans and gloomy walls. On the guy's chest hangs an unusual keychain. It's the claw of some kind of animal. It has a bright green light on it. The dog doesn't want to go anywhere. His nose is disturbed by the smells around him. The dog balks and resents it. A young boy's face. He is thinking intensely about something. In the background is a night city. In the night city are two people in an embrace. There are old shabby walls and piles of garbage around. A young guy walks next to the girl. The guy's hand rests on the girl's shoulder. The girl smiles and covers her mouth with her hand. The guy is wearing ripped jeans and white sneakers. The girl is wearing large mesh tights and boots. The guy and the girl are walking through the city at night. They are discussing plans for tomorrow and want to try seafood on the famous delicatessen street. There are puffs of dark pink smoke in the night sky. A guy and a girl look up at them. The guys do not understand what is happening. The girl is very frightened. The smoke gradually thickens. The silhouette of something incomprehensible is already visible in it. A large mushroom appears out of the smoke. The mushroom has muscular long arms, short legs. On the human face of the mushroom, unhappy expression. A young girl and a boy. There is consternation on their faces. They are very surprised and frightened by what they see. The girl and the guy are standing in front of an unusual mushroom. The mushroom is much shorter than the guys. There is a pink glow coming from the mushroom. The strange mushroom has a human face. Its large lips are contemptuously folded. The boy is frightened but tries to hide his fright. He asks the mushroom why it is looking at them like that. The mushroom looks at him with a very hard stare. He has a very malevolent look on his face. He doesn't like the guy's hair. The guy is trying to figure out what it is standing in front of. He asks the mushroom a question. The girl is very scared and wants to leave. The mushroom and the guys are standing opposite each other. There is a small distance between them. There is a pink glow coming from the mushroom. The mushroom is very angry about something. He tenses his muscles and is about to attack the guys. The guy is very scared and angry at the same time. He's preparing to defend himself and the girl. Suddenly, the mushroom is flying somewhere fast. It is accompanied by a bright flash. The guy and the girl are very surprised by everything that happens. They do not realize that it is standing in front of them and what they should do. Shadows are clearly visible on the dark wall. The shadow of a mushroom has attacked the guy's shadow. A mouse sits near the wall and watches interestedly. Someone's hand reaches out to the very frightened girl. A round lollipop falls out of the girl's mouth. The bright pink lollipop falls under the girl's feet and splits into several pieces. The boy falls to the pavement. The mushroom is about to attack him again. The girl stands with her back to what is happening. The girl is crying. She realizes that something terrible and irreparable has happened. The mushroom is squinting angrily at the girl. He clearly does not like something about her. The mushroom looms ominously over the girl. He doesn't like the girl's hairstyle and asks if the girl wants to change it. The girl is very frightened. She sits on the pavement and looks at the mushroom in horror. She answers the mushroom's question in the negative. A very angry mushroom looms over the girl. He repeats his question about her hairstyle and her changes. The girl is very scared. She asks the mushroom for mercy. The girl's hair is fluttering. A black baseball cap is on her head. The girl falls on the sidewalk tiles. The baseball cap flies off her head. The tiles are old and scratched. A mushroom stands over the girl. The mushroom has a sinister expression on its face. His hand reaches out threateningly. The girl lies face down. Her arms are stretched out along her body. The mushroom's hand is reaching for the girl. A peeling wall in the background. A dark figure appears in the alley. It causes the mushroom to look puzzled. The owner and his dog appear from the dark alley. They are interested in what is happening. Mushroom did not expect the appearance of the guy and the dog. He does not want them to interfere in his affairs and interfere with him. The dog has angered the mushroom. She doesn't like what he is doing. The dog suggests that the mushroom disappear and not mess with them. A bright flash flies from the mushroom's hand towards the dog. The dog flies off and crashes into a garbage can. The mushroom is pleased with the effect it has had. The dog tries to turn the tables on his master. Mushroom is very surprised by everything that is happening. On his face is an amazed expression. Up above the mushroom is someone's shadow. The dog's owner jumps on top of the mushroom and crashes right into the center of the purple mushroom cap. The mushroom clearly wasn't expecting such a blow. The guy springs on the mushroom cap and jumps out of it. The mushroom is dumbfounded by the blow, its face wrinkled, foam flying from its mouth. The dog and its master are leaning toward the girl. The girl complains of a headache. There is a bright white flash around the mushroom. The dog and its master assess the girl's condition and injuries. They realize that the girl needs their help. The girl is very frightened by what is happening. She is in pain and feeling bad. The boy sympathizes with the girl. Mushroom is extremely annoyed by what is happening. His eyes glow with anger. Mushroom explains who he is. Mushroom, aka the Mushroom Monster, tells his story of being born in the dark corners of the deli street. The Mushroom Monster tells his story of a cute little girl who often walked past him. The little girl holds a stick of food in one hand. With her other hand, she throws away the uneaten leftovers. A mountain of garbage made of leftovers, boxes, paper, and cups. In the background is a receding figure. A mountain of garbage made of leftovers, boxes, and paper. It's all piled up near a shabby wall. A small purple mushroom cap is visible. A small mushroom with a purple cap. The mushroom is growing out of a pile of trash. An apple stump and a banana peel flying into a pile of garbage. Strong and vigorous young fungus. He has a satisfied face, purple hat. The fungus's hands are at his sides. A blue tongue is visible. There is a blush on his cheeks. The fungus looks out from around the corner. He is holding a bunch of flowers. Fungus has a very surprised expression on his face. A confused girl with a flower in her hair and a long braid. Next to her is a guy with glasses and a straight parting on his head. Guy in glasses, looking at the girl with a smile. The guy walks away from the girl. She, on her knees, clings to his arm. The guy looks indifferently in the other direction. A man and a woman walk away from the kneeling girl. The man looks mockingly at the girl. The woman laughs evilly. The girl wipes her tears with her sleeve. She is very upset. There is a white flower in the girl's hair. In the background is a mushroom. The mushroom is telling its story. Tears are streaming from his eyes. The mushroom's muscular arms are down along its body. The dog and its owner listen attentively and sympathetically. There is a frustrated expression on the boy's face. The dog is angry and tensing his paws. The mushroom has a frustrated but also angry face at the same time. A tear is streaming from his eye and his hands are tense. The face of the guy lying on the ground. He has blonde hair and his mouth is open in horror. A guy in a yellow hoodie and blonde hair stands with his head down. There is a straight parting in his hair. The guy is walking along the wall. He has dark hair. The expression on his face is very determined. The mushroom has his face up and is shouting furiously. His mouth is wide open. His arms are raised to the top. A blue tongue is visible. The boy addresses the mushroom with a question. He asks if the mushroom is familiar with the area. The mushroom grins in response to the guy's question. He has both hands up in the air, a smirk on his face. The mushroom is much taller than the guy in height. The guy wonders if the mushroom has seen the 5 flavors. There's a keychain on the guy's chest. The guy's mouth is open questioningly. The mushroom thinks about it, arms crossed over his chest. The guy stands in front of him, waiting for an answer. The mushroom's face shows an intense thought process. His eyebrows are furrowed, his nostrils flared. The mushroom explodes with indignation. His mouth is very wide open. His arms are raised to the top. He screams. The mushroom is furious. He yells and swings at the dog and its master who are standing in front of him. Mushroom yells in rage at the dog and its master. He clenches his fist and swings. The guy and the dog are unimpressed. Mushroom clamps his eyes tightly shut, his hands propping up his thick cheeks. Mushroom's mouth is ajar, showing white, crooked teeth. The dog stands on its hind legs next to its master's leg. The dog's face expresses bewilderment. The mushroom persistently convinces the dog and its master of its greatness and exclusivity. The face of the mushroom darkens with tension. The mushroom's face is persistent. It darkens more and more from tension, eyes squeezed shut, mouth ajar. The mushroom's face grows more and more fierce. It slashes out threateningly, eyes tightly shut. There is deep disappointment on the boy's face. He didn't get an answer to his question. His big green eyes are sad. The mushroom's face expresses bright anger. His round eyes are poured with rage. His nostrils are flared. The teeth are clenched tightly. The woman's hands hold a green square plate. On the plate is an appetizingly steaming large mushroom with a purple cap. A waitress is serving a large fried mushroom to a dog and its owner sitting at a cafe table. In the background, the cook is preparing the food. The dog looks approvingly at the waitress and pays her an awkward compliment. The waitress is shocked. She saw and heard the talking dog. The dog owner's eyes flash with rage. A starry night sky. The month shines brightly in the sky. A yellow van is driving along the night road past slender palm trees. A young man sits behind the wheel. He's wearing a seatbelt. The young man has a tired face. On the neighboring seat lies an open box of leftover purple mushrooms. A dog holds a piece of purple mushroom in its paw. The dog eats the mushroom with pleasure. She likes their flavor. A yellow smiling car appears on the screen of the phone. The time on the phone is 4 hours and 59 minutes. The dog and its owner look at the phone screen with interest. The phone illuminates the guy's face. The van speeds away towards the mountains, along the slender palm trees and electric poles growing along the road. A dog and its master sit pensively surrounded by large and strange fish. The owner is drinking something through a tube. The dog is holding a fish on a stick in his paw and chewing on a small bone. There are different foods on the table. Peking cabbage next to garlic, tortillas, a stick of sausage and red peppers. A bald man with dark eyes stands in front of the foods. He holds his hands over the groceries. Next to the produce are knives and spices. The produce explodes from the speed at which they are being chopped with the knife. The man's hand rests on the table. The chopped food flies into the wok in which the cook is cooking it. A bald-headed cook with a remnant of dark hair stands in front of the wok, in which a fire burns. A cook in shorts stands in front of the kitchen window. He is preparing food. A glow spreads from the cook to the sides. The inspirational face of the bald-headed cook is illuminated by the fire of the dish he is preparing. On the threshold of the kitchen stands a small, black-haired, disheveled girl in yellow pajamas. The girl's wide-open eyes reflect the fire. In a round blue plate is a cooked dish. From the dish comes an appetizing smoke and glow. A woman and 3 children are sitting at a table. At the head of the table is a cook with his arms crossed on his chest. On the table is a plate with a dish. A piece from the cooked dish is hooked with chopsticks. There is an appetizing smoke coming from the dish. A woman is acclimated to the cook. 2 children are eating with appetite. The girl looks at the cooked dish with admiration. A little dark-haired girl with a delighted face. The girl's eyes reflect the cooked dish. A little girl is sitting at a table with a cook standing next to her. In front of the girl is a bowl of food, on top of which are sticks. The girl's eyes are wide open. She asks her father to teach her to cook. The girl stands in front of her parents. Her father, the cook, looks at her carefully. The girl's 2 younger brothers are laughing. The mother covers her eyes in embarrassment. The father's hand rests on the girl's head. Her father tells her that cooking is not a woman's work and the kitchen is no place for a girl. The focused face of the balding, dark-haired cook is in profile. Stubble is showing through on the cook's cheeks. A man in shorts and a chef's jacket stands on a rock. He is looking into the distance. Birds fly above the man. Waves crash in front of him. The man in the chef's jacket is vehemently expressing his point of view. He is convinced that he is right. The eyes of the little dark-haired girl are wide open. A chef's spatula is reflected in her eyes. A man in shorts and a chef's jacket, raising his right hand to the sky, broadcasts his opinion. The girl, with the chef's spatula in her hand, runs away without looking at her father. The girl's hand turns the lever on the gas stove and lights the fire. The girl furiously chops the sausage. Pieces of sausage fly apart. The girl holds a skillet in her hand over the fire. She stirs the ingredients of the dish, which fly upward. The girl's hands hold a plate with the cooked dish. An appetizing smoke and glow emanates from the dish. The father, mother, and brothers look in surprise at the dish prepared by the girl. The father takes a bite of the cooked dish with his chopsticks. The girl warily waits for his reaction. The father tastes the dish. His face is impenetrable and impassive. The cook believes that the taste of the dish is more important than its beautiful appearance. The father's face expresses a whole range of feelings: surprise, delight, and confusion. There's a blush on his cheeks. Appetizing aromas waft around. A woman from the back embraces her husband, who is sitting at the table. Around them stand their children. Expectation is written on the children's faces. The lower part of the father's face, the mouth is open. A tear runs down his cheek. The lower part of the father's face is larger. The mouth is open. A tear runs down the cheek. A tear falls from the father's cheek onto the tiled floor. A splash flies. Father sits on a table in the middle of a flowering field. He is clearly savoring the taste of his daughter's meal. Multicolored flags of the chef competition are flying against the blue sky. On the flags are symbols of the chef's art, licking mouths and cutlery. A grown girl receives an award and a trophy for first place. Next to her stand the venerable chefs. The father stands in the hall. Tears of happiness and pride for his daughter are streaming down his face. Sobbing with happiness, her brothers are waving their hands in greeting. Behind stands the embarrassed and touched mother. A young girl wearing a Chinese-style jacket and carrying a backpack behind her back is embarking on a journey. Attached to her belt are professional chef's knives. The father and brothers are sobbing with grief. They don't want to be left without their daughter and sister and a delicious meal. They amicably ask the girl to stay, but she leaves. The girl is very determined. She goes in search of valuable ingredients for a cookbook. A yellow van stands next to a building that looks like a flying saucer. There are 4 red Chinese characters on the roof of the building. The yellow van has its headlights on. The van is standing next to a wall with an unusual texture. The dog is very unhappy with his master. She thinks that her inconsiderate owner brought them to the wrong place. A young man driving a car. He rubs his ear thoughtfully. The young man looks upset. A yellow van with its headlights on fire stands on the pavement. From the van comes the disgruntled voice of a dog. A dog sits on the seat next to the driver, expressing its displeasure with the situation and its fate. On the phone screen is a smiling yellow car and hieroglyphics. The time on the phone is 4 hours and 59 minutes. A new order has arrived on the phone. There is a disgruntled expression on the dog's face. The young man is focused on the road. The dog is in anticipation of some mischief. A man in shorts and a brown shirt runs toward the van on the road. The man's arms are spread out to the sides. A bald man in his old age runs straight towards the van. His arms are spread apart, a doomed expression on his face. The man throws himself right under the wheels of the car. He throws his arms up and smashes his forehead right into the hood of the car. The driver and his dog are close to a state of shock. They stare in front of them and have no words at all. An elderly man in shorts and blue flip-flops lies on the pavement in front of the car. With one hand, he props up his head. A sobbing little child and a woman run out of the bushes shouting "Daddy" and "Husband." They run to the man lying on the asphalt. The woman and child surround the lying man. They sob and wail over him. The child screams that he saw his father being hit by a car. The young man driving the car is in a state of complete prostration. He doesn't understand how it came to be that he hit a man. A woman hugs the man, sobbing and wailing over him. The child sits next to him. The driver gets out of the car. The young man stands in complete bewilderment. On his face is written incomprehension of the situation. He is very confused. The man is lying on the ground. His hands are reaching for the driver. The man threatens the driver and demands money from him. A kneeling man clings to the driver and does not want to let go. A child sitting next to him has a sly look on his face. The driver tries to get away, but the man clings to his arm and drags himself after him. The man makes threats and demands money. The child next to him smirks slyly. The yelling man's face is very unpleasant. He is very persistent in his attempts to get money from the driver. The young man's nerves are failing. He is annoyed, but realizes that he has no other choice. The young man goes to the car. He is very upset, a sour expression on his face. A child and a woman kneel behind him and look at him. The van drives away. The woman and the child bow to the van. They are very happy with the result. The dog is very upset about what has happened. There are tears in the dog's eyes. It is contemplating its future fate. The van arrives at the address specified in the order. The dog looks out of the car window and looks at the customer. The dog from the window looks intently at the person standing next to the car. On her muzzle, it says that she is pleasantly surprised. The customer is a young girl cook. She walks up to the car and talks to the driver. The girl gets into the car and picks up the dog. They like each other very much. The dog licks the girl happily. The dog snuggles up to the girl. She is absolutely happy. The girl scratches the dog between the ears. Everyone is happy. The van is driving fast down the road. The van's headlights are on. The van with its headlights on is driving over the bridge towards the seaside, where fresh seafood is brought every evening. There is a dreamy expression on the young girl's face. She is anticipating that she can taste the fresh seafood. The girl looks at the road. She assumes that the car is going the wrong way, so they may not arrive on time. The driver is looking at the road. He's not quite sure where his car is heading. The young man is somewhat confused. The girl shows the young man her cell phone and wonders why he's not using the navigator. The young man is confused. He doesn't know what a navigator is. The dark night sky. A young moon shines brightly above slender coconut palms. In the foreground are two men with strange faces. In the background, a brightly lit building to which a van is pulled up. A young man is driving the vehicle with a dog sitting next to him. They arrive at the location. The van stops next to a brightly lit restaurant. The restaurant has a lot of customers. Business is clearly going well. The girl says goodbye to the driver and his dog, advising them to use the navigator for the last time, that they will always arrive where they need to go. The dog looks thoughtfully after the girl who is leaving. The dog likes the girl very much and does not want to part with her. The dog is sad. Parting with the girl has upset her very much. The expression of the muzzle is very upset. The young man is looking at the screen of his phone. The dog sitting next to him is excited. She assumes that they have received a hefty sum of money for the long trip. The dog dreams of the seafood restaurant and the famous oysters. The dog's eyes sparkle with anticipation. The dog dreams of oysters. Her paw reaches for an imaginary dish. She licks, and saliva drips from her mouth. There's a hamburger on a napkin, a sesame bun, a patty, and a crisp lettuce leaf. A dog and its owner sit next to the door to the hamburger shop. The young man is eating his hamburger. The same one is on a napkin in front of the dog. On the dog's face is written deep sorrow. Next to the young man is a strange couple talking about how bad the kitchen is in this place. Both recall how good the seafood was at the old hotel. One of the odd couple, drinking a drink from a can, urges humility because the old hotel has turned into the devil's bank. A young man listens intently to the conversation. He is interested in the place the strange couple is talking about. The dog is also listening intently to the conversation. She does not like her master's intention to go to the place the strange couple was talking about. The dog and its master continue to sit and eat their hamburgers. The young man is pensive. The dog is very wary. The building of the restaurant against the night sky. The windows of the restaurant are brightly lit. There are 4 golden characters on the red roof. A restaurant with brightly lit windows against the night sky. There are many different cars parked in front of the restaurant. The windows of the restaurant are not lit. The parking lot in front of the building is empty. Fire rained down on the building, burning hieroglyphics on the red roof of the building. Destroyed building of the former restaurant. The windows are broken out. The roof is almost completely destroyed, no hieroglyphics. Brightly lit restaurant hall. There are many customers in the hall, all of them in high spirits. A girl sits at a table in the restaurant and looks carefully at the menu. Next to her on the table are her knives. Behind her back is a waiter with a dish in his hand. The waiter places a large dish of mussels and an appetizing sauce in front of the girl. A strange-looking waiter with round black glasses, a thin mustache, and an unpleasant beard wishes the girl a pleasant appetite. Mussels and sauce sprinkled with finely chopped herbs. One mussel is taken with sticks and from it drips appetizing sauce. The strange waiter looks at the girl, bringing the mussel on sticks to her mouth and smirks gloatingly in Mephistophelian fashion. The girl holds the mussel with her chopsticks and scrutinizes it. The waiter believes that if the girl eats it, she will stay in this place forever. The strange couple assumes that the young man with the dog is not from their town, as he does not know about the old hotel. The young man listens interestedly to the odd couple's account of the incident on the beach. The tense dog sits next to him. The building of a restaurant that is very popular. Everything is brightly lit. There are many cars in the parking lot. There is seafood on plates, crabs surrounded by shrimp, mussels sprinkled with herbs, appetizing lobsters, golden hieroglyphics burning in flames on the restaurant's red roof. The tense and frightened face of the man from the strange couple, lips tightly compressed, eyes white with fear. The young man and the strange couple are talking near the entrance, which is closed by a grill. Notices hang on the walls. A dog's face is tense. The dog doesn't like the conversation. It feels that it will not end well. A fragment of a ruined restaurant building with broken glass and cracked roof. A strange couple talks about the horrors of the ruined restaurant. One of them is hugging himself by the shoulders. He has goosebumps running down his skin from the horror. The young man is interested in the story, but does not believe in its reality. There is a deep thoughtfulness in his eyes. The young man walks away from the strange couple in deep thoughtfulness. A disgruntled dog sits and looks after his master. The dog's eyes express anger, regret, and fear of the future at the same time. The dog thinks that the beautiful girl is out of luck this time. The girl brings a mussel on sticks to her mouth. The girl pushes the mussel away from her mouth and examines it with a sniff. The girl changes her mind about eating the mussel and decides to call the restaurant owner. A large dish of mussels stands on the table in front of her. A fragment of a strange-looking waiter's head with green hair, a large ear, and a hooked nose. A dish of mussels sprinkled with chopped herbs. The girl holds a mussel with her chopsticks and scrutinizes it. She wanted to taste fresh seafood, and she thinks she has been brought dead mussels. The waiter's hand clenched violently into a fist. A strange-looking waiter with green hair leans in menacingly and interrogates the girl. The jacket is clearly too small for him. A girl sits at a restaurant table and her hand sticks with mussels, which she clearly does not like. The girl calls out to the restaurant owner. Head fragment of a strange-looking waiter from behind. Large, strained ear, hooked nose. A dish of mussels sprinkled with chopped herbs. The girl scrutinizes the mussel brought to her mouth, assuming it is not fresh enough, although the girl expected to taste fresh seafood. The waiter violently clenches his right hand into a fist. The waiter's hand is clenched into a tight fist. He doesn't like the girl's words. The waiter's face expresses extreme anger at the girl's words. His glasses are burning furiously. He asks the girl if she thinks the restaurant serves stale mussels and cheats customers. The grinning waiter asks the girl if she has tasted the mussels. His open mouth reveals triangular teeth. Perplexity and incomprehension are written on the girl's face. Her eyes are dilated. She's trying to understand what is going on. The girl's head is in profile against the background of a busy restaurant hall. There is danger in the air. The girl is sitting in a restaurant dramatically changed. There is utter devastation all around. Stripped walls, torn curtains, and tablecloths. A ruined restaurant. There's a gaping hole in the ceiling. A girl sits at a table, a waiter behind her asking if she's tasted the dish. The girl, realizing that she has encountered an evil spirit, replies that she has not had time to taste the dish. The evil-looking waiter, grinning, asks the girl how she concluded the product was stale without tasting it. A very strange, swarthy man in a t-shirt, trousers, and a Cossack hat is walking down the hall of a ruined restaurant. The girl's arms are stretched forward, fingers spread out as if she is trying to feel the space around her with her hands. The girl pretends to be blind. She has her eyes wide open and stares at one point. Her arms are stretched forward. An angry-looking waiter stretches his ugly hands toward her. The girl, still playing blind, says she has a deadly infection and is gravely ill. The waiter and the swarthy man are whispering about a plan of further action. The girl is very tense. Her eyes are wide open. She is tensely thinking about how she will get out of the situation. A yellow van is traveling down the night road. Its headlights burn brightly, illuminating the way. A round moon hangs in the sky. The driver of the car stares tensely at the place he has come to. The ruined building of what was once a very popular restaurant. There is emptiness all around. In the dog's paw are glasses with opaque white glasses in green frames. The dog is putting on the green-rimmed glasses. It is very determined and ready for battle. Sitting in the front seat of the car and looking at the ruined restaurant building, the dog contemplates saving the girl he likes so much. Continuing to act blind and pondering the quality of the fresh seafood, the girl stands in the ruined kitchen in front of a table with fish and a frying pan on it, her knives hanging from the girl's belt. An odd-looking waiter and a swarthy man stand not far from the girl in pensive poses. The waiter, twirling his mustache, and the swarthy man discuss softly the severity of the girl's illness and the level of risk. The girl's hand cradles a head of garlic on a round white plate. While discussing ways to make garlic paste, the girl feverishly contemplates a way to sneak away. The waiter is deadly serious, his eyes gleaming in anticipation. The owner of the dog appears on the doorstep of the ruined restaurant, calm and composed. He has a hamburger in his hand. The owners of the restaurant did not expect the appearance of new guests. They are surprised and do not understand what they owe. The dog is very happy to see that the girl is relatively well. It raises its glasses and greets the girl. The girl, continuing to pretend to be blind, stands near the table. There is a large blue fish on the table. The waiter and the swarthy man are baffled by what is happening and ask the girl about her familiarity with the entrance. The girl, pretending not to see, wonders who has come in. Her inner voice is shocked that a dog has said hello to her. The waiter's hand turns into a crab's claw. Strange growths appear on his head. He realizes that he and the talking dog are probably in the same boat. The dog brings clarity to what is happening, explaining that they, as masters of demon extermination, are on the other side of the barricade. The dog's words elicit Homeric laughter from the clawed waiter and the swarthy one with the split arm. The pinched waiter is deeply confident in his abilities and believes that no one can defeat them. The young man and his dog are determined. They stand in the ruined building and look confidently forward. The girl, remaining in place, stares focusedly in front of her. She is plotting something and contemplating her actions. Under the table next to the girl, there is an explosion. Everything is on fire. The girl jumps out of the flames. The waiter realizes that the girl can see perfectly well. The girl eliminates herself from the battle, reasoning that her goal is the book. She is not interested in the rest. The claw-shaped waiter is quite determined not to let anyone out of his territory. His triangular teeth look menacing. The dog rushes into the fray with a battle cry, simultaneously encouraging the girl and assuring her of a favorable outcome. There is a bright flash. The dog covers his eyes with his paws. The young man and his dog stand across from the waiter and the swarthy man. The girl is a little farther away. The swarthy man turns into a long creature that looks like a shrimp on legs, without arms, ears, or neck, but wearing shawls. The dog is not intimidated by the darkling's transformation. It is quite determined, with the certainty of victory in its eyes. The torso of the swarthy man is further stretched, bent at an angle, and rushes to the attack. The dog anticipates the dark one's attack and rushes towards him. The dog has clearly overestimated his strength, and the swarthy man's blow lands on him. The dog flies from the blow and crashes into the wall. The girl recoils frightened and puts her hand to her mouth. The dog lands on the floor with a piece of wall around its neck. She tries to calm the girl down, but the girl is as frightened by the talking dog as she is by the strange creatures. The waiter threateningly suggests that the young man join the battle. A third creature enters the fray. It puffs out a jet of green smoke as it stretches out its lips. Its eyebrows are sternly furrowed. The young man, with an unfinished hamburger in his hand, deftly parries the jets of green smoke directed at him. The swarthy man's body turns into a kind of whip, and he swings it at the young man. The young man deftly grabs the dark man by the end of the whip-like body. In his other hand, he continues to hold the hamburger he's been eating. The whip slips out of his hand, leaving behind a wet trail. Water drips from his hand. The dark man directs a powerful jet of water toward the young man. The jet hits the floor, springs back, and reaches its target. The waiter and the swarthy man, scowling evilly, discuss fighting techniques. The young man looks thoughtfully at his hand. His hand is bifurcated. He looks very calm. The waiter and the swarthy man are discussing the fighting qualities and training of the enemy. They are very annoyed. The swarthy man, with a whip-like body, is practicing fighting techniques while standing in front of a punching bag. In the background is a working television. A waiter is motivating the swarthy man. His mouth is open. His triangular teeth are visible. The swarthy man with rounded eyes listens to the motivator. The motivated swarthy man prepares to attack. His whip-like body is getting frustrated. Electrical discharges sparkle. The whip-like frustrated body of the swarthy man rushes to attack with a loud scream. The young man stands nonchalantly across the room. The clawed waiter, grinning joyously, is confident of victory. His green hair stands up. The young man with a hamburger clamped in his teeth rushes to the attack. In his eyes, determination and the will to win. The fight is on. The whip-shaped body swings, the young man strikes, impact, a flash, electric shocks all around. The young man points his arm toward the whip-like swarthy man from which a bright light emanates. The waiter's face with open mouth and arched eyebrows. In the background, a third creature is seen sitting at the table. The swarthy one is struck. His face expresses an agony of pain. His eyes are squeezed shut, his mouth is open. Half his teeth are missing. Part of his whip-like body is torn off and flies away. The waiter kneels, holding the torn-off part in his hands, weeping for the swarthy man. The face of the sobbing waiter. Tears are streaming from his eyes. The thin mustache is twisted. A close-up of the third brother's face. His head rests on the table, his eyes not visible. His puffy, pouty lips look like a donut. The third brother's eyes glow with bewilderment. He doesn't understand what's going on. The puffy lips are pouty. The waiter and the third brother discuss the situation. The waiter mourns the loss of the swarthy man, holding his torn part to his heart. The third doesn't catch on to what's going on. A hand with spread fingers slams loudly on the table. The third brother's face is perplexed. He is purple with anger. His hair stands up, his eyes rounded, his lips stretched. A view of the battlefield from above. The dog sits next to the girl. A pink glow emanates from the third brother sitting at the table. The girl and the dog are embraced by the pink glow. They do not realize what is happening. The girl puts her hand to her head, and the dog's eyes are tightly shut. From the third brother's wide-open mouth and tilted head comes a glow, and red hearts explode. The girl is enveloped in a bright glow. Her eyes are closed, her mouth is open, and she clutches her hands to her chest. The girl is surrounded by various foods. The dog's eyes are closed, its mouth is wide open, and saliva is dripping from it. Around the dog are beautiful girls, one of whom scratches the dog's ear. The waiter smirks evilly, raising a claw-shaped hand. His thin tendrils stick out to the sides. In the background, a young man stares thoughtfully at a hamburger that has not been eaten. The waiter smirks evilly. The young man holds the hamburger in one hand and scratches his ear thoughtfully with the other. The waiter, with his hair standing up and the remnants of a smooch in his hands, wonders why the young man, who continues to scratch his ear, is unaffected by the charms. The young man's face is pensive and calm, eyes wide open, lips tightly pressed together. In his hand is the remains of a hamburger. The young man is standing in a bright doorway against a shabby wall. In one hand he holds a hamburger, the other is stuffed in his pocket. The third brother turns into a huge puffy creature, wearing clothes clearly out of proportion to his size, and looms over the young man. The girl and the dog sit near a shabby wall and are in the captivity of their illusions. They are surrounded by a pink glow in which hearts fly. The bloated and blue-haired third brother swings his mouth wide open to strike. The hamburger flies out of the young man's hand. He is disconsolate, eyes and mouth wide open. The hamburger shatters into pieces and falls to the floor. The napkin flies off to the side. The bloated and blue-haired third brother swoops down and swings at the young man standing in front of him, holding the hand that had recently held the hamburger. The young man is annoyed at the loss of the hamburger, his hair disheveled, his eyes glaring unkindly. The young man is pensively drinking a beverage while sitting on folded tires. A contented, gorged dog nestled next to him. Scattered around are the remains of a creature that looks like a large lizard. The dog and the girl are trapped in an illusion. A pink glow surrounds them. The girl clutches her backpack to her chest. The dog has his paws tucked in. The girl and the dog, both in a pink glow, sit against a wall. In the center stands the pink glowing third brother, next to a waiter with the remains of a smooch. In front of them is a young man. The glowing pink third brother, with an unpleasant face, towers over the young man. The lower part of the young man's face. He's unhappy about the loss of the hamburger. Unpleasant third brother's face, he stretches out his lips and spits. The third brother's spit lands directly on the fallen hamburger. The hamburger lies on a napkin on the floor. A large foot in a dark shoe and white socks steps on the hamburger and crushes it into small pieces. The third brother and the waiter are pleased with what has been done. The foot crushes the hamburger. The waiter smirks nearby. The young man watches idly. Smirking contentedly, the third brother's unpleasant face with its purple tongue sticking out and sly eyes. The third brother's face blurs sideways from the impact. The tongue goes off to the side. The nose and eyes are flattened. From the young man's blow, the third brother's body flies off and crashes into the wall with a loud thud. On the wall is the imprint of the third brother's face. He himself is staring angrily, face twisted, bewilderment in his gaze. The third brother's body crashes into the wall. Shards of the wall fly in different directions. The young man's face is extremely focused. All his strength is directed into the impact. Shards of the wall are flying around. The young man's hand slams into the face of the third brother, whose eyes are filled with blood. The young man's hand crashes into the third brother's body like a pillow. Horror is written all over the waiter's face. His hair stands up, his mouth is wide open, teeth protruding, exclamation marks in his eyes. He realizes that he has lost another brother as well. The third brother's body collapses to the floor. Splatter and splinters fly all around. The young man stands nearby and watches. The third brother's body curls up into a small green oyster and falls to the floor. The green oyster lies on the floor, the spirit of the third brother hovering over it, the young man standing nearby. The girl and the dog sitting against the wall come to their senses and snap out of their illusions. The girl clutches her backpack to her chest. The dog's eyes are closed and she sinks her teeth into her t-shirt. A green oyster lies on the floor near a shabby wall, her feet in black boots and white socks in front of her. The waiter kneels down and bends over the green oyster. His right hand is in the shape of a claw. Blackened and increased in size, the waiter chuckles evilly. The young man stands next to him. The young man has a surprised expression on his face, eyes widened, lips compressed. Evilly smirking at the waiter, his right hand has completely transformed into a lobster claw. His hair stands up, mustache sticking out, eyebrows furrowed. The waiter's angry face. His forehead protrudes, his mouth is set in a grin. His eyes are filled with anger, his sharp nose protrudes. The waiter walks, smashing everything in his path with his claw. Rocks and splashes fly. The waiter shakes his claw. His eyes are on fire. His teeth are white and there are puffs of white smoke all around him. His hair and mustache stick out to the sides. The young man's eyes are attentive and intense. He's interested in the waiter's story. A close-up of the waiter's unpleasant face. His eyes glitter furiously. His mustache is sticking out in different directions. His triangular teeth are visible. A girl and a dog standing near the wall are tensely listening to the waiter's story. The waiter is hovering over the young man standing opposite. His sharp claw glistens. The waiter waves the claw and tries to demonstrate his power, his hair sticking out, his mouth wide open, his eyes glittering angrily. The young man stands with his hands in his pants pockets. He calmly listens to the rampaging waiter. The point of the waiter's claw rests on a finger of the young man's raised hand. The other fingers are clenched into a fist. The waiter pulls his claw forward and attacks the young man in front of him, who stops the attack with one finger. The point of the waiter's claw rests on the raised finger of the perfectly calm young man, who asks a question about 5 tastes. The enraged waiter raises his claw, his face expressing rage, his mouth wide open, his eyes flashing. The young man's face is tense, his hair mussed, the will to win shining in his eyes. There's a fight going on. The waiter tries to grab the young man's arm, but he dodges, electric shocks flashing around him. The waiter swings his claw at the young man standing with his back to him. Sparks fly from under the waiter's feet. The waiter smirks evilly as he swings his claw, confident of his strength and victory. The waiter continues to grin evilly, but his claw has already been cut in half and is slowly falling off his body. The severed claw falls under the waiter's feet with a loud thud, splattering in all directions. The waiter's face is extremely surprised and annoyed. Mustache twisted, mouth open, question marks in his eyes. A close-up of the waiter's angry and simultaneously surprised face. Mustache sticking out, question marks in his eyes. In his outstretched hand, a young man holds his sparkling keychain. His head is turned to the side and lowered. The waiter rushes after the young man as he leaves. Splashes fly from the waiter to the sides. The angry face of the waiter who does not think of giving up. His mouth is wide open, his eyes dark with anger. The young man returns the keychain to his neck, his arms raised, puffs of smoke around him. The waiter transforms into a huge red lobster covered in thick armor. One claw is severed, its face furious. The waiter's face is contorted with anger, his eyes burning furiously, his mustache sticking out to the sides, his mouth open, showing triangular teeth. The waiter has no doubt of his victory. The young man's face is calm. He looks at the waiter. His lips are tightly compressed, confidence in his eyes. The enraged waiter in red armor stands in front of the young man, spray flying from his mouth, sparks flying from under his feet. The young man sprawls and prepares to strike the waiter. He has a determined face, arms bent, one hand pulled back. The waiter prepares to strike. He believes that his fearsome appearance should frighten his opponent and put him to flight. His mouth is wide open, his eyes glittering, his claws raised threateningly. The young man with a determined face draws back his fist to strike. His eyes are fearless and determined, a keychain hanging around his neck. The waiter's face blurs with fear, seeming to realize the futility of his attempts to frighten his opponent. The young man's fist crashes into the waiter's body. The latter's eyes pop out of his orbits, pieces of him fall off, and he loses the ground beneath his feet. On the table lie a green oyster, a red lobster, and a brown squid tentacle. The girl and the dog stand in front of the table on which the lobster, oyster, and squid are lying. The dog is satisfied. The girl has her arms crossed on her chest. View of what is happening from above. The girl and the dog are standing in front of the seafood table. The young man a little further away. He intends to drive on. The remaining girl looks after the dog and its owner who are moving away. The owner has his hands in his pants pockets. The girl's face is pensive, looking like she doesn't want her new friends to leave. The young man's view is from the back. He is looking at the screen of a cell phone. The young man turns at the girl's voice. He is clearly interested in her proposal. In his hand, he holds a wand. The girl is interested in looking at the seafood she's holding. She seems to have definite plans for them. The girl's set of professional chef knives is open. Each knife lies in its own compartment. The red cord with which it is tied lies nearby. Everything is ready to go. A sharp, large knife slices a squid tentacle into thin rings. The girl's hand holds it. 2 red peppers lie next to it. A plate of brown sauce. 2 chopsticks stir the sauce. The sauce reflects light and glistens slightly. A large metal skillet stands on a burning fire. The pan is covered with a lid with lobster claws peeking out from underneath. The girl is engrossed in the process of cooking. A dog and its master are watching her attentively. The dog is in admiration of the girl. In the eyes of the dog hearts, saliva flows from the mouth. It is clearly in love. The girl wipes the sweat from her forehead with her hand. In front of her is a frying pan with lobster claws peeking out. On an oval white dish lies a cooked lobster. The lobster is spreading a fragrant odor. On a round white plate there are thin slices of golden color. On the side there is a small plate with dark red sauce. There is also a large open shell on the plate. The girl's hand rests on a large green oyster. The dog is watching the girl's actions intently. The oyster shell is filled with finely chopped pieces and cubes of very appetizing-looking food. The girl stands in front of the table with the prepared food. She offers to taste it and appreciate her efforts. The girl holds a piece of food with her chopsticks and brings it to her mouth. The girl's face looks very satisfied. The dog has a very satisfied face. She brings her paw to her mouth, the dog's eyes shining with anticipation. The dog's muzzle is blurred with pleasure. It looks like the prepared food is very much to her liking. Red hearts are burning in the dog's eyes. Absolutely happy and satisfied dog's muzzle, whose eyes express extreme pleasure. The girl is amazed at the result. Her eyes are wide open and amazement is splashing in them. The dog is clinging to his master's neck from behind. She has a piece of cooked food in her paw. The dog invites his master to taste it. The dog is getting more and more insistent in offering the owner food and appreciating the girl's efforts. Her muzzle looks somewhat annoyed. The dog is very persistent in her desire to feed her master. She hangs on his neck. The owner spreads his arms helplessly. The dog shoves a piece into the owner's mouth and covers his mouth with his paw, foiling his attempt to spit it out. The girl looks interestedly at the dog and its master. The dog looks at his master. He wants to know if he liked the food. The young man is glowing from within. A bright glow emanates from him. The dog flies off to the side. A young man stands in front of an open door. A radiant glow emanates from him. The dog looks at his master. The girl's face expresses an extreme degree of surprise. The eyes are wide open. A dish of cooked food. The pieces are golden in color. The chopsticks pick up a piece. There is an appetizing aroma coming from the dish. A young man holds a piece of food with his chopsticks and looks at it intently. Tears are flowing from his eyes. It looks like the flavor surprised him. A young man is standing in front of a girl and a dog, chopsticks with a piece of food in his hand, tears flowing from his eyes. The dog looks surprised. The girl and the dog stare at the young man in amazement. A yellow van drives down a busy city street. There are cars and a motorcycle around. On the crosswalk, the road crosses the pig. A girl sits in the front seat of the van. She has a dog in her arms. The girl's eyes burn with an interested fire. A girl, a young man, and a dog are riding in a car. The girl looks happy and excited. The dog is sitting in her arms. The young man's face looks somewhat discouraged. It seems that the girl's offer to keep them company did not please him very much. The girl and the dog are very happy. The girl is smiling quite a bit. Her eyes are covered. The dog is waving his paw. The young man's face is calm. The traffic light is green. A bird flies past the traffic light. The girl looks out of the car window. Her eyes are shining with joy. Her mouth is open. She looks pleased. A bright sun shines in the blue sky. Light clouds float across the sky. 3 white doves are flying about their business. A deserted street of a big city. In the background, the sun is sloping toward sunset. A man kneels near the wall of the house and begs for alms. A woman in a leopard coat walks by. A poor-looking man in patched clothes begs for alms. He is hungry and unhappy. A woman's foot in a brightly colored stocking and stiletto shoes kicks the beggar's bowl. The bowl flies off and 2 small coins spill out. The woman walks indifferently down the street past the beggar. She pays no attention to him. The beggar's hand is holding a crumbled, empty bowl. A chipped piece lies on the ground. A hood is pulled tightly over the beggar's head. From beneath the hood, an angry red eye gleams. A green tentacle crawls out of its mouth. It is night. The moon shines in the sky. A black bird descends on the roof of a building. The bird looks down from above at what is happening below, in the cul-de-sac between the buildings. A man in a hooded jacket sits sprawled on crates against the wall. A leopard coat and stiletto heels are lying on the ground in front of him. Someone seems to have had dinner. The creepy face of the creature in the patched hood. A long green tentacle of a tongue licks one eye. The other burns with white fire. A bone protrudes from its mouth. 3 shapeless, dark creatures with burning eyes peer out from around the corner of the building, one of them smiling carnivorously. The 3 creatures sit in front of the beggar who has eaten. They look very satisfied, eyes glistening, mouths smirking, one of them holding a bowl of dark sauce. The hooded beggar's eyes burn with an evil fire, a green dipstick-like tongue sticking out of his mouth. The face of a slyly grinning creature with a burning eye. The other eye is hidden by white hair sticking out in different directions. Saliva drips from its mouth. The beggar's hand takes the bowl of gravy from the creature. The creature's hands ineffectually reach for it. The beggar sits sprawled out on wooden crates. He holds his hood with one hand. The beggar's dark face is in close-up, his eyes burning with unkind fire, his mouth sneering, his tentacle-shaped green tongue sticking out. A black bird, sitting on the edge of the roof watching, flies away. Electric pole on the background of the night sky and a large moon. There are wires stretching from the pole. A bird flies up to the pole. The bird on the wires turns into a black silhouette of a man in a long cloak. Bird feathers fly in different directions. The black man is in the back. He has black hair and a black cloak. A yellow van, aka a motorhome, stands at an intersection. A passenger car stands next to it. A girl and a young man are in the kitchen, inside the motorhome. The kitchen is equipped. It is quite possible to cook in it. The girl is looking at the shower stall. The dog, putting green-rimmed glasses on his nose, pensively examines the shower hose without nozzle in his paw. The dog in the foreground holds the shower hose in her paw, her green-rimmed glasses in the other. In the background is a girl and a young man looking at the hose in surprise. The dog opens the car door. She is cheerful and smiling slyly. She has obviously thought of something. The dog is standing in front of the fountain. Behind the fountain is a Chinese-style building with brightly lit windows. It's a hotel. The happy dog's happy face with sly eyes and paws folded in front. Everyone gets out of the car. The young man slams the door. The girl with her backpack behind her moves towards the hotel. The dog runs merrily after her. The dog turns to the young man and with a paw to his mouth urges him to be quiet. It is the dog who throws out the nozzle to get them all together in the posh hotel. The frowning young man with darkened eyes wonders to his dog where exactly the money to pay for the room is coming from. 2 dark silhouettes move toward a hotel with brightly glowing windows. All 3 are seated at a table in the hotel restaurant. They are having dinner. They seem to be enjoying the food. Appetizing-looking dishes on round plates and wooden stands stand on the table. The girl and the dog are enjoying their dinner. The young man's back is not clear from his reaction to the dishes. The muzzle of a satisfied dog sitting at the table in front of a plate of appetizingly smelling food. A girl with a satisfied and surprised face examines the piece in her hand. The girl's eyes are excitedly dilated. The young man's disgruntled face. In the background, a clock hanging on the wall. The clock reads 5 minutes to 8. The young man stands against the night window. The girl sits next to him, her head turned in his direction. The young man closes the door in front of him. The dog looks at the girl. It looks like it will be just the 2 of them. The young man sits cross-legged on the bed, a TV remote in his hand. He stares straight ahead with a mesmerized look. The TV screen, in front of which the young man is sitting. On the screen are brightly colored flowers and hieroglyphics. The girl and the dog are standing on the stairs in front of the hotel. It is night. The windows of the hotel are shining brightly. The dog is sitting near the girl's slender legs. She has a very satisfied face and sly eyes. The dog's muzzle, anticipating something very good, saliva dripping from its mouth, eyes dreamily clouded. The dog gets a stick to the head. It clearly didn't expect this turn of events. A girl in a bathrobe and a dog stand in front of a hotel employee with dark glasses. He points to a crossed-out dog sign on the wall. The conclusion is simple: no pets allowed. A crossed-out dog in a red circle and a finger pointing at it. The muzzle of a very disappointed and hurt dog with eyes downcast mournfully and a stick looming in front of its nose. In front of the dog's face, there is a stick with electric shocks coming from it. The dog's face is extremely cute. Its eyes are rounded. Its legs are folded. She's obviously pretending to be someone. The girl and the dog are standing in front of the hotel employee. The dog with its tongue out jumps on its hind legs. The girl smirkingly turns her head in the direction of the dog, disappointedly moving away from the bathing area. The starry night sky, the Milky Way. The girl's head above the hot water, surrounded by the stones of the bathhouse. An inn building in the distance. One window is lit. The girl is enjoying the hot water of the bathhouse, only her head above the water, a light blush on her contented face. In the girl's eyes are reflected in the glow of the lights. A dog sprints into the bath. The splashes fly. On the dog's face is written boundless happiness. The face of an absolutely and infinitely happy dog. Mouth open, drooling, eyes misty. The girl tries to dodge the splash produced by the body of the dog that has plunged into the bathing tub. There is an extreme degree of surprise on the girl's face. The girl rises from the water. She's wearing a dark blue bathing suit. In the eyes of utter amazement, the dog's head is sticking out of the water. The dog looks at the girl in surprise and disappointment at the same time. The presence of the swimsuit upsets her. The girl stands in the water with her hands clasped to her chest. The dog stretches out a paw toward her. Water splashes around the dog. In the eyes of the poorly thinking dog, a pronounced desire. You can see from the muzzle that the dog will be difficult to stop. The girl's head is near the wooden wall. Her eyes are closed. A drop of sweat is running down her cheek. The girl looks very relaxed. The girl and the dog are sitting on a wooden bench in a bathhouse. The girl is wrapped in a towel. She is relaxed and content. The dog has his paws tied to his body with rope. The unhappy bound dog sits next to the girl. The dog has tears in his eyes. He is very upset by what is happening. The girl's face, eyes wary, she clearly wants to find out something. The girl and the dog are talking in the bathhouse. The tied dog is pensive. The girl in the towel is interested. The dog's muzzle, eyes glowing with intelligence. The dog tells the story of its master. On a red-black background, a black silhouette remotely resembling a human, pierced by electrical discharges. In the center is a dark silhouette embraced by a bright blue light. Around it are silhouettes of various creatures with burning red eyes. A figure of a bound man chained to a rock on top of a mountain. The figure is illuminated by a bright light, a blurry black silhouette pierced by flashes of bright blue light. Shards of bright blue glass shatter in the darkness from the violent impact. A small boy and a puppy stand side by side near the wall. The boy scratches his ear thoughtfully with his hand. The girl listens interestedly to the dog's story. Her eyes are wide open and she brings her hand to her mouth. The girl and the dog sit side by side in the bathhouse. The girl looks wary. The dog has far-reaching plans. The tense and wary girl, knuckles in her lap, asks the dog what the 5 flavors they are looking for mean. The dog has a focused look. His eyes are raised upward. There is a red spiked collar around the dog's neck. The figure of a man is brightly lit. He stands in front of a dark entity with brightly burning eyes. Profile of a young man with his eyes closed. He's listening intently. He needs to find the 5 tastes in order to recall all sensations. Focused face of a young man, eyebrows furrowed, confidence and determination in his eyes. The hazy silhouettes of a girl and a dog from the back against a brightly lit window. The dog doesn't know what the 5 flavors are. The bound dog pensively narrates that they have been searching for a long time for the information they need, but have not found it yet. The lower part of the face of the girl, interested in the story. She puts her hand to her mouth. The girl's face expresses extreme interest. Her hand is raised. Curiosity shines in her eyes. The sun rises over a large, sleeping city. On a large bed, a dog and its master sleep side by side. Next to the pillow lies a cell phone. There are books and things scattered on the bed. On the pillow is the head of a sleeping young man. His hair is disheveled. A yawning young man with disheveled hair is sitting on the bed. Behind him, a dog is sleeping. The sleepy young man opens the door. He doesn't understand very well what is going on. A girl flies into the room with a cart loaded with various dishes. She is impetuous. The young man recoils in surprise. On 3 plates lie different foods. Sprinkled fish, a plate of dumplings, stewed vegetables. Everything looks very appetizing. A young man, a girl, and a dog are sitting at a table in a large room. Around large flowers and pots, on the wall TV. The girl's face is somewhat wary. Her eyes are dilated, her mouth slightly open. She offers a taste of what she has prepared. The chopsticks hold a piece of the dish. There is an appetizing aroma coming from the plate with the dish. The young man holds the empty chopsticks in his hand. He tastes the food prepared by the girl. The young man's face is somewhat disappointed. He is holding empty chopsticks in his hand. He clearly did not taste the dish. The dog is very surprised by what is happening. In her paw, she holds a piece of food. Her eyes are rounded, one eyebrow raised. The girl's face is surprised. She brings the empty sticks to her mouth, eyes widened, keen interest in them. The girl speaks, waving her hands. The dog looks at her skeptically. The young man is pensive. The young man's face is frowning and pensive. He seems full of doubt. His eyes are downcast and his lips are pinched. The girl has a confident face. Her eyes are excitedly burning. Her finger is raised. She is determined. A large, beautiful Chinese-style building. It's a restaurant. There are people standing on the doorstep. There's a big sign with characters on the roof. A yellow van is parked outside the restaurant. There are a variety of beautifully arranged dishes on the table. Everything looks very appetizing. A young man, a girl, and a dog are sitting at the restaurant table and tasting the dishes. The dog is holding a themed magazine in his paws. The young man looks somewhat disappointed. He props his head up with his hand and looks at the girl. The face of the girl smiles enigmatically. It looks like she knows something, but she's not talking yet. The girl and the dog are having a conversation. The dog has a book in his paws. The girl is smiling. A dog and its master are working things out. The dog has a disgruntled face. It clearly does not support its master's behavior. The dog has a frustrated face. Her eyebrows are raised mournfully, and she is baring her teeth. The owner is not happy with her behavior. A restaurant room. The owner is punishing the dog. His chair falls down. Patrons at a neighboring table pay attention to them. A dark silhouette with a burning eye peeks out from around the corner. He is watching the scene closely. On the young man's chest, a keychain burns brightly. His face is wary, his eyes widened, his lips tightly pressed together. The young man listens warily. His fob is glowing. Something has alarmed him greatly. The young man looks toward the door. Clubs of black smoke can be seen there. Everyone looks warily in the same direction. Eyes rounded, they are clearly alarmed. There is a plate on the dog's head. A young man with a worried, intense face. The dog has a plate sticking out of his head. Restaurant patrons exchanging rumors. Young man and dog in background listening. The restaurant patron, sputtering and waving his arms, denies his involvement in the rumors. The square-headed and egg-headed restaurant patrons look questioningly at their neighbor. The round-headed customer relates the gossip to his interested listeners. He smirks enigmatically. The egghead, blushing, tells what he knows. He has a small mustache, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Roundhead smirks merrily and spreads his hands apart to tell the story. Square-headed listens attentively. 3 restaurant-goers with differently shaped heads sit at a table and talk. The round-headed one looks very satisfied. Square-headed and egg-headed look questioningly at their neighbor. The trio sit at a restaurant table and whisper. Egghead covers his mouth with his hand. There are plates and dishes on the table. The trinity discusses the restaurant's chef with their heads shifted closely together. Egghead's profile, a drop of sweat runs down his temple. Ear strained, he says the chef is a demon. A huge green-colored face looms over the trio. The face has small eyes, bushy eyebrows shifted, and sparse and crooked teeth in its mouth. The faces of the trio are smeared with fear. Eyes goggle, they mouths open, they are terribly frightened. The terrified trio stares at the chef in fear. They wave their hands and assure him they are fine. The chef, in his normal appearance and white suit, smirks evilly. He has black hair and thick knitted eyebrows. The frightened trio panics as they discuss their fate. The young man converses with the chef. His behavior frightens the trio at the next table. The faces of the trio are shaking with fear. They are very frightened, eyes goggle, mouths open in horror. The chef's head is bowed in profile, eye burning unkindly, mouth open, eyebrows furrowed. The young man's calm face, he's got it all figured out and is confidently looking forward. The worried face of the chef, he looks askew and sideways, lips tightened, anger in his eyes. The chef's open mouth with crooked and sparse teeth. The chef turns around and walks away. The young man looks after him. The young man stands in front of the loudly slammed door. A surprised and slightly frightened girl with rounded eyes wonders what is going on. A dog hugs his master from behind and holds his master's keychain in his paw. The girl looks at the keychain in surprise. The dog and its master are very pensive. They are analyzing the situation. An empty corner of a restaurant hall, a closed door, silhouettes of a dog and its master in the foreground. An angry chef is propping up the closed door, sweat dripping down his face in large drops, his hands tightly pressed against the door. The chef's frightened yet angry eyes are beneath bushy, frowning eyebrows. He's calling for someone. The kitchen is a restaurant. The chef is standing near the door, his legs bent, his arms raised, screaming frantically. A slender, bent-knee woman's leg peeks out from behind a rack. A slender girl in a blue dress, blonde long hair, one hand clasped to her chest, blue horns on her head. The girl in blue stands next to the chef. The latter is fearfully recounting an encounter with a young man. Sweat runs down his face. His hand is raised. The girl presses her finger to the chef's lips and urges him to be silent. The chef is flustered. The girl in blue smiles and hugs the chef. He looks at her with his mouth open. A slender girl sleeps in a food box. There are fish, shrimp, greens all around. The girl has dark hair. Her fingers peel the skin off a bright yellow banana. The girl in blue, smiling slyly, one hand embraces the chef. In the other hand, she holds the peeled banana. The chef looks at the banana with rounded eyes, mesmerized. Sweat drips down his face in large drops. The girl in blue blows lightly on the peeled banana. The banana is covered in a thick crust of bright blue ice. The girl in blue slyly licks her upper lip. She has beautiful eyes and an icy banana in her hand. The girl in blue and the chef look at each other. The girl smiles calmly. The chef is startled. With an icy banana between us. The sudden appearance of the young man throws those present into a state of terror. The chef, spreading his arms, tries to cover the girl in blue, who looks quite calm and slightly disappointed. The dog sitting on his master's shoulder cheerfully greets the girl in blue. Their friend warily peeks out from around the corner. The dog once again gets a kick out of his master for speaking human language. The chef and the girl in blue watch the execution. The surprised and bewildered face of the girl in blue. She stands behind the chef's back and clearly does not realize who it is in front of her. The astonished face of the chef, who saw and heard the talking dog. The muzzle of a dog enraged by impolite treatment, restrained by the hand of its master. In the kitchen, a young man, his girlfriend, and the dog stand across from the chef and the girl in blue. The chef points a finger at the dog. The young man rests his palm on the chef's face. The girl in blue watches the process in amazement. The young man stands in front of the girl in blue. His girlfriend warily peeks out from behind his shoulder. The girl in blue shrugs her shoulders and answers the question negatively. The young man turns away disappointedly. His girlfriend stands in front of the chef and the girl in blue. The young man's girlfriend holds him by his hood and suggests that he concretize the question to get the desired result. The girl chef squats in front of the girl in blue and the chef clarifies the issue. The dog and its owner take a seat next to her. The girl in blue and the chef listen attentively to the explanation. The girl in blue waves her hand coquettishly, tilting her head slightly to the side. She seems to know what is being discussed. On the faces of the young man, the dog, and the chef is written genuine amazement that the girl in blue knows the answer. The girl cook and the dog are struggling to keep the young man from lunging at the girl in blue. The girl cook restrains the young man. The dog is clawing at his leg. They stand across from the girl in blue and the chef in the kitchen. The girl in blue coquettishly explains exactly what she knows and means. At the same time, she scrutinizes her long fingers. The young man steps forward and asks for clarification. His friend's face behind him looks astonished. An electric pole against a backdrop of a starry night sky and a huge month. A large black bird lands on the pole. The black bird on the pole turns into the silhouette of a man in a long black cloak, feathers flying in different directions. The girl in blue gently snuggles up to the chef. He has a doting expression on his face. A young man next to his friend and a dog on his shoulder stands opposite the girl in blue, snuggling up to her chef. Puffs of black smoke seep through the ajar door, a bright pink burning dot in the smoke. The girl in blue coquettishly covers her eyes and raises a finger up, a blush playing on her cheeks. She seems to know the answer. The keychain on the young man's chest lights up with a bright red fire. His face tenses. He has sensed something. Everyone is confused, tense, and sensing something unpleasant approaching. The eyes of the girl in blue are wide open. She tenses and points her finger. The young man's face is focused and tense, his eyes squinting intently. He takes his glowing keychain in his hand. The dog sits on his shoulder. The girl in blue waves her arms, her braids rising up, blocks of bright blue ice beneath her feet. The young man and his friend are covered in a thick crust of bright blue ice. Everything in the kitchen is covered in a thick crust of bright blue ice. The girl in blue is frightened and cries, clutching her hand to her chest. The chef stands by her side. There are tears on the distraught face of the girl in blue, her eyes squinted wickedly, her lips tightly pressed together. The young man's body is completely covered in a thick crust of ice. In his hand, he clutches a faintly glowing keychain. The face of the girl in blue is contorted with sobs. She clutches her fist to her chest. The chef's face is astonished and bewildered. He wants to figure out what they should do now. The girl in blue grabs the chef's hand and suggests they flee before the ice melts. Silhouettes of the girl in blue and the chef fleeing quickly in the background of the kitchen. The girl in blue and the chef are rushing out of the restaurant door. Sitting on a motorcycle is a muscular red-haired guy wearing flip-flops and holding a motorcycle helmet. The red-haired guy's face is amazed beyond belief. He looks with utter bewilderment at the people running out of the restaurant. The backyard of the restaurant. The red-haired guy near the motorcycle. The chef holds the girl in blue with one hand, the other extends to the guy. To the point of amazement, the red-haired guy points his finger at the girl in blue, a question in his eyes. He wonders who this girl is. The girl in blue turns into a doll. The chef lifts her into the air and shakes her slightly. The surprised face of the red-haired guy with his eyes wide open. A red-haired guy in a motorcycle helmet and the chef and the doll-turned girl in blue are sitting on a motorcycle. A hand is gripping the handlebars of the motorcycle hard. The head of a red-haired guy wearing a motorcycle helmet with the visor closed. One eye twinkles unkindly. A half-empty hangar, containers near the wall, a motorcycle in the hangar with a red-haired guy, a chef and his girlfriend. The chef and his girlfriend are extremely surprised by everything that is going on. They don't understand what purpose they were brought here for. A motorcycle helmet flies to the side with a clatter. The face of a red-haired guy discontented with life. Eyebrows furrowed, eyes sorrowfully widened, mouth open. The red-haired guy is standing next to his motorcycle in front of the chef and his girlfriend. A helmet is lying nearby. The chef's face is stunned to the extreme. He clearly doesn't understand what's going on. The red-haired guy's face is frustrated by the incomprehension. There are tears in his eyes, his hand clutched to his chest. His eyebrows are raised mournfully. The waiter's face expresses the highest degree of surprise and incomprehension at the same time. There is a mute question in the rounded eyes. The frustrated red-haired guy, clasping his hands to his chest, looks away. A chef runs towards him, holding out his arms, around a red rose. The chef's sympathetic face with his mouth open and eyes wide open with tears in them. A red-haired guy, proudly straightening up and pointing his finger at the chef, throwing accusations in the latter's face. The chef's face looks somewhat upset and confused. The girl in blue in the background continues to act like a doll. Her flip-flop-clad foot stomps on the ground, sparks flying from under her. The red-haired guy's face darkens. His eyes burn with evil fire. He becomes taller. The chef is extremely amazed at the changes in the red-haired guy. From behind his shoulder, his girlfriend looks out fearfully. The restaurant kitchen, in which everything is covered with a thick layer of bright blue ice. The ice is melting around the young man. His face is impassive. His eyes are wide open. He clutches his keychain tightly in his hand. The young man frees himself from the ice that shackles him. He stands on one knee, resting one hand on the floor. The young man has a frustrated and tired face. The dog is lying on the floor, restrained by the ice. It clearly wants to be set free. The young man pulls back the curtain and looks around carefully. A dark room, the door slightly ajar, bright light seeping through the gap. The young man's gaze is tense and focused, eyes gleaming with an unkind fire. The dog is shackled in ice. It cannot free itself and does not want to let its master go alone. The frightened faces of the chef and the girl in blue clinging to him from behind. They are very frightened by everything that is happening. The red-haired guy turns into a creature with a rooster's beak and clawed paws. A clawed paw reaches out to the chef and his girlfriend, with red smoke spreading around it. A crying rooster face, a reborn red-haired boy laments his unenviable fate. In the center is the figure of a red-haired guy with rooster wings. He has covered his face with his hands, and his whole figure radiates sorrow. The chef and his girlfriend are looking at him. The girl in blue is clearly fed up with what's happening. She pushes the chef out of the way with her hand. The girl waves her arms, blocks of blue ice beneath her feet. The figure of the red-haired guy, reborn as a rooster, is chained to the ice. The girl in blue with her head back admires the results of her labor. The figure of a rooster standing on one leg with his arms spread out to the sides. He is free from the ice. The girl in blue raises her hands up, her hands in different directions, flying blocks of ice. Huge blocks of ice are moving next to the girl. The figure of a rooster is covered with bright red fire. The rooster stretches out a paw, at the ends of which the fire burns. Fire and ice collide in a fight. The fire melts the ice. The rooster looks condescendingly at his opponents who have failed. His fingers are folded in a Victoria. A flip-flop-clad foot kicks the ice ball. The rooster looks down on his opponents with condescension. A spiky ball of bright blue ice. The girl in blue raises up her clenched fist and brings a block of ice down on the rooster. The blocks of bright blue ice in the smoke. Red fire appears among the bright blue blocks of ice. The girl in blue is very surprised that her techniques are not working. Her eyes widen and her hand drops down helplessly. The rooster, satisfied with his actions, looks condescendingly at his opponents. The girl in blue and the chef, looking at the rooster, discuss the issue of its invulnerability. The rooster rushes at his opponents with a run and a loud shout. The rooster's foot hits the girl in blue. She flies away from the impact. Impact, collision, stone fragments fly in different directions. The girl in blue, who has flown away from the blow, falls to the ground. The rooster's face expresses complete satisfaction with the effect produced. The frustrated and frightened face of the chef, who does not understand what he owes to such ingratitude. The rooster's eyes are determined to follow through with his demands. The frightened girl in blue tries to realize the rooster's resilience and how to fight him. The rooster gathers his strength for further battle. The rooster lunges at the chef. He is determined to get his demands met. The rooster's blow reaches the chef's head. The blow makes his head twitch. The rooster lunges at the chef, who desperately resists. The rooster demands that the chef end his relationship with the girl in blue and cancel his contract. The girl in blue is determined to break the contract herself. The chef, lying on the floor, desperately asks the girl not to break the contract. The girl in blue breaks the contract, determination and desperation on her face. The girl in blue notifies those around her that the contract has been canceled. The rugged chef is extremely disappointed by this outcome. The rooster stands next to the chef lying on the ground, the girl with her head bowed slightly off to the side, next to the flip-flop wearing girl in blue kneeling on the ground. Kneeling girl in blue hugs the foot of the rooster and cuddles against it. The girl in blue holds a banana in her hand and offers it to the rooster. The chef suffers because of her betrayal. The girl in blue raises her head and looks at the rooster with eyes full of devotion and love. The unhappy, beaten, and disappointed face of the chef. The rooster is very pleased with himself and the result. His face glows with smugness. Suddenly, the girl in blue digs into the rooster's leg and he howls in pain. The ice-covered figure of the rooster collapses to the ground. The girl is pleased with the result. The chef is very surprised. The girl in blue bends over the battered chef sympathetically and tries to lift him up. The girl in blue comforts the chef by bringing her face close to him. A sharp ice spear pierces the chef's body. The girl's eyes are filled with infinite wonder. The chef falls at the feet of the girl in blue, the rooster's hand reaching for them, engulfed in fire. Confident in his strength and determined, the rooster stretches his arms toward his opponents. Ice spears pierce the rooster's body and shards of ice fly around. Around the rooster are tongues of fire and shards of ice. The girl in blue and the chef, huddled together, watch warily. Bright red rooster feathers can be seen through the flames. A fully reborn rooster rises above a block of ice and tongues of flame. A busy street of a big city. People are walking along the street. Buses and cars are passing by multi-storied houses. A young man wanders thoughtfully through the city among people rushing and talking on the phone. The young man is on a quest. He walks through the city past cars and high-rise buildings. The young man holds a keychain in his hand and looks at it thoughtfully. He ponders whether to use it. From the keychain in the young man's hand, bright rays go in all directions. The young man is energized by his keychain, bright rays emanating from it in all directions. The keychain emits bright rays of energy in all directions. View of the city from above. Bright rays of energy spread in all directions past houses and cars. View of the city from a higher altitude. The houses are very small by the bright rays spread over a large area. The head of a strange guy with dark glasses and straight bangs of blonde hair. A merry company of good-looking guys rides on a motorcycle. Passers-by scatter in different directions. A young man stretched out stands in the middle of the street. His eyes are closed and his arms are stretched out along his body. The merry company brakes sharply in front of the young man standing directly in the road. The company is not happy with this turn. They have angry faces, but the young man does not react, continuing to stand with his eyes closed. The company guys continue to yell at the unresponsive young man with his eyes closed. The young man opens his eyes. He has clearly found what he has been looking for a very long time. His eyes are focused. The chef and the girl in blue are kneeling. The chef is holding on to his bruised shoulder. The girl has her arms folded pleadingly at her chest. She promises to fulfill the rooster's demand. In the center are huge flames. Among them a reborn rooster. He looks threateningly at his opponents. The rooster's eyes burn with evil fire. He's sure of his power and victory. The girl in blue and the chef, kneeling, cover their faces with their hands from the flames coming towards them. A satisfied rooster is watching the scene from above. He is sure that everything will be the way he wants it to be. The tongues of flame, like a rope, wrap around the neck of the girl in blue. The chef looks at her helplessly. He can't help her. The tongues of flame lift the writhing girl in blue off the ground. The girl in blue tries to loosen the grip of the rope of fire with her hands. She fails. She is very hot and sick. Chef tries unsuccessfully to help her friend who is dangling in the air. Chef suggests that the roosters solve all the problems among themselves and leave the innocent girl out of their squabbles. Chef tries to approach the rooster, but he fails due to the intense heat that comes from the rooster. The rooster is holding the girl in blue in his fiery paws. The chef is lying at his feet. The girl in blue is suffocating from the heat in the paws of the fiery rooster, absolutely sure of her powers. The rooster throws the girl in blue and she flies down, a rope of fire around her neck. Something catches the rooster's attention, and he places one paw on a car wheel and stares unkindly. The chef rushes to the fallen girl in blue and tries to help her. A young man enters the hangar, a car wheel in his hand. He clearly does not like everything that is happening. The chef tensely turns toward the young man. He clearly wasn't expecting to see him. He is holding the head of a girl in blue. The rooster's eyes burn brightly. He is confident in his strength and energy. The young man is absolutely unperturbed. He calmly looks at the rooster and wonders about the reasons for his behavior. The rooster, spreading his fiery wings, talks about the reasons why the chef and his girlfriend are bothering him. A bright yellow beak of a rooster narrating his problems. A rooster with a bright yellow beak and a fiery crest narrating his goals and challenges to the audience. A young man, a chef, and a girl in blue are discouraged by the rooster's narration. The rooster holds a burning automobile tire in his hands. He swings it with force. The rooster throws the burning tire with force. It flies, spreading fire and heat around it. The young man shields himself with his hand from the burning tire flying at him. The young man makes a movement with his hand and the burning wheel is blown to shreds. The rooster leans in close to the young man's ear, looking like it wants to say something. The rooster tries to attack the young man, but the young man intercepts the rooster's paw with his hand. The young man directs a beam of energy towards the rooster. The energy passes through the fire. A strong stream of white energy is directed towards the rooster. The chef grabs the girl in his arms and tries to run to escape from the flames spreading in all directions. Everything around is engulfed in flames. Burning debris is flying. The chef tries to save himself and the girl. Flames burst out of the hangar. The rooster comes out of the burning hangar. A young man moves towards him. The young man is pensive and focused. His gaze is intense. He is clearly thinking about what to do next. The chef is carrying his girlfriend out of the burning hangar in his arms. The flames are raging all around. A completely unharmed rooster emerges from the raging flames. Nothing happened to him. The young man looks perplexed at the unharmed rooster. He doesn't understand why he can't overcome the rooster. The miraculously survived girl in blue is sitting on the ground. Next to her is a rather shabby chef. The girl in blue looks hopefully at the young man and promises to help him in everything. The young man gathers all his strength into a fist, but he did not intend to kill the rooster. He just wants to know where to find the crow. The rooster's figure is engulfed in flames, but it does not do him any harm. The flaming rooster, smashing everything around him, moves towards the young man. Flames are raging all around. Burning debris is flying. In the center of the raging flames stands the young man. He is ready to fight. The young man is ready to fight. He pays no attention to the fire raging around him. He is very determined. Tongues of raging flame. The young man shrinks away from the fire around him. He turns his back to the fire, fighting. The young man's energy and strength collides with the raging flames. The young man extends his arm. The fingers, clenched into a tight fist, burn. The young man is clearly upset by this fact. The young man tries to shake the fire off his hand. He fails to do so. Something is going on. The young man looks thoughtfully at his burning hand. He really dislikes the fact that he can't handle the fire. He thinks it is a bad sign. The angry rooster, engulfed in tongues of flame, looks up at the young man. The young man is focused. He wants to find a way to defeat the rooster. The young man gathers all his strength into a fist and swings. He is determined to win and nothing will stop him. The fight is in full swing. The rooster is on fire and advancing. The young man channels his energy into it. The rooster's paws, embraced by fire, reach for the young man's head. The young man's eyes are perplexed. Battle. The rooster's fire and the young man's energy fight each other. The rooster advances. The young man defends himself. Fighting. All around is permeated with streams of energy, speed, blows, battle. The young man's clothes are on fire. He cannot put it out. He is very frustrated. He needs to find a way to defeat the rooster. The young man is in a ring of flames. He is on one knee on the ground. He needs to gather all his strength to defeat it. A hole has appeared in the rooster's head from the blow, but it quickly heals. The rooster has very strong regeneration. The hole in the rooster's head is almost healed. He is a very strong opponent and difficult to defeat. Rooster looks at his opponent mockingly. He is serious and realizes that the advantage is now on his side. The young man is focused. He lost a lot of energy while he was freeing himself from the ice and looking for the chef and his girlfriend. The girl in blue and the chef are watching the battle. The young man tries to pull himself together, the rooster looming over him. The rooster's eyes burn brightly, glowing with malice and superiority. He is sure of his victory. The dog's mouth is wide open, sharp teeth and tongue are visible. It seems that the dog is shouting loudly. The girl cook and the dog are finally free from the ice. They are soaked and frozen. The girl cook wonders where the young man who is not around has gone. The dog quickly runs towards the exit. He shouts to the girl on the way that the young man must be caught up with as soon as possible. The girl is very surprised by the dog's words. She doesn't understand what the dog meant and what kind of demon the dog is afraid of. The dog on the run, without turning around, explains to the girl that there is a special classification of powers. A pyramid on which there are 3 levels. These are the sources of the forces, the thing, the demon, and God. People, plants, and animals are classified as things. The second level of the pyramid is occupied by demons, such as the swarthy man, the third brother, and the lobster. The girl cook and the dog run out of the restaurant building. The dog on the move says the young man is strong enough, may not be able to handle the rooster. The dog sniffs the road. It tries to track the young man by scent. The dog finds the master's trail, and he and the girl rush toward him past cars and buildings. The girl runs quickly, trying to keep up with the dog, talking to it as she goes. The girl thinks the young man is invincible. The dog is purposefully carrying on the footsteps of its master. She thinks her master is really invincible. The dog is very determined, but he is clearly afraid of something. A young man engulfed in flames holds his keychain in his hand. The keychain glows with a faint fire. The young man stares intently at the keychain glowing in his hand. The light of the keychain becomes stronger and stronger. The young man wonders if the raven knows about the 5 flavors. The girl in blue stands next to the chef, their faces expressing fear and hope at the same time. The girl answers the young man's question in the affirmative. The young man is extremely determined. He takes aside his hand with the keychain clasped in it and moves to the rooster. Around the young man's feet are tongues of cold blue flame. This is the energy of power that emanates from him. The tongues of cold blue flame rise higher and higher up the young man's body. The strength of his energy is increasing. The tongues of cold blue flame are already reaching the young man's shoulders. He is becoming stronger and stronger. The young man's entire figure is engulfed in tongues of cold blue flame. He has regained his strength and is ready to fight. The keychain in the young man's hands shines brightly with the same blue light. The sword in the young man's hands is glowing brightly with cold fire. It looks intimidating. The young man's head is glowing. The young man has changed a great deal. His eyes are burning, his head is glowing, energy is hovering around him. He has gained powerful strength. The young man with his fearsome, glittering weapon in his hands is advancing on the rooster. He is now confident of his victory. The rooster looks surprised at what is happening. He does not understand how the young man was able to put out the fire his hands were burning with. The rooster and the young man stand opposite each other. They are both ready for a fight. The girl in blue and the chef are watching what is happening. The girl looks very surprised. The lips of the surprised girl in blue are stretched out. She seems to be starting to realize something. The figure of a dark creature that sits on a mountain. The creature's long red tongue is sticking out, its eye burning. The dark creature sits opposite an equally dark man with burning eyes. There's a flow of energy from the creature to the man. The dark man, who has received energy from the entity, receives tremendous power that spreads from him in waves. Dark beings with burning eyes are becoming more and more numerous. They destroy those who oppose them. The black claws of the dark beings reach for each other. Energy discharges between them. The girl in blue and the chef are discussing what is happening. The girl seems frightened and wary. The chef listens very carefully to her story. The rooster, spreading his arms wings apart, raising up his rooster head with a flaming crest, proposes to the young man. The young man, with shining head and darkened eyes, listens to the rooster's words. The rooster's eyes are on fire. His hands reach for the young man. He tries to convince him to accept his proposal. The rooster's flame collides with the flow of the young man's light energy. The rooster's head, with eyes burning bright red light, is embraced by a flame of white light. It is the young man's energy enveloping him. The young man, with eyes burning and head glowing with energy, holds a holy sword in his hands. He rejects the rooster's offer and is ready to fight. The rooster is annoyed by the young man's refusal and explicitly threatens him. His eyes burn with anger. Powerful streams of fire fly from the rooster towards the young man. The young man directs powerful streams of his energy at the rooster. Flames mix with the energy streams. The battle has begun. The rooster dodges the young man's sword, his fire-embracing wings flapping, directing streams of fire at the young man. The young man is very determined, his head glowing with overflowing energy. He rushes at the rooster. The streams of energy mingle in the fight. The battle is in full swing. The opponents are fighting desperately. Their forces are equal, but the young man is coming on stronger and stronger. The smoldering feathers of the rooster fall at the young man's feet. The rooster loses one arm. The wounded rooster grins gloatingly. He knows he can quickly rebuild his body and heal his wounds. The rooster looks at his wounds. He is sure he can heal them very quickly and fears nothing. Something has gone wrong. The rooster's wounds do not heal, to which he is extremely surprised. His eyes express extreme bewilderment. The young man swings his glowing sword and moves in the flow of his energy. He is confident in his powers and unstoppable. The rooster is utterly bewildered. He does not understand what is happening and why he cannot recover. Rooster raises up his wounded hands. He cannot heal his wounds and recover. He is extremely surprised and annoyed by this fact. Extremely surprised are the faces of the girl in blue and the chef. They realize that the young man's victory is near, and they will get rid of the rooster. The young man waves his sword in streams of his energy. He realizes that he is about to defeat the rooster. The girl cook, the young man, and the dog sit side by side. The young man is eating fries from a bag. The girl is holding an apple in her hand. The dog sitting between them is watching intently. The battle between the rooster and the young man continues. The rooster directs streams of fire towards the young man. The young man with a shining sword stands in front of the rooster. The outcome of the battle is not yet clear. The rooster gloatingly remembers that he has taken over the body of the red-haired boy, and whatever happens to him, the boy will be the first to suffer. The face of the red-haired guy with dilated eyes, to whom the red entity with black eyes whispers all sorts of nasty things in his ear. The chef and the girl in blue are standing next to the stove in the kitchen. The chef is preparing a dish. A red-haired guy with red essence behind him is standing near the kitchen door. He's peeking at what is going on in the kitchen. The red-haired guy's eyes darken with anger. He believes the entity's words that it is only because of the help of the girl in blue that the chef cooks so well. The red-haired guy's eyes fill with red light. It looks like the entity is already taking over his mind and enslaving him. The satisfied rooster tells how it has taken possession of the red-haired boy. The rooster warns the young man not to strike, for if he strikes the rooster, will cause the death of the red-haired lad. The young man doesn't want to stop. He is determined and wants to get rid of the rooster. The fate of the red-haired guy does not bother him. The chef throws himself under the young man's sword and spreads his arms to cover the rooster with himself. He wants to stop the young man. The chef covers the rooster with his body. He asks the young man not to touch the rooster or hurt the red-haired guy. The chef pleadingly folds his arms at his chest and asks the rooster to leave the red-haired guy's body. He admits his guilt. The rooster looks mockingly at the chef and accuses him of driving the red-haired guy crazy with his behavior. The chef speculates about the difficulties of growing up and becoming a chef. Chef stands at a crossroads. He chooses his path. Chef's face. His eyes glow with kindness and understanding. He recalls his life and his studies. The young chef stands in front of his teacher who hands him a chef's spatula, the symbol of the chef. He looks at his teacher in surprise. The face of the old chef and teacher who leaves his seat. Tears are flowing from his eyes as he admonishes his student. The face of the chef, tears are in his eyes. He convinces others that he is right and believes in the goodness of people. On the face of the chef is the hand of his teacher. The teacher urges to go through life with an open heart. A young man with a glowing sword in his hand stands in front of the rooster and pushes the chef away. He is not imbued with the chef's fiery speeches. The young man is very determined. The time he has allotted for the battle is coming to an end, and he wants to wrap things up sooner rather than later. The rooster, surprisingly, is very calm. He urges the young man to straighten them out in a hurry. The young man with burning eyes and glowing head swings his sword. He is ready to strike the rooster. The chef puts his hand forward and shouts. He tries his best to protect the red-haired guy inside the rooster. The girl in blue presses her hands to her face. She is sobbing. She feels very sorry for the red-haired guy, and she is very scared. The rooster taunts the young man and encourages him to strike. The young man's glowing sword touches the rooster. It seems the end is near. The red-haired guy's face is blank-eyed. He can't see or understand anything. The body of the red-haired guy flies out of the fireball, right in front of the young man. The powerful beams of energy coming out of the fireball are reflected off the floor and ceiling. The streams of energy flying out of the fireball reflect off the ceiling of the hangar and fly to the side. The young man stands with a sense of a job well done, his sword resting on his shoulder, transformed into a large club. On the floor of the hangar lies a pink, naked chicken on its side. The chicken looks at its short wings in bewilderment and doesn't understand how it got here. The red-haired guy slowly rises from the floor, coming to his senses. The overjoyed chef and his girlfriend look up at him. Tears flow from the red-haired guy's eyes. He is sorry and apologizes to the chef. The amazed chicken turns his head, trying to understand how it happened, why his strength was not enough to overcome the young man. The chicken's eyes are filled with an extreme degree of amazement as it tries to realize who the young man who defeated it is. The young man holds his weapon on his shoulder, his gaze darkening. He looms over the chicken. The chicken shrinks back into the wall in terror, frightened by the menacing sight of the young man approaching it. The young man's hand clutches the neck of the terrified, screaming chicken, which is trying to tell its merits. The young man holds the neck of the chicken in his outstretched hand, unimpressed by the chicken's exploits. The chicken is urging the young man to change his behavior and take pity on him. The young man swings his sword, looking like he wants to end the chicken's earthly journey. Resolute is the face of the young man with the glittering sword in his hand. The chicken is trying its last efforts to narrate its need and usefulness. The young man is lying on a bed in a hotel room. He looks very tired. A dog is standing next to his master's bed. The dog is wondering how the young man was able to sustain such a powerful flow of energy. The dog is lashing out at his master, trying to find out how everything happened. He is very excited. The dog is very persistent in his questions. He's trying hard to get his master to answer him. The dog is covered in a thick layer of bright blue ice. The dog is restrained by the ice and cannot move. A girl in blue, dressed in pink, stands on the doorstep of a hotel room. She doesn't like the dog and decides to deprive it of the ability to speak and move for a while. The girl walks over to the bed and puts her foot on it. The dog, as best it can, tries to express its displeasure at what is happening. The young man looks at the girl who is trying to seduce him in utter bewilderment. The girl in blue, with her hand on her head, expresses her admiration for the young man's courage. The girl in blue is very explicit about her intentions for the young man. In the restaurant kitchen, the chef, the girl cook, and the red-haired guy are standing near the stove. They are preparing a dish. In a pot on the stove, a chicken carcass is cooking. An appetizing aroma is spreading from the pot. The bandaged chef and the red-haired guy are watching intently as the girl chef prepares the dish. The chef, whose face is covered with a band-aid, watches the girl cook with amazement. He admires her work. The girl cook stands in front of the stove. She is enthusiastic about cooking the dish and holds spices in her hand. The hand of the girl cook holds the lid of the pot. She's enjoying the process of cooking the dish. The chef cites the red-haired guy as an example to the chef girl, calling her a smart girl and scolding the guy for not thinking straight. The chef watches the chef girl's actions closely, trying to memorize her recipe. The girl chef remembers the face of the fighting young man. The girl remembers her and her dog searching for the young man and running through the streets of the city. The face of the cook girl watching the battle with fear and hope. The dog beside her looks up at his master. The chef's eyes are watching the girl chef without taking her eyes off. The girl chef is completely absorbed in the process of cooking the dish. She does not take her eyes off the pot. The chef is thinking about who the girl chef and the young man could be. The girl chef enters the young man's room with a steaming pot in her hands. She wants to feed him soup made from the chicken the rooster has turned into. On the bed lies an immobilized young man next to a girl in blue who is trying to seduce him. A girl cook, a chef, and a red-haired guy enter the room. The girl in blue excuses herself. It's not what you think at all. The girl chef spoon-feeds soup to the young man. He looks warily at the spoon. The girl cook and the young man are sitting on a bed. The girl wants to feed him soup and look at the result. The young man's face. He eats the soup prepared by the girl cook. The girl cook looks at the young man anxiously and hopefully. She is waiting for his reaction to the dish she has prepared. The young man sits down on the bed. His keychain glows and goes up. Amazement on the young man's face. The young man sobs with happiness. He has tasted the flavor. His keychain glows and floats in the air. The girl cook and the young man rejoice. They realize that the dish prepared from the demon could awaken the young man's taste senses. The girl in blue is extremely annoyed that the young man did not appreciate her efforts. The bandaged red-haired guy holds the head of the cooked chicken with chopsticks and berates him for his behavior. The chef, the girl in blue, and the red-haired guy sit at a table and taste the soup prepared by the girl cook. A plate of chicken soup. A chicken leg is sticking out of the plate. Vegetables and herbs are floating. A spoon scoops up the soup. The girl in blue tastes the soup. She is quite skeptical. Her eyes express doubt that the soup can be anything special. The face of the girl in blue expresses complete admiration. She looks like someone who has never eaten anything tastier than this soup in her life. The dog, still encased in ice, resents the fact that everyone has forgotten about it and no one is rescuing it. A starry night sky. In the sky is a bright month. On the night field are feet in different shoes. A young man, a girl cook, and a girl in blue are walking through the night forest. A dog is walking along with them. A small pond illuminated by bright moonlight. In the middle of the pond grows a tree on which there are no branches and leaves. Against the background of the month, two black birds sit on the branches. The girl in blue raises her finger up and lightly cuts it with a sharp stalk. Her eyes are frighteningly dilated. The cut finger of the girl in blue. Drops of blood run down the finger. The girl in blue raises her cut finger sharply upwards. The drops of blood fly into the night sky. The young man watches her actions carefully. The bright light of the month illuminates a lonely tree. On the branches of the tree sit black crows. A blackbird catches with its beak a drop of blood thrown by the girl in blue. The girl cook and the dog watch with eyes widened with fright. The girl in blue's eyes are wide open as she tells the rules that must be followed to call the raven. The young man watches, mesmerized. He tensely awaits the outcome. Blackbirds take off from the branches of the tree. A large black silhouette appears on the branch. The figure of a black-haired man wearing a long black cloak. Black bird feathers are flying around. The man wonders why he's been disturbed. The girl cook and a young man with a dog sitting on his head are watching intently. On a tree branch is the figure of a man. The man has black hair and a long cloak. Blackbirds are flitting around the man. The black-haired man turns his head slightly and arrogantly inquires as to why he has been disturbed. The branch under the black-haired man's feet breaks with a loud crack. The black-haired man's arrogance is gone. With a loud scream, he flies down. The black-haired man falls into the water with a loud splash. Everyone present watches his fall with interest. The young man and his dog and the girls look sympathetically at the fallen man. The black-haired man slowly rises from the water. He is soaked through. The black-haired man no longer looks arrogant and is more friendly. He wonders what he can do to help. The girl in blue asks the black-haired man the reason for the change in his behavior. The girl in blue turns to the young man and suggests that he take the chance to ask all the questions he wants to know. The young man scratches his ear thoughtfully and tries to formulate his question. The black-haired man's hand rests on the elegantly carved handle of his cane. The black-haired man, putting his hand to his chin, asks the young man in a friendly manner if by any chance he is looking for 5 flavors. The young man is very surprised by the black-haired man's awareness. He clearly did not expect such a turn. The black-haired man, smiling slyly and removing a white glove from his hand, offers the young man a mutually beneficial deal. The black-haired man displays a round, multicolored seal located in the center of his palm. The young man and the girl cook watch the black-haired man's actions with interest. The black-haired man extends his raised hand forward, showing a circle on his palm. A multicolored ball bursts out of the circle on the palm of the black-haired man's hand with a loud sound. The multicolored ball, increasing in size, falls right under the feet of the young man, the cook girl, and the dog. The multicolored ball turns into a table covered with a white tablecloth, on which a variety of objects appear. The black-haired man points to the objects from which a magical glow emanates. All present look at them in amazement. The girl cook twirls a strange-looking hat in her hands with interest. She's curious about its purpose. The black-haired man puts the hat on his head and demonstrates its uses. A black-haired man with a hat on his head walks along the road, leaning on his cane, explaining how to use it properly. The girl in blue asks the black-haired man clarifying questions. She's very interested in how exactly a hat can help obstacles out of the way. The black-haired man presses the buttons located on the sides of the hat. A pop sounds. The girl in blue is not particularly impressed with the black-haired man's demonstration of the hat's use. The girl cook fidgets with interest and tries to open a brightly colored umbrella, the handle of which looks very much like a bone. The black-haired man takes the umbrella in his hands and warns the girl of its danger. The girl cook and the black-haired man discuss the uses and possibilities of the umbrella. The muzzle of the dog watching reflects a whole range of feelings, from curiosity to wariness. A black-haired man shows an earring in his ear. The earring can also serve as a lighter. The black-haired man wears glasses that help him see color, even smells. On the black-haired man's head is a strange hoop to which various remote controls are attached. The dog, sitting on his master's shoulder, warns the latter, impressed by what he has seen, of the black-haired man's incomplete adequacy. The black-haired man offers a wholesale purchase of all the demonstrated items, but the price is too high for the young man. The young man offers the black-haired man all the cash he has, but he does not accept. The haggling continues. The black-haired man thoughtfully evaluates the young man's offer. The black-haired man finds a solution to the problem. He has an item adequate to the value offered. The black-haired man offers a white glove for purchase. The young man and the dog look at the glove with disbelief. The girl cook looks at the glove with interest and realizes that it is the same glove from which the funny objects flew out. The black-haired man confirms the cook girl's hunch. The glove can indeed hold various items. The young man and his dog are animatedly discussing the appropriateness of the glove. The girl cook thinks it is necessary to take it. The young man tries the glowing glove on his hand and scrutinizes it. The deal is struck. A black-haired man sits on an empty table with his cane slung over his shoulder. The girl cook and the young man look at him carefully. The black-haired man holds his cane in his hand. A bright light on the end of the cane glows. The fire at the end of the cane grows stronger and stronger. Using it, the black-haired man begins to draw an outline in the air. The young man stares mesmerized at the fiery outline appearing in the air. The black-haired man draws a fiery outline against the night sky with his cane. It is a map. Everyone stares at it intently. The slyly smiling black-haired man shows a point on the outline of the map where the young man can find one of the 5 flavors. The young man is extremely interested in everything that is going on. He asks with interest what the first of the 5 flavors is. The black-haired man, embarrassedly dimming his eyes, talks about the first of the 5 flavors. The black-haired man is clearly pleased with the effect he has produced. He smiles slyly. The young man's eyes burn with interest. He wonders if the first of the 5 flavors is similar to him and the black-haired man. The black-haired man turns into a raven and flies away saying who the first of the 5 flavors is and his name. The face of a young man with glowing eyes and hair overflowing with energy. A corner of a building against the night sky. There are signs with arrows hanging on it. One of them points to the Street of Happiness. A sign on the wall of the building. The sign has the address Happiness Street 17 written on it. A young man in a striped jacket and sunglasses stares intently at the screen of his phone. The striped man with a rose clenched in his teeth rings the doorbell of the house. A brightly lit house behind a tall fence. Stripey stands in front of the gate, waiting to be let in. A sign with an address on the wall of the house. The address on the sign reads 17 Happiness Street. The unit is slowly disappearing. A signboard with the address on the wall of the house. The address on the sign Lucky 7 Street. The house against the night sky behind a high fence. The lights go out in the windows of the house. The city, skyscrapers, green trees, blue sky with glowing clouds. The city is reflected in the clear waters of the river. On the barbecue, grilled kebabs of mushrooms, vegetables, and pieces of meat. Appetizing aroma emanates from the kebabs. Next to the yellow van, a girl cook is grilling kebabs on the grill. The young man smells and looks at the food being cooked. The young man watches the actions of the girl cook with interest. The young man's legs suddenly become weak and buckle. The young man falls to one knee, suddenly losing strength. He rests his hand on the ground and tries to get up. The girl cook cries out in surprise. She reminds the young man that he has not quite recovered yet. The young man puts the glove he bought from the black-haired man on his hand, from which a multicolored ball flies out. The multicolored ball, with a loud pop, turns into a wooden brown crutch. The young man, leaning on the crutch, walks away. The girl cook looks sympathetically in his wake. The door of the yellow van swings open with a loud bang from the dog's foot. Absolutely pleased with herself is the dog. She's wearing a new jacket, her eyes glowing with happiness, her white-toothed smile shining. The dog informs the audience that he has completely different plans for the day. Dog stares passionately at the screen of her phone. She has no intention of wasting this day's time. The dog in the jacket, white shirt and tie trots briskly, holding the phone in his paw. She has a purpose. The girl cook stares in amazement at the fleeing dog. The dog meets his friend. The girl cook is extremely surprised by everything that is happening and tries to find out what is so special about this day and what is the reason for the strange behavior of the dog. The young man, eyes downcast with embarrassment, explains that this day is indeed special. A beautiful building against a blue sky, golden clouds floating across the sky, a fountain in front of the building, a mountain of plates with the remains of various dishes, brightly lit restaurant hall. In the hall, numerous visitors. The waiter carries the dish to the table. An elderly man in a red bow tie sits at the table. Waiters put plates with dishes in front of him. Hands hold a knife and fork and cut a steak. On the wrist of his hand is a large black watch. A telephone stands on a stand. There are mountains of empty plates on the sides. A blond young man wearing orange earrings is eating a steak while looking at the screen of the phone. The young man is clearly a big fashionista. The fashionista, eyes squeezed shut with pleasure, is savoring the taste of his steak. On the phone screen is his reflection. The fashionista takes selfies, commenting on the restaurant and the excellent taste of the steak. He is very pleased with himself. Modnik shoots a video report from the back of the restaurant. There are mountains of empty plates on his table. He has a very good appetite. Behind him is an elderly man in a bow tie and a waitress. The fashionista asks them to bring him a few more dishes. The waitress's eyes in the background are rounded with surprise. Mountains of empty plates with leftovers on the table. Someone had a good meal. A waitress gets a finger slammed into her side. An elderly man in a bow tie conducts an educational action among the waitresses, explaining to them that the wishes of a fashionable man must be fulfilled immediately. An elderly man in a bow tie explains to a lamenting waitress why a visit from a fashionista is so important to the restaurant. The fashionista shows off a large shrimp on his phone screen, praising its unrivaled flavor. An elderly man in a bow tie whispers in the waitress's ear details of the fashionista's status and wealth. The elderly man in the bow tie shakes the fashionista's hand warmly and invites him to visit the restaurant again. The fashionista, quite pleased with himself, leaves the restaurant. He is wearing a white t-shirt with a smiley face to match his earrings, a black choker around his neck. He's fabulous. The door of the fashionista's red convertible slams loudly shut. He gets into the car and drives away. The blonde fashionista, sunglasses slightly raised, stares pensively into the distance. He clearly wants something else. The fashionista's red convertible moves away. A carnivorous smile on the mod's face. He has a very good appetite and is still hungry, but he wants something else. The changed face of the mod smiles carnivorously. A pierced tongue licks his lips predatorily. The young man takes a kebab from the grill and intends to taste it. His gaze is fixed on the meat. The girl cook snatches the kebab from the young man and hits him on the head with her other hand, explaining that the meat is not yet cooked. Darkening forest against the background of the sunset sky. In the bushes, someone is moving. The girl cook and the young man look warily toward the bushes. A red-haired girl with pigtails and a cap peeks out fearfully from behind a tree. The girl with pigtails cautiously steps into the clearing in front of the yellow van. The girl cook and the young man look at her with interest. The young man wonders what they owe the visit. The pigtailed girl cautiously approaches. Her eyes are wide open. She is confused and cold. The kebabs on the grill are almost ready. An appetizing aroma is spreading from them. The girl cook asks the girl with pigtails if she is hungry. The girl cook is eager to help and warm her up. The girl with pigtails is very happy with the offer. She is really hungry and would like to have a snack. In exchange for the offered food, the pigtailed girl offers to barter and tries to get something out of her backpack. Suddenly, a shiny point freezes next to the pigtailed girl's nose. The pigtailed girl is extremely surprised. The young man points the shiny point toward the pigtailed girl and suggests that she not move. The young man stares intently at the girl with pigtails. He clearly suspects her of something. A beautiful white house with turrets against a blue sky. There are light clouds in the sky. The house is surrounded by hedges. A very funny, smiling little boy in a bright yellow hat, round glasses, and shorts. The boy in the yellow hat is surrounded by a crowd of children. They are getting to know each other. The children laugh as they look at the boy in the yellow hat. It looks like they have something nasty in mind. The boy in the yellow hat is excited to meet the children. He smiles embarrassedly and holds out his hand to them. His fist hits the yellow hat boy in the face. The face crinkles from the blow. Night. 3 kids are beating up the yellow hat boy in the backyard. The eldest of the ghoulishly grinning children threateningly explains to the boy in the yellow hat the rules of behavior at the orphanage. The obnoxiously snickering elder explains who is in charge and who must be obeyed. The boy in the yellow hat kneels, clutching his head with his hands, in front of the children who have beaten him. The boy in the yellow hat sits on the ground, lamenting the injustice of what is happening. The older one, with his hands at his sides, is absolutely sure of his power. The boy in the yellow hat, his face darkened with anger, raises his finger to the sky and reminds his tormentors of the punishment of heaven. Bright flashes of lightning pierce the night sky. The children's faces are filled with fear and amazement. They do not expect such a turn. The lightning strikes the ground in front of the children's feet. They are very frightened and try to flee. The glasses of the boy in the yellow hat reflect the lightning light. It is clearly stronger than it appears at first glance. The frightened children try to find out from the boy in the yellow hat who he is. The night sky is pierced by bright flashes of lightning. The boy in the yellow hat stands against the sky with his arms spread wide apart. The boy in the yellow hat, with a greatly changed face, asks the people present if they have understood everything and who is in charge. The frightened faces of the children, to whom it has been explained who is in charge. Despite the accessible explanation, the children continue to doubt the great mission of the boy in the yellow hat. The boy in the yellow hat grinds his teeth unkindly. He's not satisfied with the claims made. The elder refuses to believe in the yellow hat boy's great mission and expresses his doubts. The elder, extending his arm toward the boy in the yellow hat and pointing his finger at him, demands undeniable proof. The boy in the yellow hat, caught off guard by the demands, feverishly tries to come up with proof that he is right. The older man chuckles homerically and accuses the boy in the yellow hat of lying, unable to hear the evidence of the latter's great mission. The boy in the yellow hat is extremely annoyed by the reaction of the children mocking him. The boy in the yellow hat is challenged to convince the children in front of him of the greatness of his mission. The boy in the yellow hat finds the right solution and informs the children that his mission is to deal with demons. The still doubting children suggest that the boy in the yellow hat solve the demon issue at Happiness Street 7. The children, while generally recognizing the authority of the boy in the yellow hat, are themselves frightened by his suggestion. The eldest is annoyed at the growing authority. The boy in the yellow hat is very pleased with the effect produced and the growth of his authority. The elder is extremely unhappy with the rapid decline of his authority, but he is not going to give up his position. The older man demands that the boy in the yellow hat's abilities be tested and that he complete the task. The elder persists in his decision. He needs to hold his ground and get rid of the boy in the yellow hat. The boy in the yellow hat is very pleased with the results. Folding his arms across his chest, he offers the older man to keep him company. The night sky is covered with dark clouds. A faint moon peeks through the clouds. 2 figures are walking along a high fence on a deserted night street. The boy in the yellow hat is perfectly calm. He walks with his hands in the pockets of his shorts, whistling a song. The older one is shaking with fear. The boy in the yellow hat, who doesn't believe in the existence of demons, and the older man walk to the crossroads. The boy in the yellow hat, seeing that the older man is shaking with fear, offers to walk with him. The older man is troubled by doubts. On the one hand, he's extremely scared. On the other hand, he fears that the boy in the yellow hat will run away. The foot of the boy in the yellow hat clings to a protruding stone. The boy in the yellow hat, who has caught his foot on the rock, falls to the pavement. The older man stands idly by. The boy in the yellow hat falls down. His glasses fall off his nose. He tries to fumble for his glasses with his hands. Without them, he can't see anything. In the background, a boy in a yellow hat crawls on the asphalt and tries to find his glasses. An older man stands next to him. In the foreground, a figure in a striped jacket. A man in a striped jacket and with a rose in his teeth walks through the door of house number 7 on Happiness Street. The older man looks carefully at what is happening. He does not suspect anything. The figure of the man in the striped jacket is surrounded by the holy hands of the entity and drags him into the house. There is genuine amazement mixed with anxiety written on the older man's face. His mouth opens involuntarily. The glowing essence completely dissolves the figure of the man in the striped jacket and pulls him into the house. The older man's face changes from what he sees. Fear is written on it, eyes rounded with horror, drops of sweat dripping from his temple. The older man points in horror at the house where the man in the striped jacket has been dragged. The boy in the yellow hat tries to find his glasses on the ground. The hand of the boy in the yellow hat finally fumbles for his glasses. The boy in the yellow hat puts on his glasses and wonders to the older man what scared him so badly and why he is screaming so much. An empty nighttime street near House 7 on Happiness Street. The very badly frightened elder points his finger at the house and tries to formulate a thought. He fails. The elder's face looks absolutely insane, saliva dripping from his mouth. His eyes do not reflect reason. It looks like he will be able to express his thoughts more. The boy in the yellow hat looks perplexed at the elder standing next to him who has lost his mind. A deserted street of the night city. The boy in the yellow hat and his distraught traveling companion stand in front of house number 7 on Happiness Street. The boy in the yellow hat is peering at the door of the house. The older man is laughing madly behind him. The closed door of house number 7 on Happiness Street. There is no one in front of the door. The boy in the yellow hat does not understand what is causing so much emotion. The boy in the yellow hat cautiously opens the door of the house and looks inside. He does not understand what scared the fellow traveler so much. The boy in the yellow hat's foot. He suddenly clings to the door jamb with his foot. The boy in the yellow hat and the older man are rapidly flying somewhere. The boy in the yellow hat rubs his head after the blow. He has hit something very hard. His face is wrinkled with pain. The boy in the yellow hat is trying to recover from a fall. The older boy behind his back continues to laugh madly. The boy in the yellow hat is trying to get his bearings. He doesn't understand where they've fallen. The boy in the yellow hat opens his eyes and is amazed to see the bare branches of a strange tree in front of him. The older man reacts inadequately. The intertwined branches of the bare tree glow red. On one of the branches stand a boy in a yellow hat and the elder. The boy in the yellow hat looks around in amazement. The older man is laughing madly in the background. Crooked bare trees against a red sky with ominous clouds. The boy in the yellow hat and the distraught elder are walking on bare ground among the crooked trees. A hand rests on the trunk of a tree. The tree is not an illusion, it is real. The boy in the yellow hat is horrified to realize the reality of what is happening. His brain refuses to believe what is happening. The elder's maddened gaze stops on the green tentacles crawling between the tree trunks. The boy in the yellow hat scrutinizes the strange mark left by someone or something on the bark of the tree. An entity with developing green hair, a predatory burning eye, and a green tongue sticking out appears between the trees. An elder's leg with a small puddle of green slime next to it. Green slime runs down the head and shoulders of the elder, who pays no attention to it. The green entity, mouth wide open and tongue out, approaches the elder, its eyes burning with malicious fire. The elder does not react to what is happening. The elder sees the entity, but he is unable to react. His brain has already failed him. Suddenly, sanity returns to the elder and he realizes what he sees, but it is the last thing he sees. The elder falls to the ground. His life journey is over. The green entity with brightly burning eyes looks at the results with satisfaction. The green entity's assistant approaches the elder with a brightly burning desire to taste him. The green essence helper gets for trying to take someone else's. The green entity suddenly remembers that the elder was not alone and intends to find his traveling companion. The boy in the yellow hat looks around fearfully, needing to find a way out of the situation. The boy in the yellow hat stands subserviently in front of the green entity, its assistants, and the elder. The boy in the yellow hat is begrudgingly trying to convince those around him of his loyalty and dedication. The green entity's assistants listen to the assurances of the boy in the yellow hat with disbelief. The green entity recognizes its own in the boy in the yellow hat. She bids the helpers depart. The aides of the green entity raise the elder. The boy in the yellow hat pretends to help them. Cheerfully taken, cheerfully carried, the green entity's helpers along with the boy in the green hat carry the dinner. The procession led by the green entity moves through the bleak, bare terrain. The boy in the yellow hat, portraying joy and cheerfulness, participates in carrying the dinner. Inside the boy, everything is shaking with fear. Feet in shiny shoes walk down the road. The figure of a man in a white jacket and black t-shirt. In his hand, he holds a cell phone from which a cheerful tune is playing. Around his neck is a clearly recognizable red spiked collar. The figure of a man in front of a closed door. He is in a great hurry. A young man with a very cheerful attitude, eyes burning, a smile on his face. You can easily guess who it is by the red spiked collar. The sign on the wall of the house, Happiness Street, House 17. A young man in a red collar playfully peeks through the door he is in a hurry to meet. A sign on the wall of the house, Happiness Street, House 7. A young man in a red collar enters the room. He smiles broadly and is in a great mood. Profile of a girl with red hair and bright red lipstick on her lips. Beautiful red-haired girl is sitting on a bed in a sexy dress with a red cord in her hands. The girl, flirtatiously sticking out her tongue, offers to play. The young man in the red collar, tearing off his shirt as he goes, rushes forward. He is ready to play. A young man in a red collar and blindfolded, sitting on a bed, his hands tied to the headboard. The young man in the red collar is in anticipation. There are odors wafting around the young man in the red collar, which he inhales. The girl is wearing a black mask. Her finger pulls it off and tries to remove it. The girl proceeds to get active. Fox ears appear on the red-haired girl's head, eyes burning with red fire. The young man in the red collar continues to inhale the odor hovering around him, his eyes beginning to cloud over. The fox girl's face, tears standing in her eyes. The fox girl's face is slowly becoming clouded over. An eye slowly opens with billows of red smoke in front of it. The eye opens wider and wider with crooked tree branches in front of it in a red haze. The face of a young man in a red collar who clearly does not understand where he is or what is happening to him. A young man in a red collar all spiked with rope hangs tied to a tree branch, head down. Nearby, fellow misfits are hanging. A young man in a red collar is swinging from a tree. Nearby, a bound man in a striped jacket wails and begs for help. A young man in a red collar from above observes the company below and tries to make sense of what is happening. Hanging upside down, the young man in the red collar begins to realize what is happening. A hooded beggar is sitting on a tree fragment that looks like a throne, hugging a fox girl. Standing next to him is a tall man with his eyes blindfolded with a black ribbon. Top view. A procession led by a green entity approaches the beggar sitting on the throne. The green entity stands proudly at the head of the procession. The green entity bows to the beggar on the throne and apologizes for being late. The green essence presents the beggar with a surprise prepared by her and brought by her assistants. The hooded beggar laughs joyfully, sticking out a green tentacle-like tongue. The hooded beggar's eyes burn with an evil red light, tongue out, and he is clearly in a great mood. The beggar's hand clutches the face of the fox girl, whose eyes are dilated with fear. Clutching the girl's face with his hand, the hooded beggar looks at her predatorily. His green tongue reaches for the girl's face. The beggar's eyes burn predatorily with red fire in anticipation of a delicious dinner. In the nighttime starry sky, the moon shines brightly, illuminating the dark forest below. A red-haired girl with pigtails eats a kebab cooked by the girl cook with gusto. A young man and a red-haired girl with pigtails are sitting in the night glade next to a brazier. They are happily eating dinner. The girl cook stands near the brazier. The young man asks the red-haired girl with pigtails what, besides dinner, brought her to them. The red-haired girl with pigtails explains her arrival by her intense hunger and the appetizing aromas that were spreading through the forest. The young man looks thoughtfully at the kebab in his hand, smelling its flavors. The red-haired girl with pigtails does not share his point of view. A mountain of dirty dishes. All the dinner's been eaten. The red-haired girl with pigtails sincerely thanks the girl cook and the young man for the hospitality and delicious dinner. The red-headed girl with pigtails intends to thank the hospitable hosts and leave them a gift. A red-haired girl with pigtails holds 2 bottles filled with bright red liquid. The girl cook is interested in looking at the bottle with a drink that can help her improve her beauty and charm. To the young man, the drink can help him recover his spent energy. The young man and the girl cook, appreciating the flavor of the drink, thank the embarrassed red-haired girl with pigtails. The red-haired girl with pigtails embarrassedly recalls the composition of the marvelous drink. The red-haired girl with pigtails embarrassedly covers her mouth with her hand and offers to taste the drink without going into the composition of its ingredients. Hanging from a tree, the victims of a hooded beggar beg for help. A bound man in a jacket asks to be released on the grounds of having a wife and children. He is criticized by a fellow beggar hanging nearby. Tears stream from the eyes of the tightly bound bald man. He begs for mercy. A hooded beggar, cradling a fox girl, thinks aloud about the recipe for his future dinner. A young man in a red collar tries to get the fox girl's attention from above. The fox girl's eyes are filled with fear, ears sticking out warily on her head. The hooded beggar is annoyed by the shouts of the young man in the red collar. He has decided on the sequence of sending the ingredients into the cauldron. The green entity's aides gag the young man in the red collar. He suspects he has been declassified. On the ground in front of the hooded beggar's feet, a light vortex originates. Out of the light vortex appears a red-haired girl with pigtails. She has fox ears on her head. Despite the gag in her mouth and bound hands, the young man in the red collar reacts vividly to the appearance of another beautiful girl. Following the red-haired girl with pigtails, the young man's head appears out of the light vortex. The young man in the red collar is dumbfounded by what he sees. He realizes that it is his master. A red-haired girl with pigtails shows a hooded beggar with a young man bound hand and foot. The hooded beggar is pleasantly surprised by what he sees. The fox girl widens her eyes. The hooded beggar rises from his throne and approaches the bound young man and the red-haired girl with pigtails. The hooded beggar scrutinizes the young man, whose head is slumped helplessly on his chest. The hooded beggar sniffs the young man. He likes the way he smells. The fox girl stands, modestly dimming her eyes. She seems pleased with the effect she has produced. The hooded beggar sends the bound young man off for preliminaries. The green entity and her assistants take the hooded beggar's order to execution. The procession, led by the green entity, heads in the direction indicated by the hooded beggar. A hand grabs the hooded beggar by his jacket, intending to detain him. A red-haired girl with pigtails grabs the hooded beggar by his jacket and intends to stop him. She reminds him that not all conditions have been met. The red-haired girl with pigtails opens her eyes wide and reminds the hooded beggar of his promise. The hooded beggar confirms his willingness to fulfill his commitment. The red-haired girl with pigtails continues to insist on the fulfillment of the promises made to her and demands the return of all the victims to the street of happiness. A punch flies into the red-haired girl with pigtails. The red-haired pigtailed girl flies off and falls to the ground. The fox girl's eyes fill with indignation. She doesn't understand why this sudden turn of events. The fox girl rushes to her little sister and helps her up. They do not understand what is happening. The beggar, taking off his hood and appearing in his full horrifying glory, explains his behavior by his intolerance of the orders given to him. The red-haired girl with pigtails motivates her behavior by the promise made to her. The hooded beggar resents the attempt to give him orders and conditions. The Fox sisters are extremely disappointed by this turn of events and the hooded beggar's deception. They did not expect such a turn of events. The fox girl's face expresses an extreme degree of incomprehension and disappointment. She does not know what she should do next. The red-haired girl with pigtails doesn't seem particularly surprised by the hooded beggar's perfidy. The girl in blue, in an extremely good mood, sits among a variety of fruit covered in a thick layer of bright blue ice. A thicket of dense green forest. Bright sunlight shines through the foliage. Brightly colored fish with wings fly past powerful tree trunks. Exotic animals walk around on the ground. Down the street, past the closed door to House 7 on Happiness Street, people are walking. All is calm. A purple paw resembling a human hand rests on the ground, leaving green footprints. The figure of a purple-colored human-like creature crawls on the ground. The creature has no strength, but is wounded. The eyes of the dying creature, glowing brightly, express pain and suffering. The face of a large creature that looks like a huge toad. He has round green eyes, a bushy mustache above his upper lip, and a burning lantern in his hands. The violet creature's eyes slowly open and it sees the big mustached toad. The purple creature lets out a loud scream filled with pain and despair. The creature is in need of help. The purple creature screams in pain and agony. The large toad in the background looks at it with a concerned look. It intends to give it help. Pink smoke, directed by the large toad, envelops the purple creature's body, healing its wounds. The purple creature, aka the hooded beggar with bandaged wounds, stands next to the large toad dressed in a robe. The inhabitants of the magical city, among them a family of foxes, look very kindly at the recovering hooded beggar. A large house built at the roots of a mighty tree, its windows cozily glowing, peace and tranquility emanating from the house. Green branch of a large tree. On the branch tied red ribbons. Two large green circles collide with each other. One mug is held by the hand of a large toad, the other by a hooded beggar. At a large set table sit the hooded beggar who has recovered from his wounds, the big toad and the inhabitants of the magic forest. The big toad looks very kindly at the beggar in the hood. She offers him to stay in the magic forest. The beggar in the hood drinks a drink from a green mug with appetite. The hooded beggar, licking himself contentedly, reports that he likes the magic forest very much. Punch! The hooded beggar's hand hits a large toad. Everything around it explodes from the blows of the hooded beggar's fists. The big toad's eyes are perplexed and disappointed. The hooded beggar's eyes burn with a red evil light. His tongue sticks out predatorily. He intends to subjugate the magic forest. The eyes of the wounded big toad are bewildered and unable to understand why his help was repaid with ungratefulness. The inhabitants of the magic forest are watching in bewilderment. They do not understand why the hooded beggar is behaving this way. The hooded beggar's face is enraged and mad with cruelty. Mouth wide open, he intends to devour everyone around him. The hooded beggar is devouring a large toad. He will stop at nothing. The beggar in the hood absorbs all the power of the big toad he swallowed. He becomes omnipotent. The people of the magic forest are shocked by what is happening. They don't understand why the hooded beggar attacked the big toad. The hooded beggar is now omnipotent. Rays of power and energy emanate from his figure. Everything around him collapses under the hooded beggar's blows. The magic forest turns into a pile of stones and branches. The inhabitants of the magic forest cannot cope with the omnipotent hooded beggar, who is fully recovered. Father Fox tries to confront the hooded beggar, but his strength is lacking. He can't cope. The once beautiful green magical forest is engulfed in flames spewed by the hooded beggar. The flames rage through the magical forest. The trees turn into charred trunks. The grass burns out. The magic forest is destroyed. Not a trace of the beautiful trees and flowers remains. Having destroyed the beautiful vegetation of the magic forest, the hooded beggar takes on its inhabitants. The hooded beggar's face, his eyes burning with evil flames, he is very determined. He is going to subjugate everything and everyone. The inhabitants of the magic forest try to resist, but their strength is not enough to fight. The hooded beggar turns the inhabitants of the magic forest who refuse to obey into dried-up trees. A red-haired girl with pigtails, the fox girl's younger sister, is tied to a tree, tears in her eyes, and she is eager to fight the hooded beggar. The fox girl convinces her little sister that their strength is not equal, and they will not be able to resist the hooded beggar. The sisters discuss the current situation and debate a plan of further action. A red-haired girl with pigtails mourns the lost magical forest. She feels sorry for all the inhabitants. The fox girl, whose eyes are filled with tears and the pain of loss, is determined. She urges to stand firm and return the magic forest. The fragment of a burnt tree serves as a throne on which the hooded beggar sits. His army is constantly growing. His powers are boundless. The hooded beggar's eyes burn with evil fire. He realizes his strength and power. The hooded beggar's mouth snaps open predatorily. His tongue sticks out carnivorously. He has learned the news of the appearance of the light-bearing dragon, which has lost its power. In the night sky, there are bright lights that gradually add up to some kind of inscription. Hieroglyphics burn brightly in the night sky. They are folded into a name, the realm of power. The eyes of the red-haired girl with pigtails are filled with tears. She angrily throws accusations at the face of the hooded beggar. The hooded beggar's face expresses complete indifference. He is completely indifferent to all her accusations. The older sister, the fox girl, calms down the younger sister. She urges her to bear it and not to anger the hooded beggar. The red-haired girl with pigtails recalls the old days and expresses her opinion about the treachery of the hooded beggar. The kind and benevolent faces of the former inhabitants of the magic forest. The empty throne of the hooded beggar, he stands as a symbol of ingratitude and treachery. Tears stand in the eyes of the red-haired girl with pigtails, but they are not helpless tears. She is determined and hurls accusations in the face of the hooded beggar. The clawed hand of the hooded beggar reaches threateningly for the throat of the red-haired girl with pigtails. Marks appear on the neck of the red-haired pigtailed girl. They cause her pain and suffering, but she doesn't give up no matter what. The hooded beggar tries to suppress the red-haired girl with pigtails and show who is the boss in the house. The older sister hesitates to come to her aid. The hooded beggar has a look of smugness and self-confidence on his face. He had no intention of keeping his promises. The hooded beggar once again reminds us who is the master of the house and where everyone else belongs. The fox girl, kneeling down and folding her hands pleadingly on her chest, begs the hooded beggar to spare her little sister. The stern look of the hooded beggar, who is clearly displeased with the behavior of the red-haired girl with pigtails. The fox girl tries to help her little sister lying on the ground. The hooded beggar puts her behavior as an example. The hooded beggar decides to give the red-haired girl with pigtails one last chance and asks if she has realized her mistakes. The sisters decide to lay low for a while and wait it out in order to survive. The red-haired girl with pigtails respectfully addresses the hooded beggar. She pretends to realize and understand everything. The red-haired girl with pigtails is very determined. She assumes a swift end to the hooded beggar. She believes that the one who is capable of winning is already here. The hooded beggar grins. He is not happy with the behavior of the red-haired girl with pigtails and the way she talks to him. The clawed hand of the hooded beggar clenches threateningly into a fist, which does not bode well for the red-haired girl with pigtails. The red-haired pigtailed girl's body is wrapped in tentacles, the will to win glowing on her face through the pain. The fox girl on her knees begs the hooded beggar to spare her little sister. The hooded beggar explains to the bound red-haired girl with pigtails the rules of behavior and the game. The fox girl sits helplessly on the ground. She doesn't understand how to help her little sister. The red-haired girl with pigtails suffers from the pain and torment inflicted on her. The hooded beggar's head is clutched by an energy that takes the shape of his hands. His eyes are full of incomprehension of what is happening. The hooded beggar's hand helplessly unclenches. He is no longer in control of his power. The hooded beggar's eyes glow with complete lack of understanding. He can't control his power. The fox girl changes drastically. She gathers all the power and energy and directs it to keep the hooded beggar down. The fox girl asks her little sister to run away while she holds the hooded beggar down, which her powers won't last long enough to do. The red-haired girl with pigtails tries to flee, but she doesn't want to leave her older sister behind. The fox girl holds onto the hooded beggar with her last strength and begs her little sister to run away quickly. The hooded beggar's head is still being squeezed by the fox girl's energetic hands, but it can't last much longer. The fox girl's strength is running out. The hooded beggar gets free and strikes the fox girl, causing her to fall. From the strong blow, the fox girl flies off and falls to the ground. She is defeated. A red stiletto-heeled shoe flies off to the side. The hooded beggar's hand holds the fox girl by the hair and pulls her up to him. There is pain and suffering on the fox girl's face. The hooded beggar is holding the fox girl by the hair. He is extremely disappointed with her behavior. The red-haired girl with the braid is trying to get to her feet. The red-haired girl with pigtails watches the torment of her older sister with horror in her eyes. The hooded beggar's eyes are filled with anger and hatred. He intends to take cruel revenge on the fox girl for her betrayal and is not going to stop. The hooded beggar's head is hit with a blow he absolutely did not expect. His head jerks from the strongest blow. The hooded beggar, who was not expecting the blow, lets go of the fox girl's hair. The blow is delivered by a young man in a red collar who frees himself from the ropes. The feet of the young man in the red collar land on the ground after a jump. The hooded beggar flies off and falls after a hard kick. The young man in the red collar is extremely displeased with the behavior of the hooded beggar. He doesn't understand how he can raise his hands on a girl. The hooded beggar, having recovered from the blow, is perplexed as to who attacked him. The fox sisters look on in bewilderment and admiration at the attack of the young man in the red collar. The young man in the red collar rushes headlong into another attack. He is burning with the desire to avenge the pain and torment of the fox sisters. The young man in the red collar delivers another blow to the hooded beggar. He is very determined and believes he will win. The fearless face of the young man in the red collar expresses confidence in his abilities. The young man in the red collar suddenly, right in a leap, turns into a dog. His allotted time for human form is up. Streams of tears flow from the dog's eyes as he realizes that his allotted hour has passed and it has not been spent the way he had planned. The dog lands on the ground with a loud thud. The hour allotted to her on Sunday to look human is over. The hooded beggar looks puzzled at the dog that has landed right in front of him. He doesn't understand where it came from and orders it to be added to his dinner. The dog takes on a menacing look. He is determined to continue the fight and intends to win no matter what. The hooded beggar's foot flies into the dog's head with all his might. The hooded beggar's helper carries the screaming dog away. The fox sisters watch in horror. The hooded beggar decides their fate. The hooded beggar smirks gloatingly. He thinks the fox sisters were hoping for the dog's help. The hooded beggar is absolutely confident in his powers. He scoffs at the hopes of the fox sisters. The body of a red-haired girl with pigtails is entangled with ropes, cruel suffering on her faces. The bound fox girl screams in agony. Both sisters are completely helpless. Despite her helpless situation, the red-haired girl with pigtails tries to threaten the hooded beggar and protect her older sister. The hooded beggar leans threateningly toward the fox girl and reminds her of what happened to those who opposed him. The red-haired father of the fox sisters. He tries to raise resistance against the hooded beggar but fell by his hand. The older brother of the fox sisters followed in his father's footsteps, but his strength was not enough to win. He was imprisoned in a tree. The hooded beggar's hands hold the fox girl's head. He threatens her and tells her that he intends to do the same to the sisters as to their father and brother. The hooded beggar's angry face He is very determined and intends to get rid of the Fox sisters. In the eyes of the red-haired girl with pigtails is terror and rage. She screams loudly. She demands the release of her older sister. The predatory eyes of the hooded beggar, he has no intention of stopping. In his eyes, the fate of the sisters has already been decided. The fox girl's eyes are full of terror. She is waiting for the decision of her fate and no longer hopes for help. The red-haired girl with pigtails screams desperately, demanding not to touch her older sister. A foot, shod in a familiar sneaker, drops to the ground with a loud thud. Dust flies from the foot in all directions. The hooded beggar tries to straighten out the fox sisters. Suddenly, he's stopped by a loud shout. A young man appears on the stage. He is very determined, even though he is leaning on a crutch with one hand. The hooded beggar stops in utter bewilderment. He turns his head incomprehensibly towards the young man. The fox girl's face is distorted with pain and suffering. She asks the young man from the last strength why he was so much delayed. Despite her pain and suffering, the red-haired girl with pigtails is still determined to help the young man to kill the hooded beggar. The young man is very determined and absolutely confident in his strength and invincibility. The girl cook is drinking a pink drink given to her by a red-haired girl with pigtails. The girl cook and the young man are looking at the bottles of pink drink that the red-haired girl with pigtails gave them. The girl cook notes its flavor. The girl chef finds out and the red-haired girl with pigtails who she will be and for what purpose she has appeared. The girl cook notes that she has noticed the glances that the red-haired girl with pigtails casts at the young man. The red-haired girl with pigtails realizes that she has been exposed. She blushes with embarrassment engulfing her. She wonders why they drank her drink then. The girl cook clutches the bottle of pink drink in her hand. The girl cook holds the bottle with the pink drink in her raised hand. She replies that she does not doubt the decency of the red-haired girl with pigtails. And what's more, she can smell the ingredients. The girl cook, the young man, and the red-haired girl with pigtails stand next to the yellow van, the latter persuading the new acquaintances to leave as soon as possible. The red-haired girl with pigtails is holding a bottle of black liquor. She explains why she has taken on the task. The red-haired girl with pigtails is clutching a bottle of black drink in her hand. She explains the difference between the drinks. Determination shines in the eyes of the red-haired girl with pigtails. She is ready to help the young man. Her hand clutches the bottle with the black drink. The red-haired girl with pigtails explains that she doesn't want the hooded beggar to get stronger. The young man wonders why the hooded beggar is looking to meet him and what he knows. The young man suggests that the hooded beggar may be aware of his story. The young man asks to be taken back to the hooded beggar for an in-depth conversation with the latter. The young man and the cook girl listen to the red-haired girl with pigtails, who is terrified to dissuade them from going to the hooded beggar. The red-haired girl with pigtails summarizes the story of the fall of the magic forest and its inhabitants. The red-haired girl with pigtails says, with tears in her eyes, that she has not given up hope of freeing the surviving inhabitants of the magic forest. The young man continues to insist on his meeting with the hooded beggar. The tears in the eyes of the red-haired girl with pigtails are drying up with anger. She doesn't understand why after her story the young man keeps insisting on meeting the hooded beggar. The hooded beggar stares in amazement at the young man who has suddenly appeared before him. The hooded beggar, standing next to the fox girl tied to a tree, calls out loudly to the green entity. A girl cook tightly binds a green entity who has drunk a black drink and is sound asleep. The girl cook, cheerfully eyeing the green entity, comes up with a recipe for the soup she will make from it. Bound hand and foot, a red-haired girl with pigtails loudly reminds a young man of a promise he made. The hooded beggar realizes there is a conspiracy right behind his back that he missed. The young man's face, he looks weak and does not look like a strong opponent. He has a crutch in his hand. The young man asks the hooded beggar to tell him his story. He wants to know what happened to him. The hooded beggar mocks the young man. He does not see him as a serious opponent and fears nothing. The face of the hooded beggar is absolutely confident in himself and his powers. Nothing frightens or embarrasses him. The pensive face of a young man, pictures of the past flicker in his eyes. The young man recalls fragments of his recent fight with a rooster. The rooster, heated by the course of the fight, swings to strike. The young man, crutch in hand, fights the opponent. He hovers in a leap over the opponent. The opponent sends a stream of energy at the young man, which knocks him down. The young man falls, leaning on his crutch. The young man's crutch rests on the ground. The young man is in an extreme state of thoughtfulness. He recalls the last battle and the consequences of releasing the energy. The three fighting roosters are ready for battle. They are absolutely sure of their strength and victory. The hooded beggar, pointing his finger at the young man, is training his fighters before the battle. He sets them up for victory by reminding them of the energy they have received. The roosters rush into battle. They are very determined. The young man activates the energy of his keychain, There is determination in his eyes. Streams of energy encompass and penetrate the fighting roosters. There is terror on their faces. The young man's fight with the fighting roosters is in full swing. The young man's energy girdles the 3 roosters that are hanging in the air. The young man's fight with the roosters comes to an end. The rooster figures, greatly reduced in size, are encased in a ring of energy. The 3 fighting roosters turn into 3 squishy chickens, no trace of their strength and fighting spirit left. The young man's eyes and hair glow from the overflowing energy. He uses the restriction removal from his keychain. The hooded beggar stands in front of the young man who glows with energy. The young man removes the energy restriction from his keychain. He is ready for battle, but this time the fight should not last more than 1 minute. The Fox sisters tied to the tree are wary as they watch the events unfold. They are very hopeful of the young man's strength and believe in his victory. The hooded beggar assesses the enemy's strength. He realizes that the enemy is very strong and his trinket can cause a lot of trouble. The beggar in the hood calls for help from his deputy, the one-eyed bull. The one-eyed bull is ready for battle, sparks flying from under his foot. He approaches the place where the young man is standing. The one-eyed bull lifts the black blindfold that covers his eyes. The one-eyed bull removes his blindfold. A lone eye glows in the middle of his forehead, his body covered in lacerations. The hooded beggar warns the young man that his trinket will not help in the battle with the one-eyed bull. The one-eyed bull unzips the scar that crosses his body. A powerful energy swirls within him. Many one-eyed heads with predatory mouths burst out of the one-eyed bull's body. Many heads surround the young man who is standing with his weapon in his hands. The heads merge into one powerful stream of energy that covers the young man. The hooded beggar is triumphant. He is confident of his deputy's victory. His face expresses superiority. Clubs of energy from the one-eyed bull cover the young man. The bite of the bull's head is deadly. The glowing energy from the young man's keychain penetrates the tentacles and head of the one-eyed bull. A powerful stream of energy emanating from the chest of the one-eyed bull is permeated by the bright energy of the young man. The body of the one-eyed bull glows from the energy flowing into it. He begins to be filled with power. The one-eyed bull is very happy with what is happening. The energy flowing into him gives him strength. The one-eyed bull is enjoying the energy flowing into him. His body is glowing. He is very pleased with the taste of the energy he is sucking out of the young man. The flow of energy is getting stronger and stronger. The one-eyed bull's body becomes more and more powerful from the energy flowing into it. The one-eyed bull's body swells from the energy flowing into it. It no longer fits into its pants. The one-eyed bull swells to an unbelievable size. He can no longer digest the energy and it keeps flowing into him. The hooded beggar is extremely surprised, annoyed, and discouraged by what is happening. He realizes that he has been left without his deputy. The flow of energy continues to flow into the body of the one-eyed bull, which turns into a shapeless carcass. The one-eyed bull can no longer digest the incoming energy. It is begging for mercy, its lone eye pouring in harder and harder. Bang! The body of the one-eyed bull can't bear the strain and bursts, bursting with red-green splashes. The hooded beggar screams in horror. He realizes he is left without a deputy, and most of the load will fall on his shoulders. The remains of the one-eyed bull and the green splashes fly around. The glowing silhouette of a young man glows in a beam of radiant energy. He had won. The young man with a weapon in his hand stands in the middle of the remains of the one-eyed bull. The hooded beggar and the Fox sisters are watching. The hooded beggar is extremely annoyed by what is happening. He was counting so much on the strength of his deputy. The hooded beggar's hand concentrates energy. He clenches his fingers into a fist. The entire figure of the hooded beggar is poured with streams of energy. He realizes that he will have to fight by himself, but he is confident that he can handle it. The hooded beggar rushes at the young man. The battle begins. Energy flows collide. The young man holds his weapon in his outstretched hand. Bright energy flashes around him. The hooded beggar glows from the energy overflowing from him. He looks very determined and confident. The battle is in full swing. Energy streams collide. The young man's foot slams into the hooded beggar. The young man's stream of glowing energy crushes the hooded beggar's red energy. The hooded beggar falls to the ground, hit by the flow of the young man's energy. The hooded beggar's face reflects an extreme degree of amazement. He does not understand how the young man can possess such power. The young man is very determined. He is confident of victory and gives the hooded beggar time to tell him his story. The hooded beggar uses his many tentacles. The young man is extremely annoyed by this turn. He is surrounded by huge tentacles. The hooded beggar explains that he cannot tolerate an orderly tone and has no intention of tolerating it. The hooded beggar controls the tentacles into which the trees around him turn. The young man clutches his weapon tightly in his hands, streams of bright energy flowing through him. The trees ripped out from the root turn into deadly tentacles. The young man, weapon in hand, desperately fighting them. The face of a young man fighting desperately. He is focused only on victory. The hooded beggar is also focused only on victory. He realizes that it is a matter of his life. A bright cloud of energy concentrates over the hooded beggar's palm. The cloud of bright energy above the hooded beggar's head grows larger and larger. The Fox sisters are anxiously watching what is happening. They are very frightened and unsure of the outcome of the battle. The fox girl anxiously asks her sister if the young man can really win. The hooded beggar's face is giggling. He is confident that the ball of his energy will hit the young man. A huge glowing ball of concentrated energy flies. The young man watches the huge glowing ball of energy approaching him. The young man's eyes glow with determination and the will to win. His hand with the glowing weapon is withdrawn to strike. The young man throws his arm with the weapon forward. Shards fly from the weapon in all directions. A glowing eye cracks on the young man's weapon. Glowing energy bursts through the cracks. The young man's weapon turns into a huge club with a huge glowing eye on the end of it. Sparks fly from under the young man's foot and he moves with incredible speed. The young man's eyes are on fire as he swings for a powerful blow. The huge glowing one moves closer and closer to the young man. He is ready to strike. The orb draws closer. The young man strikes. Two powerful energies collide. A loud explosion is heard. The hooded beggar's face is illuminated by the glow from the explosion. The cloud of colliding energies rises above the ground. A bright light emanates from them. The Fox sisters look rapturously into the sky. They hope for the young man's victory. The hooded beggar collapses from heaven to earth with a loud bang. Waves of energy spread out in all directions from the hooded beggar collapsing to the ground. The hooded beggar is lying on the ground. He has absolutely no strength. He realizes that he has lost the battle. Above the hooded beggar's face, his eyes glowing with hatred, hangs the shining tip of the young man's sword. The defeated hooded beggar lies on the ground, and above him, with weapon in hand, stands the young man. The young man's face glows with overflowing energy. He wants an answer to his question, and gives him 10 seconds to do so. The hooded beggar is very evasive in answering the young man's question, mentioning people who are sure that the young man is no longer there. The young man's eyes light up with interest. Of course he wants to know who the hooded beggar is talking about. The hooded beggar's teeth bared, green tongue sticking out. The young man's energy time is expired, and he doesn't have time to pulverize the hooded beggar. The tentacles coming from the hooded beggar are wrapped around the young man. His energy has run out, and he can't fight back. The tentacles of the hooded beggar completely envelop the young man. His weapon falls from his hands. The hooded beggar mocks the young man's helplessness. The young man's face is very tense. He can do nothing. His strength has run out. From his last strength, the young man clutches the hilt of his sword. He has no energy left at all. The sharp blade pierces the young man's body. The young man is no longer able to hold his weapon. His arm unravels. The hooded beggar scrutinizes the young man's weapon, who continues to stand pierced by the blade. The hooded beggar's hand grips tightly and raises the young man's weapon upward. He considers that the young man is powerless without his trinket. The young man realizes the loss of his trinket. Through the tentacles of branches entangling him, the young man sees his weapon in the hands of the hooded beggar. The tentacles of twigs have entangled the young man almost completely, and through them he demands that his keychain be returned to him. The hooded beggar is holding the young man's keychain, which has been turned into a weapon, and he has no intention of returning it. The hooded beggar smirks gloatingly. He is absolutely sure of his superiority. The Fox sisters are horrified at what is happening. They are extremely disappointed with the hooded beggar's victory. The Fox sisters realize that everything is over. They can no longer help. The fox girl decides to sacrifice herself and save her younger sister. The bound red-haired girl with pigtails asks her sister to untie her. She's very concerned about her sister's intentions. The fox girl is extremely determined. She wants to save her younger sister and asks her to escape. The hooded beggar notices the Fox sisters' movements and urges them to take their time. He wants to try his new weapon. The energy of the young man's weapon penetrates the hooded beggar, who continues to hold it in his hands. The tree that the young man is turned into begins to glow with blue energy. The hooded beggar looks at it with bewilderment. The glowing blue energy spreads through the forest. The branches of the trees shake. A dog sitting in a cauldron with a cooking dinner sees a bright glow spreading through the forest. The dog sitting in the cauldron listens attentively to what is happening. A hooded beggar stands in front of the tree that the young man is turned into. In his hands, he continues to hold the young man's weapon. The dog's eyes widen with realization of what is happening. She realizes that the hooded beggar has the young man's keychain. There are flashes of bright blue energy. A beam of bright blue energy bursts through the bark of the tree the young man is turned into. The hooded beggar stares at the tree in utter bewilderment. He does not understand the true purpose of the young man's keychain. The eyes of an understanding dog. It knows exactly why the young man wore his keychain and what it serves for. The young man's feet stand on a glowing bright blue surface. A huge, glowing with a bright blue light, dragon. The young man stands on its back. The young man's face, his hair is glowing with energy. His eyes are downcast. The light-bearing dragon has returned. The young man in a capsule of glowing energy hangs next to the light-bearing dragon. The dragon emits a bright light. The hooded beggar looks down at the dragon and the young man in utter amazement. The young man descends to the ground. Streams of energy surround him. The young man's foot touches the ground. The young man descends to the ground in streams of bright energy in front of the hooded beggar, who continues to clutch a weapon in his hand. The hooded beggar continues to grin gloatingly. He still hasn't realized anything. The hooded beggar intends to use his own weapon against the young man. The young man's glowing sword, in the hands of the hooded beggar, passes through the young man without harming him. The hooded beggar swinging the glowing sword is still trying to strike the young man. The young man looks up and stands behind the hooded beggar, still hoping for something. The young man reaches out to the side and points his finger. He still doesn't look up. The hooded beggar flies aside from the movement of the young man's hand. The young man's finger is pointed at a blob of swirling energy. Everything around him is covered in thick smoke. Sister foxes standing near the tree incomprehensibly observe what is happening. A flash of bright luminous energy. The hooded beggar's bewildered face. He still doesn't understand what is happening, still clutching the young man's weapon in his hand. The young man's face. His hair continues to glow. He still doesn't look up. The dog is watching carefully. He realizes that all the most interesting things are ahead. The figure of the young man. He stands back in swirls of bright blue energy, his arms stretched out along his body, fists clenched. A light-bearing dragon soars through the air. There is a bright full moon in the night sky. The dragon radiates energy. Dark silhouettes of different creatures against the background of the mountains. The tops of the mountains are glowing. The dragon from above is sending down a stream of powerful energy. At the bottom, everything explodes from the flow of energy. The dragon destroys everything below with a stream of powerful energy. Only scraps remain. The silhouette of a glowing human against the dark face of the dragon. The human body is unable to contain and withstand the dragon's powerful energy. The young man wears a keychain around his neck in order to cope with and withstand the dragon's powerful flow of energy. The young man can unlock the energy lurking within him for a time, but it is deadly to him. When the young man utilizes the energy, his body experiences severe shocks. The young man's face after using the energy. He's fatigued and drained of energy. The consequences are extremely unfavorable. The young man's hand is glowing with energy. He is separated from his trinket and nothing is holding back his energy. The young man glowing with energy stands in front of the dragon's muzzle. He is now the strongest. The hooded beggar is completely bewildered as to how the young man managed to pick his way out of the tentacles of the trees. The hooded beggar still continues to believe that he can defeat the young man. The hooded beggar attacks the young man and gets hit with a blast of powerful energy in return. Powerful streams of blue energy spread through the forest and demolish everything in its path. A bright blue blob of powerful energy flies into the night sky. A young man's weapon falls to the ground from the energy blob. Rocks and shards fly around. The young man stretches his arm forward. Everything happens from the movement of his hand. The hooded beggar falls to the ground with a stone. The well-worn hooded beggar still has no intention of giving up. He intends to regain his power and strength. The hooded beggar raises his hands and clenches his fingers. He knows how to control the forest around him. Flashes of energy burst through the bark of the dry trees. Sharp splinters of tree bark fly in different directions. The hooded beggar controls the flow of sharp chips that obey the movements of his hands. The splinters, sharp as blades, fly in the direction the hooded beggar commands. The hooded beggar is extremely annoyed by the young man's behavior and seeks revenge. The stream of sharp blade-like splinters becomes very dense and crushes everything in its path. The sharp splinters merge into a powerful wave and head towards the young man. The stream of splinters approaches the young man's hand. He calmly waits for them to approach. The young man's finger touches the point of one splinter. At the young man's touch, the stream of splinters thins considerably and turns to dust. At the command of the young man's hand, the stream of chips turns and returns to the hooded beggar. The annoyed hooded beggar gathers the last of his strength into a fist. He still has no intention of giving up. The hooded beggar stands with his hands raised to the sky. He is hopeful of his strength and believes in his victory. The hooded beggar's face is turned to the sky. His tongue is stuck out predatorily. His eyes are burning with rage. Energy rises from the hooded beggar's assistance. It is collected by the hooded beggar. The girl cook walks beside the boy in the yellow hat. She carries the hooded beggar's helper, from which energy rises. Energy rises from the remains of the one-eyed bull. Energy rises from the chickens that used to be 3 fighting roosters. The hooded beggar gathers the energy of all his victims into himself. All the energy gathers in one place. It concentrates into a large ball. The young man watches idly, his eyes downcast. The hooded beggar has gathered all the energy of his victims. He has regained his power and turned into a fire monster with fiery hair and red claws on his paws. The fire monster's energy spread out in different directions in powerful streams. The fire monster gathers all its strength and rushes to attack. Its green tongue spreads out in different directions. Tentacles grow in the fire monster's path, which it tries to fight. The tentacles pull the fire monster off the ground and lift it into the air. The tentacles come from the young man. They tear the fire monster off the ground and lift it higher and higher into the air. The tentacles wrap around the fire monster. He tries to fight them and destroy them with his energy. The fire monster copes with the tentacles enveloping it. Around him are tongues of brightly glowing energy. The fire monster, on the wings of its energy, looks up at the young man from above and declares that he's the strongest. The young man looks up and down at the fire monster hovering in the air and directing the flow of his energy. The young man raises his hand up and points it towards the fire monster, his hair covering his eyes. The young man's hand clenches into a tight fist, which is pointed towards the fire monster. Tongues of bright blue energy collide with the red energy. From the collision, they mix together. The fire monster is blown to pieces by the flow of energy, which falls to the ground. There is still a whole head of the fire monster. It can't believe the reality of what is happening. In the wide-open eyes of the fire monster is genuine amazement. It doesn't understand how the young man was able to defeat it. The young man's fist unclenches, his fingers making a movement. The fire dragon's body is wrapped in glowing rings. It is completely immobilized and extremely annoyed by this fact. The rings wrapping around the fire dragon obey the movement of the fingers on the young man's hand. The glowing rings encompass the fire monster's hand with hooked red fingers. The glowing descends lower and lower down the fire monster's arm. He screams desperately. The life hanging in the air of the fire monster is in the hands and fingers of the young man. The young man's hand raised upwards. With the movement of his fingers, he controls the life of the fire monster. The face of the fire monster, who realizes the near and imminent end and offers the young man a deal. Using his last opportunity, the fire monster offers to tell the young man about his past. In an attempt to preserve his life, the fire monster seduces the young man with a story about his past. The fire monster is no longer demanding, no longer offering, but begging for mercy. He senses and realizes the near termination. The young man's hand raised up and pointed towards the fire monster. One movement of his finger decides everything. The young man's face glows from within from the overflowing energy, his arm stretched forward. Rays of fiery energy pierce through what's left of the fire monster. Soon it would be over. The remains of the fire monster fall at the young man's feet. The story of the hooded beggar or the fire monster comes to an end. The Fox sisters look at everything happening with admiration. They can't believe their happiness. In the eyes of the red-haired girl with pigtails are tears of admiration. She still can't believe that everything worked out. The young man's face glows from within from the energy overflowing from him. A slight smile plays on his face. He is satisfied with the result. A glowing dragon twisted in rings. On one of the rings stands the figure of a young man. Red convertible on the street of the night city. The convertible stops next to a building with brightly glowing windows. Behind the wheel of the convertible is a fashionista wearing sunglasses. He looks intently at the building he has pulled up to. House 7 on Happiness Street. The windows of the house are brightly lit. The street in front of the house is deserted. A fashionista sitting in a convertible slightly raises his sunglasses and speculates about the taste of the upcoming dinner. A girl cook and a boy in a yellow hat are walking through the woods. They are discussing the events that have taken place. The boy in the yellow hat remembers that he has not come alone and suggests that the girl cook should be concerned about the fate of the older man. The girl cook positively evaluates the loyalty and devotion to friendship of the boy in the yellow hat. Under the young man's foot is all that remains of the hooded beggar. The foot rubs the remnants into dust. The young man, his face glowing with overflowing energy, walks down the road. A slight smile plays on his face. The Fox sisters are genuinely happy about what has happened. They cannot yet fully believe in the end of the hooded beggar's tyranny. A young man walks past the delighted Fox sisters. The sisters embarrassedly thank the young man for his help. The young man's face glows with overflowing energy. Admiration burns in the Fox sisters' eyes, their faces reflecting the glow of the young man's energy. The Fox sisters fall at the young man's feet. His energy is too strong for them. The red-haired girl with pigtails bends down from the intolerable pressure. Tears flow from her eyes. Her older sister, the fox girl, begins to realize what is happening. She realizes that something has happened to the young man and he has changed. The young man's face darkens. His eyes and hair glow with energy, but his gaze becomes harder. A procession is coming through the forest. At the head is a boy in a yellow hat with an elder on his shoulders. Behind him is a girl cook and a man in a striped jacket. The young man puts his hand over the kneeling Fox sisters in front of him. He clearly has ill intentions. The cook's girl's eyes widen as she screams in horror at the young man not to touch her own. The young man hears someone shout. He stops and listens. The young man's face, he doesn't realize who yelled at him or who is coming towards him. He seems to have forgotten everything. Shrapnel falls under the young man's feet. Transparent shards rain down on the young man from the sky. He intends to gather energy from all of them. From the mouth of the light-bearing dragon, a stream of light rushes into the sky. The young man stands in front of it. There are shards all around. The young man stands in the center of the flow of energy, which spreads out from him in waves in different directions. The flow of energy knocks down the boy in the yellow hat and the cook's girl. They fall with their hands raised. From the young man standing in the center, there are circles of powerful energy, knocking down everything in its path. Someone is watching the young man's actions, hiding behind the trunk of a large tree. Hiding behind the trunk of a large tree is a fashionista in sunglasses. He realizes that there is a light-bearing dragon in front of him, the figure of a young man in the center of circles of powerful energy. The face of the fashionista. He licks predatorily, assuming that he has easy prey in front of him. He has removed his sunglasses and holds them in his hand. The boy in the yellow hat sits on the ground. Not far from him, the figure of a young man in a puff of dust, raised by waves of energy. The boy in the yellow hat sits on the ground and shakes his head in bewilderment. He does not understand what has happened and why his companions are lying unconscious nearby. A young man's glowing sword flies from the sky to the ground, the young man's hand clutching the hilt of his weapon tightly. The young man, clutching his weapon in his hand, stands amidst puffs of smoke. His eyes and hair glow from the energy overflowing from him. The boy in the yellow hat is very frightened. He stands among the trees. His fellow travelers lie unconscious nearby. The boy looks with horror at the young man's sword. The young man's face, eyes, and hair glowing. A slight smile plays on his face. The face of the boy in the yellow hat is twisted from the horror that has gripped him. Tears are pouring from his eyes. Rivulets of sweat are running down his face. He is begging for help. The dog flies with great speed from above. They either jump or fall. The bark of the tree under which the boy in the yellow hat is standing is covered in flashes of energy. From the top of the tree, someone jumps from the top of the tree. The boy in the yellow hat looks up in horror. He sees a figure of some sort but doesn't realize what or who it is. A determined dog flies down, tearing off its collar as it goes, its fearless eyes staring down. The dog's eye pours with red light. Clubs of red and black energy, within which two eyes burn with a bright red light. In the rings of red and white energy, there is a flash, in it a red incipient figure. Out of the flash, the figure appears with a huge red dog in its background. The figure has black and white hair and red eyes. Not long ago, the figure was a dog. Now it is transformed into a fellow Cerberus. The red chains entangling the Cerberus boy's arms and body stretch and come off. The Cerberus guy collects the chains falling from him with his fist. It looks like he has plans for those chains. Cerberus guy picks up the red chains and points them towards the young man standing below. The red chains thrown by the Cerberus guy entangle the young man's body and shackle him. The red-chained young man does not understand what is happening or where the attack came from. The young man is thrashing around in the red chains that have completely entangled his body. He is extremely outraged at what is happening. The Cerberus guy lands on the ground not far from the red-chained young man. The young man's weapon is lying on the ground. The hand of the Cerberus boy picks up the young man's weapon from the ground, on which an eye burns with a bright blue light. The Cerberus boy, with the young man's weapon in his hand and a blazing red fire behind him, approaches the chained young man. The latter is not pleased. The fellow Cerber, who is quite serious, reminds the young man of the benefits of self-control. The chained young man is extremely dissatisfied with the educational action of the Cerberus guy. The Cerberus guy points a glowing sword at the young man. There is a bright flash. The boy in the yellow hat turns away, covering his eyes with his hand. The light of the bright flash hurts his eyes. Everything around him is illuminated by the bright flash. The young man's keychain returns to its rightful place, latching around his neck. The red chains begin to fall off. The young man's body is completely freed from the red chains restraining him. The red marks from the red chains remain on the young man's body, freed from the red chains. The face of the boy Cerber. His eyes are glowing red. The same red marks from the chains are on his body. He is urging the young man to return at last. The young man's face, his hair and eyes take on their normal color. A keychain hangs around his neck. He returns to his normal state. And the Cerberus guy calls him master. A group of people are standing on a city street in the middle of tall houses. They are discussing something vividly. A man in a striped jacket and glasses enthusiastically talks about what happened in the house on the Street of Happiness. Those present as they discuss are inclined to believe that they were saved by one fearless man. In the center of the crowd stands a boy in a yellow hat. It is he whom everyone calls their savior and thanks. The boy in the yellow hat embarrassingly denies it. Those present praise the modesty of their savior. The man in the striped jacket waves his arms cheerfully. The older man lashes out at the glory of the boy in the yellow hat, calling him his brother. The boy in the yellow hat doubts that anyone can believe what is happening is real. The people around him fall down before the boy in the yellow hat, who is extremely discouraged that the people around him believe him. The boy in the yellow hat is quite pleased with what is happening and the reaction of the people around him. He folds his arms over his chest and raises his head proudly. The face of the boy in the yellow hat is somewhat pensive, wondering what happened to the girl cook and the others. The entrance to House 7 on Happiness Street is blocked off with yellow police tape prohibiting trespassing. Above the branches of the dry trees of the magic forest is a bright blue sky. A red-haired girl with pigtails stands on the veranda of a house in the magic forest. There is a blue sky above the house and dry trees all around. A red-haired girl with pigtails enters the house. A dog walks beside her. The girl is tormented by the answer to a question that is swirling around in her head. The face of the red-haired girl with pigtails, in her eyes deep interest. She wants an answer to her question. Who stopped the young man? The young man, completely without any strength, is lying on the bed. On his chest is a keychain. The sly face of a smiling dog in a red collar. She knows exactly who stopped the young man, but won't tell anyone. The thigh of a chicken carcass flies into the frying pan. The girl cook stands near the kitchen table. In front of her lay the carcasses of 3 chickens. She's going to cook them. Nearby stands a girl fox. The girl cooks 3 different dishes from the chickens. The first dish is chicken rolls with rice on a lotus leaf. Chicken rolls with rice on lotus leaf. Everything looks very nice and appetizing. The chopsticks raise 1 roll. The lotus leaves lie steaming in the pot. A stream of golden oil flows out of the container. On a platter lies a deep-fried chicken. It looks very appetizing and spreads an amazing aroma. A whole chicken carcass is fried in a pan in golden oil. On a round white plate lies a sliced chicken carcass, looking very appetizing and spreading a marvelous aroma. The girl cook brings in the prepared dishes and offers to taste them. The dog and the red-haired girl with pigtails sitting at the table are ready for dinner. On the plates are 3 dishes prepared according to different recipes. They are piped out very nicely and obviously very tasty. A red-haired girl with pigtails and a dog are leaning over the appetizing, smelling, and looking dishes. The girl cook encourages those present not to be in a particular hurry, as she has 2 more dishes in store. Additionally, the girl cook offers the attendees a taste of the meat of the one-eyed bull and the tongue of the hooded beggar. The dog and the fox sisters are seated at a set table. The girl cook offers them to taste everything, wondering if they will like the taste of the dishes. The fox girl tastes the dishes. Her eyes are interested and slightly wary. A red-haired girl with pigtails is extremely interested in trying new dishes. The sister foxes are delighted with the dishes they have eaten. Their eyes roll with pleasure, their faces flushed. The fox girl, crying with pleasure, imagines herself surrounded by the incredible beauty of flowers. The red-haired girl with pigtails is thrilled with what she has tasted. She imagines herself in a garden of paradise, a house with a high veranda in a magical forest against a blue sky. Someone standing behind a large tree watching intently. An extremely interested fashionista is standing next to a large tree watching what is going on in the house. He intends to have dinner. A wooden attached ladder leads up to the high veranda of the house in the magical forest. From the house, appetizing odors waft up to the modiste, whetting his appetite. The face of the mod is wearing sunglasses. He is very hungry for dinner and knows what, or rather who, he has planned for dinner. The face of a ravenously licking fashionista. Behind him is a green entity tied to a tree with its mouth taped shut. On the table, empty plates left over from a dinner eaten to the last crumb. Dinner was clearly enjoyed by all. The fox sisters and the dog, who had an appetizing dinner, praised the girl cook and her talent. The fox girl's tail is fluffed up with pleasure. She is full of energy that has returned to her after dinner. The chef girl's face looks tense. She is worried about the young man's condition. The exhausted young man is lying on the bed without moving. The dog is very concerned about his master's condition. The young man has released all his energy for the first time, and the consequences of this move may be unpredictable. The young man is in a coma. He lies without moving or eating. How long he will stay like this is unknown. The fox sisters and the cook girl are very concerned by the dog's words that the young man could be in a coma for up to a year. The dog, propping his head up with his paw, tells them that the amount of energy received by the young man is too much for the human body, whose resources are not unlimited. The face of a young man in a coma with a keychain on his chest. Even if the young man does wake up, it could take years for him to recover. The hands of a red-haired girl with pigtails are trying to wake up the young man. The young man's condition is very upsetting to the red-haired girl with pigtails. There are tears in her eyes. She really wants to help him. The fox girl is extremely determined. She believes that they should help the young man in gratitude for saving their magical forest. The determined face of the fox girl who reminds her sister that they have the ability to transfer energy. The red-haired girl with pigtails is somewhat confused. He clarifies with his older sister what kind of energy she means. Fox sisters have been accumulating energy for many years, which they can turn into charm juice. They can transfer it to the young man to regain their strength. The dog is very curious to know what charm juice is and how it works. There is an extreme degree of curiosity in her eyes. The Fox sisters decide to help the young man and prepare to perform the operation in the evening. The month shines brightly in the night, starry sky, illuminating the dry trees of the magical forest with moonlight. Night Magic Forest. On the high veranda of a house sit a girl cook and a dog. The windows of the house are brightly lit. Something is happening there. Brightly lit window of the house in the magic forest. In the house, the Fox sisters are doing their magic to restore the young man's strength. A girl cook with a pensive face sits on the veranda of the house. She is concerned about what is happening in the house and hopes that everything will turn out all right. The muzzle of an extremely upset dog, she is unhappy that she is not allowed to see what is going on in the house and is extremely curious about the charm juice. The lighted window of a house in a magical forest. In the window are silhouettes of the Fox sisters working their magic. Under the window are their shoes. Candles are burning brightly in the house. The feet of the Fox sisters stand on the discarded clothes. The sisters are getting ready. A young man lies on the bed without strength, his eyes closed, the silhouettes of the Fox sisters in front of him. The inspirational face of the Fox girl. Oni presses her hand to her chest, her eyes covered. She really wants to thank the young man for his help. The face of the red-haired girl with pigtails glows with gratitude. She presses her hands to her chest, clenched into fists. The young man, completely exhausted, lies on the bed. His eyes are closed. The keychain hangs on his chest. The morning sun illuminates a house in a magical forest. The empty veranda. Still everyone is asleep. The morning sun illuminates the face of a sleeping young man. He has changed and no longer looks completely exhausted. The sunlit face of the young man. He slowly opens his eyes. He is awake. The young man sits up on the bed. He looks at the ribbons lying on his bed in surprise. Behind the young man's back is a fox girl. She is watching his awakening. The fox girl wipes away tears of happiness. He rejoices at the young man's awakening. He and his sister have done well. A plate of appetizing soup is in the young man's hands. He has to recuperate. The young man sits in the gurney and eats the soup prepared by the girl cook, who is watching him. A curious dog peeks out from behind her back. The dog is very curious about what happened during the night in the house and after what the young man woke up. She tries to find out the details. The young man doesn't remember anything from the night before, which makes his dog very upset, eager for details. Fox girl comes out to breakfast alone, everyone wondering where her sister has gone and why she didn't show up. Fox girl explains her sister's absence by saying that her sister, who has spent all her energy, has turned into a short fox and does not want to embarrass others with her appearance. The fox girl tells about the very limited energy reserves that she and her sister have and is extremely happy that she had enough to do what she had planned. The young man and his dog listen to the fox girl's story with pensive faces. The young man and his dog discuss the current state of affairs and the young man's inability to use the energy until it is fully restored. The morning sun shines in the bright blue sky and illuminates the dry trees of the magic forest. On the veranda of the house, the whole company gathers. The girl fox enthusiastically looks at the bright sun and blue sky. The girl cook inquires about the Fox sisters' future plans, her face expressing concern and thoughtfulness. From the veranda of the house, there is a magnificent view of the panorama of the magic forest. The fox girl believes in the possibility of the forest's revival. Little demons return to the liberated magic forest. They are no longer afraid of anyone. The fox girl, standing among the dry trees, tells the story of the magic forest and its repopulation by different creatures. The fox girl has a very spiritualized face. She believes in the possibility of revival of the magic forest. The young man is sitting on a gurney. The girl cook is standing behind him. It's time for them to pack for the road. A red-haired girl with pigtails is very upset about parting with her new friends. There are tears in her eyes. She asks not to forget them. The depths of distant space, bright stars, galaxies, asteroid fragments, distant unfamiliar worlds. A steep staircase leads to a tall palace, with the outlines of constellations burning on the walls. At the bottom stands a bowed figure in a long cloak. The bowed figure, against a backdrop of stars and asteroids, answers questions regarding the light-bearing dragon. Someone is vividly inquiring about its fate. A dark figure in a hood and cloak is extremely interested in what is happening to the light-bearing dragon. The figure's face is not visible. From beneath the hood, an eye burns with a red and unkind fire. Its owner is interested in ending the existence of the light-bearing dragon. A young man in a gurney with a dog in his arms and a girl cook approach the yellow van. The girl cook is very excited to continue the journey. Her face is smiling. She looks very satisfied. The dog is extremely engrossed in his phone. His eyes are burning with joy. His tongue is out. His face is full of satisfaction with what is happening. The company approaches the yellow van and it turns out that there is a problem. The young man can't drive. The dog suggests putting the cook's girl behind the wheel, but it turns out she can't drive. The young man, the girl cook, and the dog are at a loss as to who will drive the van and how to proceed. A dark figure watches the young man and the cook girl carefully from behind the van. The figure suggests the existence of a substitute driver. The young man and the girl cook are extremely amazed at such a simple solution to the problem. A replacement driver seems like a way out for them. The dog is absorbed in searching for the driver on his phone. The young man and the girl cook lean over her and wait for the result. The dog succeeds. Her order is accepted. She looks very satisfied. A figure in a light-colored suit and a cylinder appears in front of the amazed young man, the girl cook, and the dog. The driver is ready to fulfill the order. A fashionable man in a light-colored suit with a monocle in his eye appears in front of the company. He is the one who intends to fulfill the order. The fashionista bows low to his customers and introduces himself. He is the one who is ready to fulfill the order. The fashionista smiles slyly and looks at the young man. He has a plan worked out. Modnik stands in front of the young man sitting on the gurney. He looks pleased with the impression he has made. A map of the area with landmarks of the territories marked on it and the route of the yellow van. The evening sky. The sun is setting, its rays illuminating the dark trees. The sun is almost hidden behind the horizon. In the sky are golden red clouds. The forest and grief darken. The night shore of the sea with intricately rugged coastal rocks. A bright starry sky. A lonely fire in the darkness. An appetizing dish is cooking on the coals. The girl cook is preparing a new dish for dinner. The girl cook and the mod sit by the fire. The dog clamps his nose with his paws. He doesn't like the spreading odor. The face of the girl cook, fascinated by the process of preparing a new dish for dinner. Her eyes glow with interest and joy. A young man sits under a night sky that is streaked with trails of shooting stars. His pensive gaze is fixed on the distance. 3 plates with an appetizing dish. The girl cook presents her next culinary masterpiece. A fashionista, with a plate of appetizing noodles in his hands, is looking at the dish with interest. In the background, the girl cook paves a plate to a young man. A dog holding a plate with noodles in his paw clamps his nose. He clearly does not like the smell of the dish. The fashionista tastes the noodles. His eyes are full of surprise. He clearly did not expect such skill from the girl cook. Fashionista is absolutely delighted with the dish he has tasted. He is in an imaginary realm of perfectly cooked snails. On the plate is a cooked snail with a human face. It is clearly not embarrassed by the fact that it is about to be eaten. A fashionista is holding a plate of noodles. His look expresses complete amazement. He clearly did not expect this level of skill. The girl chef has a plate of noodles in her hands and is trying to feed the young man whose gaze is distracted, predatorily licking the face of a fashionista with a piercing in his tongue sticking out. He imagines and anticipates the taste of the dish prepared by the girl chef from the light-bearing dragon. The young man and the girl chef are enveloped by an odor, the source and origin of which they do not know. The fashionista who smells the odor smirks predatorily. He obviously knows more than the others. The dog, resigned to the smell of dinner, eats with pleasure. The emerging odor alarms her. She anticipates more trouble. A round, huge maze is purple in color with 3 tiny dots in the center. 3 small figures stand in the center of the huge maze. Purple smoke is spreading through the maze. A young man, a girl cook with a dog behind her back, and a fashionista are somewhat wary of what is approaching them. There is a bright glowing dot in the dark sky that is slowly and steadily approaching. Out of the darkness approaches a strange creature that looks like a white jellyfish with a glowing ball on its head. The mod is extremely interested in the glowing jellyfish and doesn't mind tasting it. The girl cook is against talking ingredients in a dish. The glowing jellyfish approaches the young man and dog looking at it in amazement. The glowing jellyfish complains of hunger and explicitly hints at the appetizing aroma spreading from the dish. There is an appetizing smelling dish on the coals with something still left over. Fashionista tries to catch the glowing jellyfish, but it dodges quickly and Fashionista fails. The Fashionista's attempts to catch the glowing jellyfish are unsuccessful, and everyone else watches his attempts with interest. The glowing jellyfish is extremely interested in the noodle dish. It likes the smell and is ready to eat everything. The glowing jellyfish's entire appearance expresses extreme satisfaction. It looks like it had a big meal. Satisfaction drains from the glowing jellyfish's face. Something has drastically changed and it no longer looks satisfied. Extremely annoyed and frustrated glowing jellyfish, she is not satisfied with the smell of the dish. She was looking for a different flavor. The glowing jellyfish, all in tears, is throwing a tantrum. She is looking for the flavor and not finding it. She is very upset. The walls of the labyrinth in which the whole company and the luminous jellyfish that has joined them are slowly but surely shrinking. The girl cook is very scared and surprised by what is happening. She doesn't understand why the space around her has started to shrink. The young man understands why the walls are beginning to shrink. He tensely observes what is happening. The fashionista is watching in a state of extreme interest. He seems to be amused by the situation. The glowing jellyfish is beating in natural hysteria, tears pouring from its eyes, its mouth twisted with sobs. The frightened dog clings to the cook's girlfriend, who is frantically trying to figure out how to find a way out. The glowing jellyfish sobs desperately. There is some connection between the way out of the maze and the smell it is searching for. The cook girl realizes what the problem is. Her face lights up with a hunch. She finds a way out of the situation. The glowing jellyfish freezes somewhat in its hysterics. It looks like it has heard what it needs to hear. The walls of the maze stop narrowing and stop. Everyone present has extremely surprised faces. The glowing jellyfish is extremely interested in the chef girl's words about rice noodles. She perks up and stops being hysterical. A plate of rice noodles with vegetables, an appetizing aroma spreads around. A glowing jellyfish leans over the plate of noodles prepared by the girl cook. The girl cook is tensely waiting for the result. The mod in the background is savoring the flavor. A plate of appetizing smelling noodles. A glowing jellyfish brings its spherical outgrowth closer to her. Despite all its appeal, the smell of the noodles doesn't suit the glowing jellyfish. It's not what it's looking for. The chef girl has an extreme look of bewilderment on her face. She doesn't understand how this could have happened. The dog is trying to take the rest of the noodles away from the mod. The girl chef leans over to the glowing jellyfish sitting disappointedly next to her plate and inquires about her concerns. The glowing jellyfish sobs desperately sitting next to the plate of noodles. She is ready to talk about her immediate problems. The dog listens to the conversation with interest. It is clear to him that the way out of the labyrinth is directly related to the solution of the glowing jellyfish's problem. A fiery book with a fierce dog face on the cover appears in the dog's paws. The dog is passionately reading the book. The girl cook sitting next to him doesn't mind joining in. The dog finds information in the book about the glowing jellyfish and its history. Now he knows who it is. The glowing jellyfish, as it turns out, was in a past life a young construction worker who fell from a great height with understandable consequences. The fallen construction worker's hand, the young construction worker's life journey is over. The girl cook is extremely upset by the sad story of the young construction worker. Her face expresses sadness and sympathy. The dog's eyes express some disappointment. He did not get enough information, and his curiosity is not satisfied. The faces of the young man and the fashionista show some degree of frustration with the imperfection of the human world. The glowing jellyfish continues to sob desperately. No one remembers the fallen young construction worker or what he is now looking for. The cook girl has an extreme degree of sympathy on her face and wants to understand how she can help the highly distraught glowing jellyfish. Modnik joins in the information-seeking process. He tries to understand the former young construction worker's immediate concerns. Modnik has more reliable sources of information and information-seeking skills than the dog. He finds someone who still remembers the young construction worker. In the mod's hand is a phone, on the screen of which is information about the person who still remembers the young construction worker. It is his mother, who has been writing about him for 10 years. The girl cook looks at the screen of the phone with extreme interest. The dog, no less interested, peeks out from behind her shoulder. The fashionista and the girl chef are reading the information on the phone carefully. It seems that they are very close to a clue. The girl cook is full of sympathy for the mother of the young builder. The dog fully shares her worries. The mod is extremely interested in reading the information he has found. He understands what the glowing jellyfish is all about and what the problem is. The faces of the chef girl, the fashionista, and the dog are lit up with a hunch. They have realized what the glowing jellyfish is looking for and what it needs, and are ready to help it. The glowing jellyfish looks very distressed. Her eyes are filled with glimmers of memories. She is looking for the smell of her mother's noodles. A tear of sad memories rolls from the glowing jellyfish's eye. Against the night, starry sky, a young man in a gurney, and standing next to him is a young woman cook and fashionista with a dog on his shoulder. A glowing jellyfish hangs in the air. Bright energy is flying from the glowing jellyfish in different directions. Something is happening to it. The glowing jellyfish radiates waves of bright energy into the world. Some process of change is taking place. The girl cook and the fashionista are watching in utter amazement. The dog cautiously clings to the mod's shoulder. All around them are patches of glowing energy. The glowing jellyfish transforms into a young construction worker. The young man and the girl cook watch the process in amazement. The sobbing face of the young construction worker, he is smearing tears and lamenting his failed destiny. He wants his mom's noodles. A picture on the wall, on it a young builder and his mother. They have joyful and happy faces. On the wall hang photos, drawings, and diplomas of the young construction worker. On them all his history, from infant to student. An elderly gray-haired woman stands near the kitchen stove. She is cooking something. The elderly woman is engrossed in the process of cooking and her memories. The old woman is watching TV. She is very lonely and endless TV series are all that is left in her life. To the elderly woman's ears comes the sound of the doorbell. Someone has come to see her. The elderly woman opens the door. The person standing in front of her says her son's name. Her eyebrows rise in surprise. Very surprised face of the old woman. Hearing the name of her son, she rejoices. Hope shines in her eyes. A young man wrapped in a hooded cloak sits on a gurney. Behind him is a smirking Maud. A young woman cook stands nearby. She introduces the people present. Seated at a table are a hooded cloaked young man, a girl cook, a fashionista, and a dog. Next to them is an elderly woman. Everyone is peacefully drinking tea. The old woman listens to the story about spirits, demons, and other evil things with extreme incredulity. The young man has an idiotic expression on his face. He tries to convince the old woman that the spirit of her son has possessed him. The old woman does not believe a word of her guest's story and accuses him of trying to deceive the lonely elderly woman. The elderly woman drinks tea and talks about the imperfection of the world, the fall of morals, and her own rich experience. A dog sitting next to the old woman joins the conversation and wonders how the old woman can be convinced of the truthfulness of the young man's words. The elderly woman's amazement has no limit. She spits out the tea she drank, drops the cup. She just saw the talking dog in front of her. The face of an elderly woman amazed by what she saw. Despite her rich life experience, she had never had to talk to a dog before. The young man, weighed down by the spirit of a young construction worker, takes advantage of the situation and tries to prove to the old woman that he is her son. The young man, citing facts from the young builder's biography, tries to convince the elderly woman of the truth of his words. The elderly woman is in a state of extreme amazement. The facts given make her think that everything she is told is true. The old woman clenches her lips tightly. If everything is true, then her son, whom she has not seen for many years, is sitting in front of her. Taking the opportunity, the elderly woman clenches her hand into a fist and tells her son that she is extremely unhappy with his behavior and the carelessness he has shown. The young builder, who is in the body of a young man, vehemently voices all his grievances to the elderly woman. The elderly woman stands in front of the young man sitting on the gurney. The process of clarification of relations continues. The elderly woman talks about the events of her life and her daily routine. A photograph on the wall. It shows a young construction worker and his black-haired mother. The sobbing face of the young construction worker. He realizes that his mother is very lonely and asks her why her hair has turned gray. The weeping face of an elderly woman. She is lamenting her lonely life and the son who left her so early. The old woman is crying, wiping tears from her eyes. She believes that the gray hair is a consequence of her advanced age. On the wall hangs a working TV set with endless soap operas, which is the only joy of the lonely old woman. On the stove, on a burning fire, is a pan with noodles cooking in it. The elderly woman cooks the noodles and tells the girl cook her own recipe for cooking them. The girl cook understands why her noodles did not satisfy the young construction worker. The face of a young man extremely satisfied with life and noodles, on which the features of the young construction worker are showing through. An elderly woman with her arm menacingly at her side, watching intently at the speed with which the young man is devouring the noodles. The young man and the young construction worker sitting there are extremely satisfied with the taste of the cooked noodles. The older woman has complete peace written on her face. She seems very content, though slightly sad. The girl cook is feeding noodles to a young man. Both are happy. Everything looks very peaceful and calm. Night, corner of a multi-story building. All the windows are dark. Everyone is asleep. On the balcony stand a fashionista reading something on his phone and a girl cook. A dog is lying on the railing. The dog argues about the frailty of existence, the injustice of the world, and the vicissitudes of fate. An elderly woman with a bowl of noodles in her hands sits opposite a young man. They are talking peacefully, remembering the past. The girl cook and the dog observe the peaceful scene and discuss how lucky the old woman is to be able to say goodbye to her son. A fashionista leaning on the balcony railing is discussing the subject of wish fulfillment and the consequences of not fulfilling them. The dog, in a state of extreme thoughtfulness, reflects on the homelessness of the soul. The pensive face of the fashionista, his thoughts are far away from here. He is worried about rebirth and reincarnation. It's morning. The sun rises above the apartment building. Its rays illuminate everything around. A fashionista is stretching against the backdrop of a yellow van, he suggests, to continue the journey and set off on a further journey. The girl cook is carrying a gurney on which sits a young man with a dog in his arms. The young man has braids braided in his hair. The young man is extremely puzzled. He does not understand where and how the braids in his hair came from. It seems to be the work of his dog. The cook girl's hands glue a piece of paper with hieroglyphics written on it in red onto the yellow van. The girl cook tells the dog standing next to her what is written on the glued piece of paper. The glued piece of paper with red hieroglyphics protect the company on their long journey. Ahmad is sitting behind the wheel of a yellow van. Next to him is a girl cook with a dog in her arms. The young man is lying on a bed in the van. The company continues their journey. The yellow van moves quickly down the road. A disembodied spirit stares in the wake of the departing yellow van. The vanishing and smiling spirit of the young construction worker waves hello to the van as it moves away. He is very grateful for the help. The spirit of the young construction worker almost vanishes into thin air against the background of a multi-story building and lush greenery. Someone is watching the departing yellow van sitting on the roof of the house. A fragment of a black fender can be seen. On the roof of the house sits a girl with purple hair and shiny red eyes. She looks something like a bat. Looks like she's found what she's looking for. Two flirting pigeons, yellow and blue, are sitting on the railing. Something has scared the pigeons very badly and they fly away in terror. The yellow van is moving down the road. It looks like it is reaching its destination. The yellow van stops outside a pretty little house with a flowery veranda and a tall staircase. A young man places a gloved hand on the hood of the yellow van. It looks like he has no intention of paying for parking. The yellow van disappears into the young man's gloved hand. The mod watches in amazement. The fashionista enthusiastically appreciates all the advantages of the young man's glove and inquires about the history of its appearance. A girl cook with a dog sitting on her shoulder is standing at the hotel reception. In the background, a fashionista is trying to beg a glove from a young man. The dog unequivocally hints to the girl cook that he doesn't mind keeping her company in her room in the evening. The young man informs the dog that he can do quite well without her help this evening. Fashionista sympathetically supports the dog and offers to share his room with him. Someone watches intently from around the corner as the friends go to their rooms. The Batgirl is contemplating her far-reaching plans. It looks like she intends to make life difficult for the whole company. The night sky. A bright moon peeks out from behind the clouds. Morning. The rays of the rising sun illuminate the green leaves of the trees. The face of a young man in a red collar struggling to wake up. He doesn't quite realize who is standing in front of him yet. A figure with a necklace of bones around his neck looms over the face of the young man in the red collar. The young man in the red collar was in no way expecting this appearance. The dog has a sexy dream in which he's surrounded by three extremely friendly beauties. A Batgirl enters a dog's dream in which he is on a desert island with three beauties. The dog imagines himself in the dream as a young man wearing a red collar, which is quite popular among the beauties. A dog who dreams that she is a young man in a red collar sees in her dream a very real Batgirl. A black-clawed hand predatorily reaches for its victim. The Batgirl embraces the young man in the red collar and pierces him with her hand at the same time. A very hot kiss. A dog lying on the bed next to its master emits a gasp. Her master sleeps without hearing anything. The Batgirl triumphs. The Batgirl is extremely pleased with the result and the ease of achieving it, but her plans do not end there. The young man sleeps peacefully with his head on the pillow, neither noticing nor hearing what is happening next to him. The Batgirl, smiling predatorily, leans over the sleeping young man. She decides to leave him for last. The Batgirl penetrates the dream of the fashionista, in which he's sitting at a long table full of various dishes. The fashionista is happily chortling in anticipation of a very tasty and plentiful dinner. The various dishes are on the table in large quantities and are waiting for the fashionable man to taste them. There are very strange dishes on the table, each with a young man's head. In his dream, the mod eats the young man, prepared in a variety of ways and in the form of different dishes. On a rectangular plate lies a lobster garnished with greens with the head of a young man. The Batgirl is horrified by the young man's dreams. She doesn't understand what she should do about it. In the fashionista's dream, all the products are coming in formation and each one has a young man's head. In the fashionista's dream, a Batgirl appears. She stands by her side and her hands clench predatorily. The dishes with the young man's heads are flying in one direction with great speed. It looks like they are going to attack. The Batgirl is horrified by what is happening. She didn't expect the attack and desperately screams. The products with the young man's heads attack the Batgirl. The powerful blows make her fall down, to scream desperately. The mod licks ravenously. He sticks out his pierced tongue and intends to taste a new dish from the intruder of his dream. The Batgirl explodes into small pieces from the blows being thrown at her. The Batgirl is extremely annoyed by such indecent treatment and promises the fashionista a terrible revenge. The Batgirl's eyes sparkle with rage and she promises the fashionista a nightmare dream and a nightmarish end. The very surprised face of the fashionista, who clearly did not expect such a turn and is now looking for a way out of the situation. The modnik in the dream finds himself in an authorized city. Around him are dilapidated houses, crumbling stairs. There is complete ruin all around. A blond boy in ragged clothes sits on the ground in front of the fashionista. The boy weeps bitterly, burying his face in his knees. The fashionista's face is sly and predatory, wearing sunglasses. He licks carnivorously, sticking out his pierced tongue. On the street of the ruined city stands the fashionista. In front of him, on the ground, sits a crying boy. The Batgirl watches with interest. The Batgirl is extremely annoyed at the underestimation of her capabilities and abilities. Ahmad is on the street of a ruined city. He stands with his hands clenched into fists, his entire figure tense. Modnik extends his arm forward, his entire figure glows. The fashionista summons his superpower. Fashionista's arm transforms into an enraged demon with burning eyes and fire from its open mouth. The Batgirl did not expect such a turn and is in a state of utter amazement. In the ruined city, everything is flying in different directions. Stones, cars, iron. It's chaos all around. The figure of a fashion designer in the center of a powerful flow of energy. From the movement of his hand, everything rises and comes into motion. The Batgirl is trying to defend herself from the stones flying at her. She did not expect such a development and is extremely frightened by it. The figure of the fashionista against the background of a huge fire dragon. All the power and strength of the huge fire energy collapses on the destroyed city. In the eyes of the Batgirl is horror at everything that is happening. She's trying to realize who is standing in front of her. The Batgirl's eyes full of horror at what is happening. She begins to guess who she has gotten herself into trouble with. Batgirl makes the only true decision in the situation to run away. Fashionista is not pleased with Batgirl's attempt to escape from him and prevents her from doing so. The Batgirl on her knees begs the mod for mercy, motivating her behavior by the order she received. The fashionista has no intention of letting go of the Batgirl, who has seen too much. He points his dragon arm at her. On the wall is the Batgirl's shadow, which is shrinking in size. The little Batgirl who was just now a beauty. There is not a trace of beauty left. The little bat falls to the floor with a swing. She laments the lost beauty and the time spent in acquiring it. The fashionista, to the bat's lamentation, offers an alternative option that does not suit her. The fashionista suggests that the bat, prostrate before him, tell its owners that he has exclusive rights to the light-bearing dragon. Modnik's eyes burn predatorily. He has no intention of sharing with anyone. He has his own plans for the light-bearing dragon. In the night sky, the month shines brightly and a bat flies. The relationship between the fashionista and the bat is being scrutinized by someone, and they draw the appropriate conclusions. The young man and the girl cook are awakened and watch the situation unfold and demand explanations. The fashionista is caught red-handed and needs to give appropriate explanations of his capabilities and skills. Fashionista promptly falls to his knees in front of the young man and the girl cook. He intends to convince them of his loyalty. Modnik confesses his insignificance and assures them that he is a devoted admirer of the young man. The fashionista, with tears in his eyes, convinces the young man of the transparency of his plans and desires. Despite his best efforts, the fashionista fails to convince the young man and the cook's girlfriend. They do not believe him. A bluebird and a yellowbird are sitting on the branch of a tree. They idly observe what is happening. The young man is sitting behind the wheel of a yellow van. Ahmad stands in front of the car and cries out for sympathy to no avail. A young woman cook sits in the van and holds a dog in her arms. The dog looks sleep-deprived, having had a bad dream. The mod urges him to think again and not to leave him alone. He really wants to keep him company on the journey. The yellow van drives off, leaving the distraught fashionista alone on the road. He stares doomedly after the yellow van. The yellow van stops at a deserted gas station. The girl cook is thinking about the highly topical subject of finances and the possibility of earning money. The young man offers to earn money the old tried and tested way and searches his phone for a transportation order. The phone screen on which a new order pops up. An opportunity to earn money appears. The young man accepts the order. The cook's girlfriend is alarmed by the situation. Something about it seems familiar to her. A red sports car is speeding down the road. It intends to catch up with the yellow van. The red sports car is catching up with the yellow van and is level with it. At the wheel of the car sits a fashionista. A satisfied fashionista in a red car with sunglasses in his hands. This is his order. He has no intention of letting his new friends go. The bright lights of the night city. Life doesn't stop at night in the city, and he doesn't fall asleep. A dog stands in front of the brightly lit entrance to a nightclub. He has big plans for the evening. The dog intends to have a good time this evening, and he is very determined. The dog anticipates fun and entertainment, but a sharp tug on the leash brings him back to the harsh reality. A young man, a girl cook, and a fashionable man are walking through the city at night, the latter dragging a stubborn dog on a leash. The company is discussing the extremely urgent question of dinner. Everyone wants to eat, including the dog. Summer veranda of a popular restaurant. At one of the tables sit a young man, a girl cook, and a fashionable man with a dog. A satisfied fashionista is sitting at a restaurant table with a dog sitting next to him, reminding the fashionista that he is responsible for all financial matters. The girl cook calls the waiter. She intends to try all the specialties. Satisfied waiter happily rushes to fulfill the order. On the table is a mass of various dishes, all of them very beautifully decorated and appetizing. A deep plate with soup, vegetables, meat, and greens are floating in the plate. On the plate, fried fish and sauce and greens and lemon, a mountain of fried potatoes and vegetables. Absolutely satisfied with life, the dog whose eyes shine with happiness, he is delighted with the abundant dinner and indifferently remembers the hamburgers. The young man conducts an educational action with his dog and reminds him that it is strictly forbidden to talk humanely in a public place. A figure in a yellow suit on a scooter appears on the doorstep of the restaurant. It is a food delivery man, and he asks for food. The owner of the restaurant has an extremely stern attitude. He suggests that the delivery man take the order and leave his restaurant. The food delivery man is extremely upset by the harsh reception, but still expects understanding and food. The restaurant owner is determined and points the food delivery man to the prepared packages. The frustrated food delivery man takes the prepared packages away, his stomach rumbling with hunger. The fashionista pays for his dinner. The restaurant owner is extremely pleased and rubs his hands together happily. The owner of the restaurant offers to take over the guest rooms. He is very favorable to the solvent customer. Fashionista refuses the offer and wonders why the restaurant owner treated so harshly the food delivery man who just wanted to eat. The restaurant owner motivates his behavior by his personal dislike for the beggar. Upset by the harsh treatment and very hungry, the food customer gets on his scooter and drives away. The restaurant owner resolutely folds his arms across his chest and explains to the fashionista the reasons for his personal dislike of the food deliveryman. An investor interested in the development of the territory is ready to invest in increasing its attractiveness. Construction equipment is working on the site and intensive changes in the landscape are underway. The local population actively supports the reconstruction and the work of construction equipment. A group of protesters against the construction works, led by a food deliveryman. The protests led by the food deliverymen have had an effect and the construction work has been postponed for 2 years, as indicated by the sign on the fence. The empty restaurant hall clearly demonstrates the failure of the investment project and the associated costs of its owner. The girl cook and the young man are idly listening to the story about the failed investment project. The dog is more interested in his food than in the financial losses of the restaurant owner. The food delivery man kneels in front of the bags of orders that have fallen to the ground. The time for delivery is about to run out. The food delivery man is surrounded by determined, stern-faced men. They want his signature on a document. The extremely frustrated food delivery man is holding a plate of food. He's very hungry and is saddened by the neglect of food. A foot in a rough shoe crumples the plate of food, trying to get the food delivery man's attention to an important task. A food delivery man trying to pick an order off the ground without paying attention to the rugged men surrounding him. A girl cook from behind a restaurant table observes the situation around the food delivery man. She does not like what is happening. The owner of the restaurant explains what is happening by the serious financial resources and administrative resources of harsh men. Frightened face of the restaurant owner, drops of sweat running down his cheek. He is very afraid of the harsh men involved in the disappearance of people. A foot in a rough shoe treats the food delivery man extremely unkindly, as a result of which the delivery man's face meets with food smeared on the ground. The rough men try to force the food delivery man to do what they want him to do. The face of one of the rugged men is extremely determined and confident. A wooden crutch is lying on the ground. The wooden crutch suddenly crashes into an extremely vulnerable point on the stern man's body. The stern man's face is distorted by the pain caused by the sudden and unexpected blow. One of the stern men shakes a wooden crutch in the air. He intends to find out who threw the crutch so successfully. The young man stands quietly observing the situation with his hands in his pockets, his dog fussing nearby. The keychain on the young man's chest glows with red fire, a sure sign that a demon is somewhere nearby. A bright glow emanates from the rugged men. In the background, the young man and his dog watch the scene. The irritated and tense face of one of the stern men. He clearly does not like what is happening. The fashionable man is absolutely relaxed, sitting at the table. The owner of the restaurant, standing nearby, is tensely waiting for the further development of the situation. The enraged stern man throws a crutch that has been successfully hit. The crutch flies at the departing young man but misses him. A rugged man lunges at a young man calmly awaiting his approach. The rugged man flies past the young man, his blow missing its target. All of the harsh man's strength is put into the punch. He wants to cause maximum damage and make up for the inconvenience he has caused. The stern man's leg crashes with all his might into the table where the fashionista is sitting. The girl cook bounces to the side. The stern man's face is enraged. His kick misses its target and he doesn't see his opponent. The face of a man with dark glasses and a short red beard. He is interested in what is happening. A rugged man waves his hand in front of the young man's face. A stout man in a light-colored suit and glasses. He has red hair and a red short beard. This is the head of the local administration. The appearance of the head of the local administration, quite dissatisfied with the behavior of the dour man, takes the latter by surprise. The rugged men bow to the head of the local administration. They are clearly afraid of him. The girl cook finds out from the owner of the restaurant who is really in charge and why the stern men are so frightened. The head of the local administration is extremely disappointed by the inappropriate behavior of the rugged men and calls them to apologize. The young man looks judgmentally at the bowing stern men, whose face shows no remorse, only annoyance. The stern men bow subserviently to the young man with the dog and the food delivery man. The fashionista and the girl cook look on unhappily, the owner of the restaurant somewhat surprised. The stern-looking man, smiling strainedly, hugs the frightened food delivery man and the indifferent young man. The frightened and tense face of the food delivery man who never had dinner and remains hungry. The dog from behind the young man's shoulder offers to go with the stern man and get an inside look at the situation. A brightly lit, beautiful Chinese-style restaurant building. There is lush greenery surrounding the restaurant. The whole company is seated at a table in the restaurant, headed by a stern man repenting of his sins. Bowing and smiling obsequiously, the stern man pours wine into the glass of the food delivery man. The young man refuses the wine, motivated by the presence of a car and the need to drive it. The stern man, holding the glass in one hand and waving the other, greets his guests boisterously. A rugged man greedily drinks red wine from a glass. From the empty glass, turned upside down, the last drop flows out and flies to the floor. The drop of wine falls to the floor next to the stern man's shoe. The stern man promises serious trouble to those present. From the drop of wine that fell on the floor, thick black energy spreads in all directions, forming a circle with the stern man in the center. Tongues of black energy creep up to the feet of the cook girl and begin to rise. Tongues of black energy cover the bodies of the young man and the cook girl, who cannot move. The black energy almost completely encompasses the bodies of the dazed fashionista and the food delivery man. Black energy covers the bodies of everyone sitting in the chairs except the dog. The stern man smirks gloatingly and looks at the results of his activities. He is sure that everything will be the way he wants it to be. A stern man snaps his fingers. He is sure that the world obeys him and everything happens by the movement of his hand. A fragment of a painting hanging on the wall. It shows a bird singing while sitting on the roof of a building. A painting. It shows a building with a young man with a dog, a fashionista, a girl cook, and a food delivery man standing inside, and two birds, a yellow bird and a blue bird, on the roof. Once inside the painting, the friends do not understand what is happening to them and look at their hands in utter bewilderment. There are drawn figures running around the forest painted in the painting. The girl cook tries to understand what happened to them all and how they ended up inside the painted picture. The girl cook remembers the words of the restaurant owner that many people disappear without a trace to unknown places. The girl cook begins to realize what happened to them and for what purpose there is a painting hanging on the wall in the restaurant of a stern man. The stern man stands in front of the hanging and slightly askew painting. It is his secret weapon against people he doesn't want. The stern man smirks gloatingly. There are new guests in his painting who will not be able to find their way out of there. The whole company is in the painted picture, and their main task for the near future, to find a way out of there. At the table of a shabby apartment sit an elderly man and a young girl. They are having dinner. It is dark outside the window. The pretty young girl with glasses persuades her father to eat more slowly. She is worried about his health. The door of the shabby apartment swings open with the kick of a stern man's leg. He has clearly come with bad intentions. A pretty girl with glasses tries to protect her father from uninvited guests. A pretty girl with glasses and her father are blown apart by the baton of a harsh man. The father of the pretty girl with glasses is lying on the floor. She cannot help him, as one of the harsh men is holding her arms tightly. The stern man, grinning gloatingly, demands the signing of a contract. He intends to evict the daughter and the father from the apartment. A stern man looks at a pretty girl with glasses with interest. He likes her. The rough man takes the pretty girl away. Her father remains lying on the floor of the shabby apartment. A tough man with a baton in one hand and a wad of money in the other. The baton is for the poor. The money is for the authorities. An efficient way to solve problems. Anyone who tries to resist the harsh man in any way, he locks them in his painting, from which there is no way out. Those locked in the painting gather around the new arrivals and tell their sad stories. The dog is surprisingly completely calm. He explains that it was a deliberate move to agree to the stern man's proposal and scout the situation. Everyone present perks up after the dog's words in the belief that he has exit options, but in vain. There is no limit to the indignation of those present. The dog has wavered on hope and taken it away. The young man picks up a dry stick and tries to get fire in the ancient known way. The girl cook wonders about the young man's actions and intentions, hoping that he understands how to get out of the picture. The harsh man laughs gloatingly. He is sure that there's no way out of his painting and everyone is doomed to be there forever. The girl cook and the dog watch the young man's unsuccessful attempts to build a fire with hope. The stern figure of the man is suddenly covered by a thick crust of bright blue ice, a very familiar handwriting. Bound by the bright blue ice, the stern man falls to the floor. He didn't realize how it happened. A girl in blue appears on the stage. Her sudden appearance is just in time. The ice block with a stern man inside is lying on the floor near the feet of the girl in blue, driven by warm feelings for the young man. The girl in blue is extremely interested in the painting hanging on the wall. The girl in blue has tears in her eyes. She can't forget the young man and is constantly thinking about him. The girl in blue independently followed the young man, and after gathering information by all means available to her, she found out the whereabouts of the young man. The girl in blue finds the young man and secretly follows him, just in case her help is needed. The girl in blue secretly looks at the young man passing by. She is sure that he is her destiny. In a burst of emotion, the girl in blue makes a very explicit proposal to the young man. Taking advantage of the girl in blue's extreme preoccupation, the stern man breaks out of his icy captivity. The head of the girl in blue is pinned to the table by the stern man's strong arm. She is completely helpless. The girl in blue tries ineffectually to break free from the extremely uncomfortable position. The stern man, taking advantage of the helpless position of the girl in blue, makes her a very unambiguous proposal. The young man manages to start a fire and a fire burns ore by his side. Locked in the painting calls out to the young man for some action. The food delivery man laments the hopelessness of his situation and the impossibility of going to work tomorrow. Someone's hand grabs the food deliveryman by the collar and tries to pull him aside. A young man with the food deliveryman on his shoulder is moving very fast somewhere. He clearly has a plan. The young man holds the food deliveryman over the fire. The latter has a look of genuine amazement on his face. The food deliveryman's clothes catch fire and he screams desperately, jumping up and down and waving his arms. Everyone present is in a state of profound bewilderment. They do not understand the young man's intentions. The burning food delivery man runs around the young man, screaming desperately. The young man calmly observes the situation, standing in the center. The young man explains his actions by understanding who the food delivery man actually is. The young man is counting on the fire to help the food delivery man remember his hidden identity. The food delivery man, being a fire rat at heart, is the only one trapped in the painting capable of burning everything to the ground. The food delivery man, under the influence of fire, slowly but surely turns into a rat. He's very surprised by what is happening. There is fire coming from the hand of the food delivery man who is turning into a rat, but it does not harm him in any way. The caterer looks in amazement at his hands, from which a strong fire is spreading in all directions. Behind the back of the stern man, who is infatuated with the girl in blue, his precious painting is ablaze. The rugged man looks around in bewilderment, his face lit up by the fire of the painting blazing on the wall. The food delivery man's feet, with flames dancing around them, are next to the young man's sneaker-clad feet. Everyone trapped in the painting is getting out. At the head of the company is the flame-haired food delivery man with a determined look. The young man is quite pleased with the result and the effect produced, but has no intention of stopping there. The caterer looks at his flaming hand in amazement. He realizes his superpower. The dog explains to the food delivery man the story of his origins and superpowers. The fashionista is interested in the food delivery man's taste, which makes the dog squeamish. The stern man is extremely dissatisfied with everything that is happening, and the actions of the young man, his appearance changes significantly. A smoldering scrap of a painting lies near the young man's sneakered foot. The appearance of the stern man changes significantly right in front of his eyes. He noticeably increases in volume. Those present observe the changes taking place. Everyone reacts differently. The young man is calm. A severe man turns into a wolf with a shaggy mane and a very muscular torso. The girl in blue, caring for the young man, urges him not to be a hero because of her. The reborn stern man grabs the girl in blue and blackmails the young man with it, demanding that he not move. The girl in blue is very embarrassed and at the same time overjoyed to be called the young man's girlfriend. A dog from behind warns the young man that he can't release energy. It's not time yet. The young man's eyes are serious with determination. He assesses the stern man's abilities and believes that releasing the energy will not be necessary. Very pleased with his move, the stern man in reborn form holds the girl in blue and blackmails the young man. The young man's fist meets the face of the altered stern man at high speed. The rugged man flies aside from the blow. The girl in blue slips out of his grasp. The girl in blue is absolutely sure that all the young man's actions are aimed solely at saving her. The dog catches the girl in blue, flying straight into his hands. In the background, the young man and the stern man stand face to face. The fight does not end. The stern man covers his muzzle with his hand. His eye gleams slyly. He realizes that he can't take the young man so easily. The gnarled paw of the stern man reaches predatorily towards the young man. The young man looks at the stern man extremely seriously. He is annoyed by the unreasonable demagoguery. The stern man, all engulfed in tongues of bright yellow energy, proceeds to take decisive action. The stern man's wolf-shaped head is raised upward, mouth wide open, long tongue out. The young man's hand grips the stern man's long tongue lightning fast and very firmly. The stern man fails to finish his fiery speech, his body prostrate on the floor, his tongue in the young man's hand. The young man's punch plunges the stern man and he crashes into the wall. The young man looms over the stern man, defeated and realizing his miscalculation. Another blow from the young man finally incapacitates the stern man. Offended by such improper treatment, the face of the stern man with rivulets of tears flowing from his eyes. The face of the young man with a darkened look, there is no sympathy on it for the stern man. The young man's final blow, this is where the battle ends, 1-0 in favor of the young man. The defeated stern man lies at the young man's feet. In the eyes of the girl in blue, sincere love shines. She admires the young man's actions. The harsh man begins the reverse process of transformation, shrinking considerably in volume. Under the young man's feet, in a black puddle, sits a small puppy of unknown breed. The puppy resents the loss of his collection, which he has been collecting for years. A swish of the puppy's tail leaves a black mark on the wall. The black mark on the wall turns into a large black hole, in front of which stands an extremely discouraged puppy. The puppy disappears into the black hole, promising its imminent return. A young man, a fashionista, and a food delivery man stand in the middle of a large black puddle and stare at the black hole in which the stern man, who transformed into a puppy, has disappeared. The mod smirks contentedly. He's quite pleased with the result and the young man's victory. The girl cook turns to the former prisoners of the painting and offers them to return to their homes. The satisfied freed prisoners happily scatter to their homes, rejoicing in their freedom. The stern man's restaurant goes up in flames, engulfed in a massive fire. The young man is extremely disappointed that he was not able to ask the question he was so interested in and consequently did not receive an answer. The food delivery man hears the young man's unasked question, and it turns out that he knows the answer. The girl cook looks back at the caterer questioningly and interestedly. She is surprised that he knows the person they are looking for. The young man is extremely intrigued. He asks to be taken to the village where the man they are looking for lives. The yellow van continues its journey. A yellow van is traveling on an empty night road. It is headed for a mountain village. The food delivery man looks out the window of the van and tells the story of his village. A deserted, winding mountain road on which a yellow van is traveling with its headlights on. Inside the yellow van, a girl cook and a girl in blue sit on a bed and listen to the story, standing in front of the window of the food delivery man. The food delivery man talks about the technological advances that have spread to his remote mountain village, as well as his side business. The girl in blue sits on the bed with her knees tucked up. She is jealous of the young man for the girl cook. The mountain road that the yellow van is traveling on comes to a suspension bridge. It's only on foot from here. The food delivery man swings open the door of the yellow van. He is almost home, which he's overjoyed about. The suspension bridge over the deep abyss does not give the impression of a reliable infrastructure. The young man stares at the suspension bridge thoughtfully, seemingly uninspired by the prospect of walking across it. Storm clouds cover the night sky. The rope fastenings of the suspension bridge do not look secure. Storm clouds gather over the heads of the entire company. A thunderstorm is about to begin. The night sky is pierced by a bright flash of lightning. The lightning strike hits the suspension bridge. The rather flimsy structure falls to pieces. Frightened by the violent thunderstorm, the girl in blue clings to the young man's leg in fear. The smoking wreckage of the suspension bridge flies into the abyss. Communication with the mountain village is broken. Two brightly glowing dots appear in the stormy night sky. Something dark is looming overhead at the travelers sitting in front of the collapsed bridge. The dog feels that something is approaching them. He guesses what it is, but cannot fully believe it. A dragon appears before the travelers, shining in all its beauty. The dragon looks at the young man with great interest. He is surprised by his ability to get out of different situations and his incredible survivability. The young man greets the dragon. The keychain on the young man's chest glows red. The dragon has grievances with the young man about their past relationship, which he now intends to express. The young man looks at the dragon unhappily. He does not like the tone in which the dragon is addressing him. The frightened girl in blue snuggles up to the young man. The young man's keychain flares increasingly red. The young man squints his eyes sternly and asks the dragon who he is. The dragon raises its head high and a bright blue glowing ball of light bursts out of its open mouth. The young man looks straight ahead of him at the rocks above which the bright blue glowing ball of light hangs in the air. A glowing human foot rests on the ground. The dragon transforms into a young man dressed in an old Chinese military uniform. The young man introduces himself as the general of the young man's army. The young man looks at the general recognizably. Somewhere in the depths of the young man's memory, this image exists. The general's spoken name causes a flash in the young man's memory, the image of him with a chain around his neck, and the memory of betrayal flashes into the young man's mind. The young man clutches his head with his hands. The pronounced name triggers an agonizing memory. The young man's head explodes with the memory surfacing in it. He remembers the betrayal. The young man looks at the general incredulously and wonders about the purpose of his visit. There's a bright glowing orb on the general's raised finger. It confirms that he has appeared in general with bad intentions. The general directs a bright flash of energy towards the young man. The blast of energy knocks everyone off their feet and everyone flies in different directions. The knocked down young man tries to get up with his friends lying on the ground around him. The exhausted friends lie on the ground, unable to get up. Energy discharges run through the fashion designer's arm and body. The fashion designer tries to clench his hand into a fist, but he fails. The fashionista's body is paralyzed by the energy discharges and does not obey him. He cannot use his energy and come to the young man's aid. The mod realizes that this is no ordinary demon in front of them, but doesn't understand what they should do now. The heart in his ribcage is embraced by energy discharges. The energy discharges released by the general paralyze all living things. The girl cook and the dog are lying on the ground. Energy discharges run through their bodies. They are paralyzed and cannot move. Modnik realizes they won't last much longer. The general looks down on everything that is happening and the bodies on the ground. He looks absolutely invincible. The young man pulls his magic glove over his hand, a prime example of a justified investment. The young man invites his friends to jump into the glove and give him free rein. The mod, all decked out with the bodies of his friends, asks the young man if he really intends to fight alone. The young man offers to stop the useless demagoguery and sucks all his friends into the gauntlet. The face of the young man looking for a way out of the situation. The young man takes another hit of the general's energy. From the impact, the young man flies off and crashes into the van. The general looms over the young man who crashed into the van, wondering where he was going to escape to. The general raises his hand for another blow, and energy discharges from his hand fly in all directions. The stream of energy directed by the general reaches its target and hits the young man. Energy discharges run through the young man's body. He stands on his knee and tries to get up. The young man felt no pain, but his body took a serious hit. Even more, he is worried about his friends. A general surrounded by energy flashes looms over the young man. An energy ball forms above the general's upraised hand. The general brings his hand up to strike and, doubting the young man's mental abilities, suggests that he surrender voluntarily. The bright ball of concentrated energy launched by the general flies at the young man. A sheet of red hieroglyphics taped to the van by the cook girl comes off. The energy ball approaches the young man standing by the van. The sheet with red hieroglyphics also flies towards the young man. The sheet with red hieroglyphics plans straight for the young man and covers him from the energy ball's impact. The energy ball smashes into the leaf with red hieroglyphics and dissipates. The young man, not realizing what is happening, covers himself with his hand from the water spray flying at him. A huge yellow-green colored creature with huge green beads around its neck appears in front of the young man. The creature appears to be a water god, and it is extremely displeased with the general's behavior. The general has a look of extreme amazement on his face. He did not expect to see a water god in front of him. The young man and the water god are talking, remembering the past and his former merits. The young man's face is extremely pensive. He believes in destiny. The multi-armed water god offers the young man to jump straight off a cliff and guarantees him a meeting with the right person. The young man's face expresses extreme thoughtfulness as he ponders the water god's suggestion. The general continues his offensive, sending energy blasts, unperturbed by the presence and protection of the water god. Energy waves fly from the general's hands, capable of sweeping away and striking everything in their path. The water god takes on the general's energy blows. Numerous arms of the water god are spread out in different directions. The face of the water god. He brings his finger to his face at the level of the third eye. A thin glowing beam comes from his finger. From the head of the water, god water splashes in different directions. This transformation process is caused by the thin ray. The body of the water god splits, and now there are two water gods in front of the general, reflecting his blows. The water god reassures the young man that the general cannot get to his true body and suggests that the young man run away quickly. The young man quickly removes himself, heading towards the cliff. The young man jumps off the cliff into the abyss. The young man's body falls with a loud splash into the water of the river at the bottom of the deep gorge. The rays of the rising sun break through the dense foliage of the forest and illuminate the water of the mountain river. A blonde woman with a bag behind her back is walking along the stony bank of the mountain river. A beautiful blonde woman with bright green eyes, eye-colored earrings, and a bag behind her back looks at her find with surprise. The morning sun rises over the mountain village, illuminating everything around them. The face of a soundly sleeping young man beams with the rays of the morning sun. The bandaged young man is lying on a couch. Next to him, on a table, are medical instruments. The young man rises up on the couch. His movements are noticed by the man sitting in the chair next to the couch. The not fully awake young man wonders where he is and where his friends are. The cheerful blonde man explains that the young man is in a mountain village. The blonde-haired man reassures the young man, saying that his friends are fine and being tended to. The blonde man recommends his relative as a very professional but also expensive doctor. The young man vividly inquires about the name of the professional doctor. A beautiful blonde woman enters the room where the young man is lying. The beautiful blonde woman, aka the professional doctor, puts medical gloves on her hands, but she is not the one the young man is looking for. The beautiful blonde is about to give an injection. The young man wonders about his friend's condition. An extremely excited food delivery man runs into the room, fire on his hands. The girl in blue runs after him, scattering chunks of ice. Running past the young man, the girl in blue is extremely pleased at his awakening, but upset that he didn't call out to her. The girl in blue notices that the beautiful blonde is about to give him a shot and tries to stop her. The jolly blonde reassures the girl in blue of the embarrassed pretty blonde's lack of claims on the young man. A medical procedure is performed. The anti-tetanus shot is administered to the girl in blue, who does not expect such a turnoff and is outraged. The pacified food delivery man suggests that the young man look around the mountain village. In the center of the mountain village grows a huge green tree lit by the bright sun, surrounded by a small hut. The people of the mountain village cheerfully and kindly greet the young man and his escort. The girl cook sits between two local girls in national dress. They are discussing something very vividly. During the tour, the food delivery man tells the young man the principles of life organization in the mountain village. The young man and the caterer stand under a huge tree, and the caterer tells him that the village is preparing for the main festival, the Festival of Torches. The food delivery man suggests that they watch the feast and rest in the evening and go searching the next day. The young man is generally okay with this. Night. The villagers form a circle around a large tree with lighted torches and tables arranged around the circle. Cheerful villagers dance around the tree, their faces joyful, torches burning in the background. An extremely excited dog dances next to the local girls. He is very much enjoying all the happenings. A villager calls all the dancers to the set tables. It is time for a festive dinner. There are many different dishes on the festively set tables. A young man sits at the table next to a girl in blue and watches the feast and the dancing of the locals with interest. The set table where the young man is sitting is under the thick branches of a huge tree, which is a symbol of the mountain village. The villager thanks the young man for saving the life of the food delivery man and presents him with a platter of local culinary masterpiece. On the round plate is a ruddy pie made according to the traditional recipes of the mountain village. The girl cook watches with interest the process of cooking by the locals. On the fire in a large frying pan is cooking a fragrant dish in which finely chopped vegetables are floating. A local resident tells the girl cook how to prepare food according to traditional local recipes. The dog hangs around the beautiful local girls. She is very happy with the company she finds herself in. A young man and a girl in blue are tasting the pie presented to them, It seems that the taste of the pie does not excite them much. Someone is watching a torchlight festival in a mountain village from afar. Two unpleasant-looking men are about to set the village on fire, taking advantage of the current situation with the torch festival. A hand with a burning torch sets fire to a haystack at the edge of the village. The torched dry hay instantly bursts into flames. A fire cannot be avoided. Unpleasant-looking men are contentedly watching the burgeoning fire. The fire quickly spreads around. The arsonists intend to blame it on the villagers and their torch festival. A fashionista with a cell phone in his hand suddenly appears in front of the arsonists. He takes a picture of the arsonists and informs them of the fate of their leader, a stern man. The arsonists freeze in bewilderment in front of the mod. The mod goes live and tells his subscribers about the illegal methods of local real estate developers. The arsonists are extremely outraged by the modnik's behavior and demand to stop filming and turn off their phones. Laughing merrily, the fashionista runs away from the arsonists who are after him, while still broadcasting. The mod turns off his phone. The ravenously licking fashionista turns around and raises his hand, on the palm of which appears a fiery face. It seems he intends to dine. The smoke of fire rises above the forest and mountains surrounding the mountain village. The villagers listen to the sounds. The dog, fascinated by music, dancing, and beautiful girls, has no intention of stopping. The fire near the village is extinguished, the celebration ends, and the mountain village falls into a peaceful slumber. On the bed, hugging the bear tightly, sleeps a girl. Her cell phone lies next to her pillow. The girl's father, the headman of the mountain village, looks into the room. He is surprised that the girl is still asleep. The headman wakes his daughter, who quickly rolls off the bed, tossing the bear aside. Old Age's daughter is in the bathroom, standing in front of the mirror, brushing her teeth. She has short dark hair and a green beret. The headman puts breakfast on the table. At the table sit his daughter and young son. The headman's young son eagerly destroys his breakfast. The headman tells his children about the plans for the day. It is an important day in the life of the mountain village that determines its future. The headman leaves, and his daughter, concerned about her brother's weight, takes his breakfast plate away from him. The headman leaves on business, leaving the children with final instructions. The children see their father off and ask him to be as careful as possible. The view from above of the mountain village, neat houses, a huge tree in the center of the village. A local in a turban and robe, the assistant headman informs a young man, on whose leg hangs a girl in blue, of the current state of affairs. The young man, the fashionista, and the girl cook, accompanied by the assistant headman, are walking down the village road. On the podium is the head of the local administration. He is very loyal to the locals. The assistant headman talks about the unscrupulous behavior of illegal developers, whose plans do not include the preservation of the local landscape. The locals thank Modnik for his help in preventing the fire and opposing the arsonists. The Modnik disingenuously attributes his behavior to starvation, causing bewilderment and questions from locals. The assistant headman is in a hurry to attend such an important conference for the entire mountain village and looks at his watch. The food delivery man volunteers to take the whole company to the one the young man is looking for. A dense, bright green forest. The sun's rays shine through the thick greenery. Birds fly in the sky. On the forest road are feet in sneakers and shoes. A company led by a food delivery man is driving through the dense forest. They are moving towards their goal. A beautiful white house in the middle of a dense forest. A green flag is developing on the roof of the house. The whole company stands in front of the entrance of the house, covered by a green curtain. The food delivery man calls loudly to the resident of the beautiful house. The resident of the beautiful house responds from behind the green curtain covering the door. She asks the young man to come in alone and admits that she has been waiting for him for a long time. The young man heads towards the door. He is very focused. He finally reaches his goal. The girl in blue, hearing the woman's voice, clings to the young man's leg. She doesn't want to let the young man go alone. In the jealous thoughts of the girl in blue, there is a rival in the house who is capable of attracting the attention of the young man she truly believes is hers. The face of the girl in blue is distorted by jealousy. It suggests provocation and cunning design. A few leaves fly off a nearby tree. The leaves firmly cover the girl in blue's mouth, preventing her from saying anything. The girl in blue tries unsuccessfully to tear the leaves from her mouth. The food delivery man explains that the resident of the beautiful house knows spells and advises the girl in blue to talk less. A foot in soft green shoes stands next to a sliding door. Two men in green robes invite the young man to enter the house and ask the others to wait. In the courtyard of the house is a large rectangular pool with lotus blossoms. Around the pool is a carved wooden veranda. The young man follows a boy in a green robe along the veranda, streaked with sunlight. The boy in the green robe points the young man to an entrance covered by a white curtain. A vague silhouette peeks out behind the white curtain, The young man is invited to enter. The young man carefully pulls back the curtain and enters the room. On the bed lies a gorgeous woman with golden hair. Half of her face is covered by a mask. The woman is wearing a beautiful green dress and golden sandals. Goldilocks invites the young man to sit down. She is the one he has been looking for so long. The young man sits down on a mat in the center of the room, the windows of which are covered with white curtains. The young man asks Goldilocks if they know each other. He has a very serious face. This conversation is extremely important to him. Goldilocks holds an object in her hand that looks like a layered cube. She scrutinizes the young man and informs him that she is aware of his arrival. The young man tensely asks what Goldilocks is holding in her hand. There is a hidden hope in his question. Goldilocks confirms that she has one of the 5 tastes, namely bitter. Goldilocks upsets the young man by having a competitor who also claims to have one of the 5 flavors. The young man's face is extremely tense, wondering if there is anyone else besides him looking for the 5 flavors. Goldilocks confirms his hunch. The young man is not the only one who wants his powers back. Goldilocks sits on the couch in front of the young man and speculates on whether or not the young man needs the flavor so badly. Goldilocks has a calm, peaceful face, suggesting that the young man's life is much more peaceful without the bitter flavor. The young man asks Goldilocks if she can see the future. She answers in the affirmative, but adds that she cannot change it. Goldilocks hands the young man a multi-layered cube with rotating faces. The young man looks at the rotating cube with interest. The young man, without letting the rotating cube out of his hands, tries to find out who else, but him is looking for 5 flavors. Goldilocks offers the young man to move and sits down next to him. She intends to answer his question. Goldilocks' masked face moves closer to the young man's ear. The masked Goldilocks face approaches the young man's ear almost closely. 2 golden carp swim in a pool of lotus blossoms. A pool of lotus blossoms. At the edge of the pool is a round gazebo with a fancy roof. Women's fingers move checkers on the field for a game of Go. Top view. A man and a woman sit in a gazebo near the pool at a go-go table. The woman, who is a Goldilocks, is winning. The blonde man playing with the Goldilocks woman wonders if the one with the ability to see the future could lose. The blonde man waits very carefully and seriously for Goldilocks to answer his question. There is a hidden sadness in his eyes. Goldilocks, without a mask, with her hand under her head, sadly replies that she foresees the catastrophe, but cannot influence its outcome. A white minibus drives up to the administration of the mountain village, from which people who have come to the conference get out. The headman welcomes the guests who have come to the conference. He is very happy to see all the guests. The headman assigns one of the locals to accompany the guests. The guests who have arrived for the conference enter the room where the conference is being held. Everyone exchanges greetings joyfully. The participants of the conference are seated. The host welcomes everyone. The head of the local administration, with a happy and friendly face, opens the conference. A brightly colored child's school backpack. A hand pushes notebooks and books into the backpack. The headman's daughter packs her younger brother for school and pushes books and notebooks into his backpack, reminding him of his homework. The headman's daughter turns her attention to the jars of pills on the shelf near the entrance. Her face is concerned. Jars of asthma pills that the headman of the mountain village had forgotten because of the rush. The headman's daughter, worried about her father's health, decides to take the medicine to him and sends her brother to school with a friend. The headman's daughter runs along the forest road. She is in a hurry to take medicine to her father. The headman's daughter runs out of the forest and heads towards the administration building of the mountain village. She is in a great hurry. Waves are spreading in the air above the administration building, which does not bode well. Old-age daughter is wary and listens. She sees and feels the waves but doesn't realize what is happening. Sound waves permeate the entire space around the mountain village. The headman's daughter hears an incomprehensible sound and doesn't understand what it means. The headman's daughter is wary as she approaches the administration building. She only thinks of taking medicine to her father. Under the influence of the sound waves, the roof of the building begins to crumble and collapse. The sound waves cause a massive rockfall. Huge rocks fly from the mountains towards the village. The stones break through the roof of the village administration building and fall on people fleeing in panic. A violent rockfall destroys the village administration building and buries the people who have come to the conference. The village headman tries to rescue the people and pull them out from under the stones. The stones cover the building more and more heavily. The light is almost invisible. No light can be seen from the pile of stones that covered the administration building and the people left inside. Extra news about the collapse in a mountain village. The anchor reports on the incident and organized rescue efforts. Food delivery man, in total desperation, trying to break free from the hands of rescuers holding him. At the site of the collapse or rescue work, the rubble is dismantled. People are taken out from under the rubble. Another newscast shows the work of rescuers, taking people out from under the debris of the building and rocks. The rescuers are driving the reporters away from the head of the local administration, pulled out from under the rubble. He is alive. The head of the local administration, with a haggard face, lying on a stretcher, says he meant well. The villagers are mourning the dead. The food deliveryman weeps next to the stretcher of his foster father. The caterer is very upset, tears streaming down his face as he laments what has happened. The caterer holds his foster father's watch in his hands. His tears are dripping on the cracked glass. The village headman's youngest son sits next to his father. He tries to lift him up and promises him total obedience. The headman's son is crying bitterly, tears streaming down his face. He calls for his sister. The young man and the girl cook stand in front of the ruins and observe the rescue work. They sincerely sympathize with the mountain villagers. Tears are streaming down the faces of the girl cook and the young man as they ponder the events of the previous night and morning and conclude that all events are not accidental. The fashionista standing behind the young man and the cook's girl confirms the correctness of their conclusions. Tears are streaming down the modnik's distraught face as he asks if his friends heard the strange sound. The extremely upset and tense face of the young man with traces of tears. He wants to get to the bottom of what caused the crash. A few minutes before the disaster, the daughter of the headman runs to the administration building. She hurries to give her father medicine. The head of the local government opens the conference. The audience listens attentively. The darkened look of the head of the local administration, he looks at the participants of the conference with hatred. The village head and his assistant look at the head of the local government in complete bewilderment. They do not understand what is happening. The head of the local government, leaning menacingly on the table, explains to the conference participants their absolutely, from his point of view, wrong position. The eyes of the head of the local administration sparkle angrily. He points out to all present what should be done. The assistant headman, putting his hand to his chest, tries to find out from the head of the local administration why he has changed his point of view so abruptly. The head of the local administration orders everyone present to be silent and starts making a very strange sound. The strange sound has an effect on those present and their faces begin to distort. The faces of those present are badly distorted by the sound. Their eyes fall out of their orbits. Their mouths are painfully open. The village chiefs present at the conference suffer and are tormented by the sound. The conference participants are stunned by the treacherous behavior of the head of the local government. They finally realize that they have been lured into a trap. The head of the local government is very pleased with the effect he has produced. With one blow, he solves all his problems at once. Very satisfied with the face of the head of the local administration, he paints the dying participants of the conference an extremely bleak prospect for their villages. Watching the suffering of the people, the head of the local administration tells everyone that without their leadership, the villagers will not be able to resist his will. The head of the local government intends to make the villagers work for him and realize his project. The participants of the conference are in a state of complete bewilderment. They do not understand how the head of the local administration could deceive them so. The hands of the head of the local administration, he is conducting the impending disaster. The head of the local administration, in a state of complete delight at himself, raising his face upwards, amplifies the sound. The catastrophe begins. Stones fly from above onto the building. Everything explodes into splinters. Stones are flying on people's heads. There is no escape from them. The head of the local administration continues to conduct the disaster, on his face full satisfaction with what is happening. Stones are falling on people's heads. The sound is increasingly intensifying the rockfall. The head of the local administration, with eyes burning with delight, conducts the fall of stones. The falling stones cover the people and destroy the building. The assistant headman tries unsuccessfully to run away from a stone falling on him. The headman's daughter, clasping her hands over her mouth in horror, stares with widened eyes at what is happening. She saw and heard everything. The face of the headman's daughter, widened with horror eyes, watching from behind the ajar door what is happening at the conference. The head of the local administration conducting the rockfall is clearly visible through the ajar door. The village headman, crushed by a rock, is trying to get out and make his way to the exit. The headman's daughter sees her father and calls loudly for him. Someone grabs the headman's daughter firmly by the arm. The headman's daughter turns around and sees one of the villagers. Standing next to him is a handmaiden of the head of the local administration. Grabbing the headman's daughter, they realize that she saw and heard everything. They decide to eliminate the unwanted witness. A villager suggests not to touch the headman's daughter. He has other plans for her. The headman's daughter, with her eyes rounded with horror, tries to understand what the people who captured her are up to. It's after the disaster. The headman's youngest son, smearing tears on his face, desperately calls for his older sister. The head of the local administration gives an interview in a voice full of false sympathy. Rescuers support the head of the local government. Journalists ask him questions. The face of the head of the local government, tears flow from his eyes. He clenches his hand into a fist and vows to achieve universal happiness and prosperity. 3 glasses are moved with a loud clinking. Someone celebrates victory. The aides of the head of the local administration are celebrating the victory, wine glasses in their hands. They are quite happy with what is happening. A large hall with a glowing ball under the ceiling. In the hall, there is a raucous celebration of the victory over the villages. Satisfied faces of the aides of the head of the local administration. They are discussing the mental abilities and merits of their leader. One of the aides with an extremely unpleasant and predatory face is discussing future plans. The unpleasant aide tells his simple story of becoming and gaining financial independence. The faces of the aides of the head of the local administration, engrossed in a meaningful conversation. One of them holds a burning match in his hand, the flame of which is reflected in the glasses of the second. The dark silhouette of a man scattering colorful papers, people standing below greedily catching them, pushing each other and jumping up. The celebration continues. The aides to the head of the administration are chatting while sitting on a couch. Next to them, 2 people are singing songs into a microphone. One of the aides continues to tell the other, who is a mountain village resident, the rules of governing people. Satisfied with themselves, the assistants sit hugging each other on the couch and laughing merrily, the multicolored lights of the glowing ball reflecting on their faces and clothes. A hand extinguishes a cigarette butt in an overflowing ashtray. The dark-haired assistant tells his partner that what the head of the local government is really looking for, and what he is looking for is just in the mountain village. The dark-haired assistant promises the lustfully smiling partner all the joys of the world if he helps him find what the head of the local government is looking for. Hanging in the air are the feet of the headman's daughter. The headman's daughter, bound hand and foot, hangs in the air, suspended from the ceiling. She begs for help. The victory-celebrating helpers, led by the black-haired man, enter the room where the headman's daughter is. The headman's daughter, very frightened by what is happening, stares at them with horrified eyes. The helpers approach the hanging daughter of the headman, with the black-haired man at the head of the procession. The entrants look at the headman's daughter with very bad eyes. The mountain villager clutches the headman's daughter's face with his hand and pulls her close to him. He hints to the girl quite explicitly what he wants from her. The headman's daughter spits in the villager's face. From the black-haired man's blow, the headman's daughter flies off to the side. The black-haired assistant shakes the headman's daughter, telling her how serious her situation is. The black-haired man forcefully tries to get the headman's daughter to obey him completely. Bringing his ugly face with his tongue out to the headman's daughter's face, he intimidates her and paints bleak pictures of her future. Terrified, the headman's daughter begins to realize what is wanted of her and what awaits her. The lustfully laughing faces of the assistants reaching for the headman's daughter. The face of the headman's daughter with eyes full of horror at the fate awaiting her. The lustful face of the mountain villager, who greedily stretched his hands toward the headman's daughter. Hands reaching for the face of the old man's daughter, contorted with horror and disgust. Saliva drips from her tongue. The old man's daughter's face loses its features from the horror enveloping her. She begs for help, but no longer hopes for it. Something very fast, radiating energy, crashes into the helpers. The helpers pile up and try to dodge the rocks flying at them. Rays of energy penetrate the helpers. They lose their orientation, their faces confused. Someone delivers quick and precise blows to the helpers, which they unsuccessfully try to dodge. A young man swinging his glowing sword pins a black-haired helper and a mountain villager against the wall. The mountain villager's head is pressed to the floor by the young man's foot. The young man's blows make the helpers fly apart. They are unable to resist him. The young man with a glowing sword in his hand looks at the defeated helpers lying at his feet. The headman's daughter presses herself against the wall. She is shrinking with fear, tears in her eyes. A young man stands in front of the headman's daughter, huddled against the wall, bound. The black-haired assistant, staggering, stands up. The black-haired assistant looks at the young man and his holy sword with horror and bewilderment. He doesn't understand how the young man found them. Hope for salvation appears in the eyes of the headman's daughter. The young man is determined to punish all the helpers. The face of an extremely determined young man. A moment separates him from finally dealing with the helpers. The black-haired helper, aka the stern man, tries to reach the young man. After his transformation into a puppy, the head of the local administration helped him regain his strength. The face of the determined young man, he does not intend to spare anyone. Everyone must be punished. The grinning face of a stern man, he threatens the young man with vengeance from the head of the local administration. A swift swing of the young man's glowing sword. The face of a young man with determination and ruthlessness in his eyes. The young man finishes his task. All the helpers have gotten theirs. The young man is not intimidated by the threats of the stern man. He is determined to find all his enemies himself. A news program devoted to the head of the local administration and his plans for the development of the mountain village. On the TV screen, the head of the local administration talks about the realization of an investment project to create a tourist cluster. The head of the local administration talks in an interview about the disaster and expresses his condolences. The interview continues, and the head of the local administration tells about his plans to realize the investment project to build a tourist cluster. On the screens of the big city, the interview of the head of the local administration is broadcasted. Passers-by on the streets look at the screens. In his interview, the head of the local administration states that he intends to get rid of old and dilapidated buildings. The host of the interview expresses her admiration for such a bright humanity of the head of the local administration. The interview of the head of the local administration continues live on TV screens. Suddenly, the picture on the TV screens begins to ripple. Something happens. Instead of the interview, the screens show a recording of what was happening during the conference of headmen of mountain villages, chaired by the head of the local administration. The director of the broadcast looks at the screen with bewilderment. He does not understand what is happening to the picture. The viewers look at the screens. They watch the changed picture with interest and do not understand what is happening. The record of the video conference and the words of the head of the local administration are being broadcast on the TV screens. The viewers are completely puzzled why the head of the local administration is saying something different on the screen. The screens show what is happening to the participants of the conference. The viewers are horrified by what they see. A catastrophe is unfolding before their eyes. The face of the head of the local administration, in his glasses, reflects everything happening in the conference hall. On the screens, live broadcasting of the recording of what is happening during the conference, the viewers see falling rocks. The director of the broadcast unsuccessfully tries to interrupt the live broadcast. Panic reigns in the TV channel's operator's room. No one understands what is happening and what to do to stop the live broadcast. A large screen on the wall of the building is broadcasting the disaster in the conference hall. Passers-by are looking at the screen. The face of a mountain village resident appears on the screens and tells the true role of the head of the local government in the disaster. The mountain village resident talks from the screen about who the head of the local government really is and his plans. The residents of the town are watching the broadcast on all their screens. Everyone is completely bewildered and confused. The news director, unable to change anything, stares at the screens in doom. The face of a mountain village resident with the traces of an educational action carried out by a young man. He tells about the true purpose of the head of the local government to find the 5 spirit stones. The fist of the head of the local government hits the table with a loud clang. The head of the local government is in a state of rage. He makes loud noises that spread out from him in waves. The sound waves coming from the head of the local administration blow to pieces the journalist who is interviewing him. The sound waves blow up the cameraman's room at the TV channel, maiming people and destroying everything around them. Destroyed studio of the TV channel, in the center of which stands the head of the local administration. Angry head of the local administration with a raised fist and a blackened look of anger. Fingers moving buttons on a control panel. The cameraman of the TV channel is looking through the glass into the studio, where a mountain villager is sitting in front of the camera. A young man is standing behind him and holding him by the hair. The head of the mountain village resident in front of the video camera. He threatens the young man with revenge from the head of the local administration. A kick from the young man's leg causes the mountain villager's body to fly off and crash into the wall with a loud sound. The head of the local administration, having kicked the door, appears on the doorstep. The mountain villager looks pitifully at the head of the local administration and begs to be saved, arguing that the young man made him say everything on camera. The head of the local government quickly solves the mountain village resident's problem. The head of the local administration enters the room where the young man is. The head is extremely annoyed and intends to deal with the young man. The face of the head of the local government is furious and extremely irritated, eyes burning with vengeance. A completely calm young man inquires about the name of the head of the local government. Goldilocks utters in the young man's ear, who is looking for 5 flavors but him. Goldilocks' face is next to the young man's ear. She says the name of the head of the local government to him. A bright fire begins to spread from the eyes of the head of the local government, his glasses glowing with demonic light. The fire from the eyes of the head of the local government gets stronger and stronger. He raises his finger up and asks the young man, how dare he act against him knowing who he is. The head of the local government turns into the head of a fiery bird with a bright crest. Night. The month shines brightly in the starry sky. Dark smoke rises from the forest. Rising from his knees, the young man and the general stand opposite each other. There are rocks and smoking trees all around. The general's face, his eyes glowing with bright fire, he asks the young man a question. The young man rises from his knees, electric shocks run through his body. He wonders about the general's ultimate goal. The young man's face, he is calm and determined, and warns the general that it is best not to touch him. Ahmad stands in front of the general. The general asks him the reason for their strange friendship. The somewhat frazzled Maud explains to the general the reason for his actions in helping the young man. The predatory smiling fashionista regretfully recalls the dinner he once ate and its unforgettable flavor. The dinner was a slice of light-bearing dragon. The face of the Maud explaining his desire to help the young man find the 5 flavors and return to the state of the light-bearing dragon by the irresistible urge to eat it for dinner. The general disappoints the Maud, telling him that his wish is not destined to come true. The general falls into a lyrical mood and explains to the fashionable man the principles of the order of the world. The evolution of man according to Darwin's theory. In the philosophy of such as the general, man is a thing and belongs to the first level. Squid, oyster, and rooster are the second level. Demons are people or plants that have absorbed demonic energy. The reborn beggar in the hood is a spirit, the next level, which very few people reach. The pyramid of fire, at the top of which the 5th level is the deities. Between the 2nd and 3rd level is a blue fish. In the general's opinion, it is a young man. The general's face as he continues his tale of the world order. A fiery bird that the head of the local government has transformed into. He, like the general, belongs to the spirit level. The general, with some regret in his eyes, informs that he knows when the life path of each person ends. For the young man, that day comes today. Modnik, unleashing his fiery hand, offers the general a bet. The Mod raises his fiery hand and, smiling cheerfully and somewhat predatorily, offers the general an argument that it is possible to deal with the spirit. Night, the big city, skyscrapers, a thunderstorm, lightning strikes a skyscraper. A telecenter. In the studio opposite each other stand a young man and the head of the local administration transformed into a fiery bird. The head of the local administration accuses the young man of undermining the authority and spoiled reputation, which the head has been working on for many years. Lightning strikes outside the window. The head of the local government with the firebird head looks extremely upset. He is saddened by what the locals will think of him. The firebird head is getting more and more upset. Tears are flowing from his eyes. His mouth is open in a scream. The young man prepares to attack, a sword in his hand, a determined expression on his face. From the shout of the head of the local government, sound waves spread out. They lift the young man into the air. The sound waves throw the young man back against the wall. He tries to fight back, but he is not good at it. The young man tries to dodge the sound waves. He decides that this might help in the battle with the firebird. The firebird mockingly chuckles at the young man's attempts to dodge the sound waves. The young man realizes that his tactics have been figured out and frantically thinks about what to do next. Firebird continues to lament his damaged reputation. Firebird presses his hands to his eyes and continues to lament the loss of human trust and makes a decision. With a severe change in his face, Firebird decides to eliminate everyone who watched the broadcast on the airwaves. Firebird launches a tremendous sound wave that blows away everything in its path. In the center of the Firebird, powerful sound waves spread out from it in all directions. The sound wave spreads through the city, destroying houses and blowing glass out of windows. In the center is a relay tower, from which sound waves spread out in all directions. The tower amplifies the waves. The guy's wearing headphones. He's not affected by the sound waves. The sound waves destroy everything around them and affect people who can't stand their power. All the people in the telecenter are affected by the sound waves. People on the streets of the city fall down from the effects of the sound waves. A blonde woman on the street falls down from the effects of the sound waves. All the people around are affected. A young man clips his ears to avoid exposure to the sound waves. The Firebird continues to make sounds, destroying everything around. The face of the young man clamping his ears with his hands, he is trying to find a way out and save people. The young man looks closely at the Firebird. He can't release the energy to defeat it, and he's looking for another way. The Firebird's open beak with its tongue inside it, it is the one that emits the sound waves that destroy everything. The young man picks up a rock, jumps up high, and in a leap plugs the Firebird's beak with the rock. The Firebird's beak is plugged with the stone, but the beak is not the only organ by which the Firebird produces sounds. The Firebird produces a loud sound with a foul odor with its heel. The young man's face, he is stunned by the cunning of the Firebird. The young man's eyes are widened with surprise. The young man is completely paralyzed by the sound produced by the Firebird. The Firebird taunts the young man and raises his hand to strike. The Firebird strikes the young man. He's paralyzed and unable to fight back. The face of the young man who cannot respond to the Firebird's blows. The Firebird is surprised by the young man's desire to protect the mountain villagers and the fact that the young man did not appreciate its strength. The Firebird delivers another blow to the young man. The Firebird, with the light reflecting in her glasses, looks down. She is absolutely certain of her victory over the young man. The defeated young man is lying on the floor, his eyes closed, a spinning cube lying nearby. The very satisfied face of the Firebird, glasses sitting on her beak, she is smiling happily. She has won. Lightning discharges in the dark sky, and a pillar of bright energy rises from the ground, turning into a bright spot in the sky. The beautiful blonde and her companion stand in the rain and look up into the sky. They believe the light-bearing dragon has fallen. A beautiful blonde woman with a very determined look, a blonde man stands beside her. They intend to change everything. A bright glowing fish, a young man on its tail, they are rising into the night sky. Night, the thick crown of the main tree in the center of the mountain village. It is raining. A white tent stands under a large tree in the mountain village. The villagers are saying goodbye to their own. On a table covered with a white tablecloth are lighted candles and two portraits of the headman and his assistant. Weeping mountain villagers say goodbye to their dead. The food delivery man wipes the tears flowing from his eyes. Portraits of the headman and his assistant with 3 lit candles between the portraits. The upset faces of the villagers, tears streaming down their faces. Upset and at the same time angry face of a mountain village resident, tears flowing from his eyes. He blames everything on the head of the local administration. Someone is approaching the tent where the mountain villagers are saying goodbye to the headman and his assistant. The head of the local administration is approaching the weeping villagers. The head of the local administration with a calm face expresses his condolences to the mountain villagers. The inhabitants of the mountain village look in horror at the suddenly appearing head of the local administration. One of the mountain villagers, angered by the head of the local government who dared to appear at the farewell, swings and throws himself at him. A mountain villager rushes at the head of the local administration with the intention of hitting him. Before reaching the head of the local government, the mountain villager hangs in the air. The mountain villager's face is distorted with pain, eyes out of orbits, mouth open in horror. The calm face of the head of the local administration, he asks the mountain villagers where the spirit stone is. The mountain villagers are horrified at what is happening, they scream. The crying women of the mountain village blame the head of the local government for all their troubles. The head of the local government starts making sounds that spread around in waves. The waves paralyze the uncomprehending mountain villagers. They cannot move. The mountain villagers stand in front of the head of the local government, who threatens them and demands to tell them where the spirit stone is. The head of the local government puts his hand on the child's head. He threatens to kill the mountain villagers until they tell the truth. The crying face of a small child, he is very scared. His eyes are closed in fear. Tears are streaming down his face. 2 green tree leaves are flying very fast towards the head of the local government. The leaves of the tree cause wounds on the face of the head of the local government, who was not expecting the blow and is not ready for it. The extremely angry head of the local government is trying to figure out who dared to attack him. Goldilocks, wearing a mask covering the lower part of her face, stands with her hand up with her palm open. She says that the spirit stone is in her possession. The head of the local government wipes his wounded cheek. He realizes who stands before him. The head of the local government attacks the golden-haired woman, striking her. The local government head's hand hits the void. The laughing Goldilocks stands behind his back. There is annoyance and frustration on the face of the head of the local government. He realizes that Goldilocks has tricked him. Goldilocks raises her hand up. The trunk of a large tree begins to glow. At the command of Goldilocks' hand, the roots of the big tree rise from the ground. Goldilocks' face is covered by a mask. She explains that the head of the local administration is not worthy to possess the spirit stone. The tree roots tightly braid the head of the local government, preventing him from moving and making sounds. The body of the head of the local government is completely braided by the roots and covered with a thick crust of ice on top. The girl in blue rubs her hands together contentedly. She likes the result of her work. Paralysis falls from the inhabitants of the mountain village. They can move. A frightened child cries loudly. Everyone has surprised eyes. The cook girl stands with her hands clenched into fists, a blond man next to her. They are worried about how long they can keep the head of the local government under control. The extremely worried girl cook urges the mountain villagers to leave as soon as possible. The food delivery man, realizing the gravity of the situation, urges all the mountain villagers to leave as soon as possible and takes the crying child away. Goldilocks is concerned about what is happening and asks the mountain village residents to leave as soon as possible. The head of the local administration in a stream of bright energy comes out, freeing himself from tree roots and ice. The head of the local government, transformed into a firebird, leaps from the tree to the ground. The satisfied firebird chuckles. It has realized where the golden-haired girl is hiding the spirit stone. The girl in blue is extremely surprised and upset that the firebird was able to free herself so quickly. The dog standing nearby shares her feelings. The firebird descends through the air along the trunk of a large tree. She realizes that the spirit stone she is looking for is hidden in the large tree. A large tree in the center of a mountain village. The firebird taps on the bark of the big tree in search of the spirit stone. Goldilocks is wary of the firebird's actions. She fears that the tree may be harmed. The firebird, clinging to the tree, begins to make sounds that spread out from it in waves. The firebird's eyes light up with anticipation of the imminent victory, and it realizes where to find the spirit stone. Under the influence of sound waves, a large tree splits and catches fire, with the figure of the firebird in the center of the flames. Goldilocks suffers. The pain caused by the large tree is transmitted to her. She shrinks back and brings her hands to her head. The girl in blue, with her dog by her side, runs away from the falling tree with loud cries, followed by the villagers of the mountain village. The ruined large tree falls to the ground, its trunk smoking. The branches of the tree fall on a nearby tent. The food delivery man screams in horror as he sees the main tree of the mountain village collapsing. The mountain villagers look at the fallen shrine. The firebird is in a state of complete superiority over everyone. It feels victorious. Goldilocks suffers. A bloodstain appears on the mask covering the lower part of her face. Firebird has guessed where Goldilocks' body is hidden. The girl cook, the food delivery man, and the mountain villagers look at Goldilocks in amazement. They realize that she and the big tree are one and the same. The firebird desperately searches for the spirit stone among the debris of the big tree. Desperately tossing aside branches and debris from the big tree, the firebird tries to find the spirit stone. Goldilocks stands behind the firebird and thanks her for her help in conducting and completing the ritual. Goldilocks' face, the lower part of which is covered by a mask, is calm and determined. One of the 5 flavors, bitter, has found a new owner. She is pleased. The firebird looks around in utter bewilderment. She doesn't understand what Goldilocks is saying or where the spirit stone is. A beautiful blonde woman kneels in front of a young man lying down, placing her hands on his chest. Nearby is a blonde man with a spinning cube in his hands. On the blonde man's hand is a spinning cube with golden facets. From it comes a bright glow. The blonde tosses the spinning cube into the air and it disintegrates into luminous facets. Goldilocks stands in the rain and explains that the 5 flavors and the 5 spirit stones are one and the same. With a motion of his finger, the blonde gathers the facets of the spinning cube hanging in the air. The faces of the cube gather into a new shape. It is one of the 5 flavors, bitter. Blondie gathers, with a movement of his finger, the glowing faces of the cube into the shape of a heart. Goldilocks presses her hand to her chest, a trace of blood on the mask covering the lower part of her face. She stares pensively into the distance. A glowing heart, formed from the facets of a spinning cube, hangs in the air over the young man lying on the floor. The glowing heart, from which energy diverges and discharges, descends onto the chest of the young man lying on the floor. The extremely angry firebird tries to explain the nature of its appearance to the crowd. Firebird is extremely frustrated that her attempts to appear as a caring leader in the eyes of those around her have failed. Goldilocks has a tense face and her whole figure expresses determination. She intends to fight and go to the end. The angry face of the firebird with open mouth and beak, she is not satisfied with what is happening and intends to show everyone where they belong. The firebird finally transforms into a huge firebird spreading sound waves around. From the firebird, sound waves spread out in all directions, crushing everything in its path. The firebird's sound waves completely paralyze everyone around it. The food delivery man puts his hand up to his head, trying to move. The sound waves affect the girl in blue and the dog. They are unable to resist them. The firebird, in all its might, rises into the air above the mountain village. It intends to demonstrate its power. Firebird, dressed in a black suit, demonstrates his power and capabilities to those around him. Firebird points his finger at the food delivery man, reminding him of his super fire-making abilities. Energy discharges around the food delivery man. He is paralyzed and unable to move or control himself. The firebird commands the process, with paralyzed figures around it, the food delivery man standing closest. With a movement of her hand, the firebird guides the food delivery man to the door of the house. He goes, unable to resist. The firebird forces the food delivery man to start a fire. Fire breaks out around the food delivery man's hands, which frightens him very much, but he is unable to do anything. The food delivery man's hands are reaching for the door of the house. The firebird clearly wants to force the food delivery man to set the house on fire. The food delivery man sits in the house next to his foster father, the assistant headman. They discuss the future of the food delivery man. The satisfied face of the assistant headman, he explains to his foster son the basic steps of the road to success. The bewildered face of the food delivery boy, who has already completed some of the steps. The face of the assistant headman as he marvels at his adopted son's answers and expresses his admiration for him. The food delivery man's arms, embraced by the fire, are reaching for the house, against his will. He doesn't want to set the house on fire, but he can't do anything with himself. The food delivery man puts his hands on the door of the house with fire. He pleads unsuccessfully for the firebird not to control him. The fire spreads from the food delivery man's hands to the doors of the house, which begins to burst into flames. The food delivery man sobs at his helplessness and what he has to do. A triumphant firebird rises in the air above the mountain village where the fire is breaking out. The people of the mountain village are unable to control their bodies. They do not realize what is happening to them. A firebird hovers in the air against the night sky over the burning mountain village. A food delivery man stands in front of a house on fire. The villagers circle around her. The firebird is watching happily, pleased with what she is doing. The contented firebird is conducting what is happening. It enjoys the fact that everyone is obeying it. The people of the mountain village, against their will, hold each other's hands and dance. Their faces are distorted with pain and suffering. Burning people run out of their homes. No one can help them, all obeying the wishes of the firebird. Satisfied with itself and everything that is happening, the firebird continues to mock the mountain villagers. On the faces of the mountain villagers are pain and suffering. They cannot get out of the firebird's control and help their relatives and friends. The mountain village is ablaze with fire. The face of the firebird, quite satisfied with everything that is happening, everyone in the mountain village is under its control. The people of the mountain village, unable to resist the firebird, kneel before her. From the figure of the golden-haired woman, beams of powerful energy are spreading in all directions. From the chest of Goldilocks into the sky goes a powerful column of energy. The pillar of energy rushes into the sky and passes by the figure of the firebird. Goldilocks' energy collides with the firebird's energy. Flakes of Goldilocks' energy fall onto the burning village. Goldilocks' energy extinguishes the burning houses in the mountain village. The food delivery man kneels in front of the waning house. He is out of the firebird's control. The food delivery man looks with hope and wonder at his hands, which have no fire on them, and he can control them. The mountain villagers are out of the firebird's control. They can move and control their bodies again. The exhausted golden-haired woman stands with her head bowed. The cook girl behind her looks at the golden-haired girl worriedly. The dog is somewhat disturbed by what is happening. She realizes that Goldilocks has stopped the firebird for a little while. Flakes of Goldilocks' luminous energy fall on the mountain village, healing the wounds inflicted upon it. Goldilocks' life-giving energy helps the mountain village's inhabitants regain their strength. Under the influence of Goldilocks' energy, the people of the mountain village recover and regain their strength. Goldilocks' energy restrains a firebird that is hovering in front of a broken large tree. The revitalized headman and his assistant emerge from the tent. The cook girl explains to the villagers that the firebird is briefly suppressed, so the mountain villagers should leave the village as soon as possible. The mountain villagers have no intention of fleeing and want to help Goldilocks fight the firebird. The indignant dog tries to reason with the mountain villagers and explains to them that they are unable to do anything against the firebird. The astonished faces of the food delivery man, the headman, and his assistant, their eyes widened, their mouths ajar, fell to the ground. The exhausted Goldilocks sits in front of the still restrained firebird. The exhausted Goldilocks sits on the grass, a trace of blood on the mask covering the lower part of her face. Goldilocks recalls the history of the mountain village, inextricably linked to her own energy. A ruined large tree in the center of the mountain village. It is raining. The fire is out. A blonde mountain paths lead the villagers out of the village. On the headman's shoulders is a small child. The head Goldilocks is determined to stop the firebird and save the mountain village and its inhabitants. The firebird's paralyzed face, it cannot move yet. The firebird threatens all the people of the mountain village as soon as it regains its strength. The bowed head of the Goldilocks who stops the firebird at the cost of her life. She mentions the next owner of the heart. Goldilocks' strength is running out. She predicts the imminent arrival of the new owner. Goldilocks lies on the grass. Her powers are finally over. The firebird, frozen, rises nearby. The firebird's eyes glow from beneath her glasses. She is pleased with Goldilocks' end, but she has not found what she is looking for. Firebird grins gloatingly. She is sure she can find everything on her own. Firebird towers over Goldilocks lying on the grass. She threatens all punishments to the people of the mountain village. The firebird rises higher and higher. She is absolutely sure of her powers. A bright beam of powerful energy hits the ground from the sky, shaking everything around it. Stones fly in different directions from the impact of the energy. The girl cook and the dog watch from afar. Leaves and debris from tree branches flying around. A bright flash of energy in the overcast sky. A young man stands on the stones, blown up by the impact of energy, his heart burning brightly in his chest. The young man's foot stands on the rocks. The young man presses his hand to his chest, to the place where the symbol shines brightly. The young man's eyes shine brightly with a yellow seta, the same as the symbol on his chest, from which energy streams rise. A beam of energy shoots from the young man towards the rising firebird. The firebird is very surprised that the young man is alive. It looks at him mockingly. The symbol of a spirit stone, or one of the 5 flavors, glows on the young man's chest. Determination and the will to win is on his face. The firebird realizes who Goldilocks is given one of the 5 flavors, or spirit stone to. She is extremely displeased with Goldilocks' action. The young man presses his hand to his chest. The glowing heart hurts him. The firebird believes that the heart is rejecting the young man's body and takes advantage of the moment to rush in to attack. The firebird rushes to attack and is met with a rebuff from the young man. With a loud cry, the firebird rushes at the young man. It has no doubt in its mind that it can overpower him. The furious face of the firebird, it will stop at nothing to seize the spirit stone. The young man grips the firebird's hand tightly. The young man firmly grasps the hand of the firebird, who swings for a strike with his other hand. The young man squeezes the firebird's hand. He hasn't felt emotion in a long time. The firebird bows from the force with which the young man squeezes its hand. The young man is overcome with long-forgotten emotions. The young man squeezes the firebird's hand harder and harder. The young man squeezes the hand of the firebird, screaming in pain, and brings his other hand up to strike. The young man's eyes blaze with righteous anger, and he raises his hand for the final blow. The young man's fist hits the beak of the firebird with all his might. The young man strikes the firebird. Energy flashes around him. Flashes of energy, punches, rocks flying around. The defeated firebird lies on the ground. Flashes of energy all around. The stones under the firebird cracked from the impact. Around the firebird's hand, black energy dissipates and it takes on a human form. The firebird gropes its damaged beak with its hands. It is displeased that someone dared to touch its face. A young man, one hand clenched into a fist, stands over the defeated firebird, a symbol burning brightly on his chest. The young man presses his hand against the burning symbol. He is in pain. The face of the headman of the mountain village distorted by pain and suffering. The miserable weeping face of the food delivery man, tears streaming from his eyes. The horror-stricken face of the daughter of the headman of the mountain village. The faces of the mountain villagers under the influence of the firebird, they suffer helplessness. Along with his heart, the young man receives the pain and suffering of each person from the Goldilocks. Goldilocks' eyes are full of pain and suffering for all people. Tears flow from her eyes. The young man's face, his eyes glowing with determination to make the firebird pay for the pain and suffering of every human being. An hour before the young man appears, the firebird finally transforms into a firebird and lets out a loud scream. The sound waves emitted by the firebird spread throughout the area. The sound waves reach the ears of the 2-legged horse standing on the roof of the house. The 2-legged horse realizes that the firebird has returned. The 2-legged horse looks in the direction from which the sound waves are coming. The strange creatures who heard the sound waves realize that the firebird has returned and are about to head towards it. The face of the strange creature with a horse-like smile and a glowing eye. The toothy grin of a strange creature with a burning gaze. All the strange creatures respond to the firebird's call. The firebird is puffed up with anger. It has no intention of giving up and is going to continue the fight with the young man. The firebird spreads sound waves around it. Rocks fly towards the young man along with the sound waves. The young man resists the rocks and sound waves flying at him. The young man concentrates energy and directs it towards the firebird. A powerful energy stream flies into the firebird, shattering the sound waves. The firebird is once again hit right in its long-suffering beak, much to its dismay. There is a battle going on in the mountains. Energy flows, explosions, destruction. Someone is watching. From the blow, the firebird flies off and falls to the ground, a stream of rocks falling on it. The young man jumps up and delivers another blow to the firebird. The young man rises in the air high above the firebird. The young man rushes at the firebird with great speed, swinging his arm for a powerful punch. The young man puts all his strength into his punch and delivers it to the firebird. The young man's punch sent rocks flying in different directions. Energy flashes everywhere. The firebird, all strewn with stones, lies on the ground, the young man's foot on its chest. Despite its defeated position, the firebird continues to snarl, lying on the rocks beneath the young man's foot. The firebird, crushed by the young man's leg, continues to threaten and reports that it has had time to signal. Dark minibus with lighted headlights and horsehead symbol on hood. A mountain villager and his son, sitting on a bull, look apprehensively at a leg emerging from the minibus. From the minibus appears a strange creature that looks like a 2-legged donkey with big ears, with a machine gun in his hands. The two-legged donkey laughs merrily and asks his brothers to get out of the van. Little two-legged donkeys jump out of the van with a very strange expression on their faces. The little two-legged donkeys keep jumping out of the minibus, more and more of them. The number of little two-legged donkeys continues to increase. They line up behind the back of their big brother. The little donkeys have a very belligerent expression on their faces. They are ready to rush into battle right now. The little belligerent donkeys see a very frightened villager, his son, and a bull. The older donkey brother raises his automatic rifle and takes aim, a belligerent and somewhat dumbfounded expression on his face. There is a bright flash of gunfire. Despite its crouched position, the Firebird continues to threaten the young man with the arrival of the support team. The young man continues to pin the Firebird to the ground with his foot, which the latter is extremely angered by. She does not like her personal boundaries being violated. Firebird screams loudly, spreading sound waves around her. She urges her support team to hurry up. The young man presses the screaming and spreading sound waves Firebird against the rocks with his foot. The young man's hand breaks through the sound waves and reaches for the Firebird. The young man is thoroughly fed up with the Firebird's cries and rips out both of its tongues. The young man rests his foot on the Firebird's chest and rips out its tongues, and the sound waves stop. The young man finally straightens up the Firebird and it stops screaming. The face of the young man, quite satisfied with the results of his activity, in his eyes a whole gamut of emotions. In the trunk of a tree there are traces of a machine gun fire. A villager, his son, and an ox are hiding behind the tree, and a dark figure stands behind them. The older donkey brother raises his automatic rifle and takes aim. He intends to massacre everyone. A dark figure appears in front of the army of small bipedal donkeys. A very determined blond man with sharp round discs in his hands looms over the army of small bipedal donkeys. The face of a determined blond man, the face of a young man with a determined look and a symbol burning on his chest. The fate of the army of small bipedal donkeys seems extremely sad. The blond man and the lined-up army of little bipedal donkeys are facing each other. Blondin launches his sharp discs towards the army. The discs fly with great speed. On Blondin's face there is determination and calmness. The blond man controls the flight of the discs with the movement of his fingers. The sharp discs, with great speed, fly into the army of small bipedal donkeys. The little two-legged donkeys fire their automatic rifles and shoot down the discs flying towards them. The accurate shooting of the little two-legged donkeys gets rid of the flying discs. The older donkey brother takes out a grenade from his stockpile. The little two-legged donkeys throw the grenades at the blonde, and they fly in a hail in his direction. Blondin raises his hand up and stops the stream of grenades flying at him. The blond man clenches his fingers into a fist, determination and confidence in his eyes. The multitude of grenades are attracted to each other and merge. Above the blond man's head hangs a huge bomb formed from the many grenades, which the blond man holds with the movement of his finger. On the faces of the small two-legged donkeys at the sight of the huge bomb, there is an expression of utter terror. They realize how this is all going to end. With a movement of his finger, the blond man directs the bomb towards the donkey army, his face completely devoid of sympathy. The bomb flies at the little two-legged donkeys and their older brother, who raise their hands in terror and realize that the end is very near. Realizing that everything has not gone according to plan, the donkey army, led by the older brother, tries to escape from the falling bomb. The fallen bomb lies inside a space fenced in by high stones, and the donkey troop faints in terror. The blond man clenches his hand into a fist, cold fire in his eyes. The movement of the blond man's hand causes the bomb to explode. There is a bright flash of explosion. A mushroom of a very strong explosion rises into the sky. Firebird's face, with a blackened and swollen eye, expresses utter bewilderment at what is happening. The Firebird's face is in a closer shot. It stops feeling the energy of the donkey's big brother, which makes it extremely upset. Firebird realizes that she is left without a support group and the donkey warrior will no longer come to her aid. The young man strikes Firebird with a series of powerful blows. The Firebird, covering his head from the blows with his hands, does not believe in the reality of what is happening. The young man continues to strike the Firebird. The latter realizes that it is better for it to leave the battlefield. A thick black cloud, in which you can see the young man's head glowing with energy. The young man tries to shield his eyes from the dark smoke with his hand. The black smoke dissipates and the young man realizes that the Firebird has disappeared somewhere. Thick bushes near a tree. Someone is hiding in the bushes. A dark figure can be seen. Through the dense foliage peeks the face of the Firebird, on which drops of sweat are dripping. The Firebird is puzzled. She does not understand how she lost to the young man. Firebird buries herself deeper into the bush. She decides to retreat before she is noticed. The young man stands in front of the bush the Firebird is hiding in. He notices its head sticking out. The young man, his eyes glowing with determination, a symbol burning on his chest. He is filled with the desire to finish off the Firebird once and for all. The Firebird tries carefully but unsuccessfully to hide in the bushes. The young man peeks out from behind a tree. He watches the Firebird's actions. The Firebird, draped in leaves and grass, tries to impersonate a passing hunter in search of prey. The Firebird continues to impersonate the hunter, but it is not getting much. The young man realizes who is in front of him. The young man delivers a swift kick to the head of the Firebird, who was not expecting this turn. The young man delivers another series of blows to the Firebird. The Firebird begs to be let go. The Firebird's head shakes from the blows being thrown at it. The young man raises his hand for another blow, at which point someone's voice stops him. A dog sits on the roots of a tree with a book of fire hanging in the air in front of him. The dog has a different plan and views on the Firebird. The dog intends to tweak the existing situation somewhat and remembers the Goldilocks, whose name he removed from the fire book. The young man asks the dog if it is sure of its actions and if it fears the wrath of heaven. The dog, reasoning that they generally always do, offers to follow her plan. The young man, after briefly thinking about it, agrees with the dog's opinion. The young man stabs the Firebird in the chest. The Firebird's heart is ripped out of its chest. It looks like it is coming to an end after all. The young man's face, he is very pleased with what is happening. The slyly smiling dog is very pleased with the young man's actions. The young man stands in front of the bed on which Goldilocks is lying, his arms spread apart with something glowing between them. Between the young man's hands in the air hangs a glowing heart, which has small wings on the sides. The glowing heart is bound to the body of Goldilocks by thin threads. Goldilocks' body rises slightly. The heart slowly descends into Goldilocks' chest and binds to it with thin threads. Goldilocks' body glows from within in the place where the heart has descended. Her eyes are closed. Goldilocks is lying on the bed, her hair spread across the pillow, her eyes closed, a red symbol burning on her chest. Goldilocks' eyes slowly open, a bright fire burns in them. A young man stands before Goldilocks' eyes and looks at her intently. Goldilocks calls his name. The young man looks at the waking Goldilocks with joy. He tells her that now the heart of the Firebird beats in her chest. The waking Goldilocks rejoices at the young man's victory. Goldilocks asks the young man standing in front of her how the people of the mountain village are doing. A very angry dog looks indignantly at the door of the house, inside of which the young man and Goldilocks are inside. He is out of his mind because the young man did not take him with him. The inhabitants of a mountain village are rebuilding destroyed houses by engaging a stubborn dog in creative labor. A food delivery man lays the bricks of a new house. The dog pretends to help him. A beautiful blonde heals the headman's daughter, who is cradled by her younger brother. The headman of the mountain village restores the roof of the house. Lightning flashes in the dark sky. The headman of the mountain village scratches his head in bewilderment. He doesn't understand why he can still hear the thunderclaps. The girl in blue is desperately flirting with the blonde. She admires his abilities and offers to practice with her. The beautiful blonde woman willfully carries the stubborn girl in blue away from the blonde man, motivated by the need for her icy services. The girl cook invites everyone to dine and relax, showing off her next culinary masterpiece. Generously set the table with a large variety of dishes. The girl cook did her best. Villagers with appetite dine and marvel at the culinary skills of the girl cook. The girl cook stands among the villagers appetizingly dining, in her eyes amazement. Joyful mountain villagers, they raise their plates up and celebrate their victory. The girl in blue and the dog are among the mountain villagers. They dine and celebrate with everyone. The beautiful blonde girl and the blonde man are secluded. They are sitting on a fallen tree and discussing something vividly. The girl cook looks somewhat confused and frustrated as she searches for a fashionista among the mountain villagers. Thunderstorm discharges in the night sky. The fashionista in torn jeans and shirtless stands with his arms spread wide, his whole look expressing pain and suffering. The fashionista kneels in front of the general, hanging in the air. Paralyzing electric shocks run through Modnik's body. The general looks arrogantly and haughtily at Modnik, urging him to admit his mistake. The fashionista rests his hand on the ground, electric shocks around his hand. The mod has a very shabby look and urges the general to dispense with any unnecessary demagoguery. The general hits the Modnik with a stream of powerful energy, under which the Modnik bends, unable to withstand its force. The general looks at the mod with some regret and asks if the young man is worth his torment. An hour before, the mod, having released his fiery hand, offered the general an argument. The slyly smiling mod offers the general a bet as to whether he can defeat the spirit. The cold and indifferent general interrogates the mod if he really wants to argue. The determined mod confirms his desire. The stubborn face of the mod who explains that he wants the young man to be left alone and is therefore willing to endure all the nuances of the argument. The very surprised general clarifies whether the mod is really willing to argue and endure the wrath of heaven. The cheerful mod confirms his willingness to endure anything as long as the young man is left alone. Streams of energy released by the general fly at the fashionista, who bravely endures them.